need fresh water. I don't believe the Nile was just the only place to get fresh water.
No, there was lakes. There was lakes that
Yes.
was drying up at the time. So you're right. The Nile, the titular.
And also you have people in the Delta region too. So,
well, the Delta region the Delta needs
I
lakes.
think it's filtered
so
out.
From the Delta, that's where the Nile. Yeah, and then you have right. And so you're gonna hang around the Delta to plant your crops and to for your livestock and to drink water.
Definitely, if farming is of any importance, that Delta region would have been
Right.
pretty much
And
important.
the same goes for the Levant.
With off of the banks of the Nile also. Definitely.
Right.
Yeah, you had like areas where the population was huge. Like before, like when people started to settle, like pre-dynastic, you had a huge population in Lower Nile. You had a huge population in the Upper Nile. You had a huge population in what's the area called in the Nubia, Dungala, and all that area right there. You had a huge population there, so it was simultaneous population in different areas. People weren't just moving A to B type shit. You had different people in the same places at the same time.
Yeah, so I just wanted to lay the time period thing out there, just so I could add just a little bit of clarity to the situation, because Egypt was something that came to be. I don't think it just popped up out of nowhere. So it was a developing thing over time, and it's very, very complicated the way it was developed. So I think we have to keep chronology in mind when we have these discussions about Egypt and what's of importance and what's not of importance. Because I think those things, I don't think either one of them are not of importance, right? I think both of them are important, right? But I think we're talking about which one is more important. I don't know. I think in a certain area, I think they were equally important. But in an empirical sense, I think that the Mediterranean would have been more important to control that, and that's what made Egypt an empire, rather than just these cultures, these subcultures that made up Egypt, right? I think what made Egypt an empire was the ability to control the Mediterranean.
Hence its proximity.
Right. It's transcontinental proximity. I think it had the upper hand due to the geographical location. I think it was a great military strategical location, especially when you don't have, and when you're living in a time where you don't have intercontinental ballistic missiles, right? So right now, America is in the best military position as far as geography goes. But at the time, I think Egypt was, because it was able to spread its power and influence through three continents. So I think that was spectacular. And for a time in the Mediterranean is what allowed that, I believe. That's my belief.
Understood.
30 years ago this week, League of Their Own premiered at the box.
I got a couple people I'm letting in.
Oh, Sheffrin started the new show and all of that?
Yes, he did.
We always do that, man.
And he left us.
Yeah.
and gave me the power.
Yeah.
Reggie, you got something to add or say?
Yeah, I'm going to the, Chef, do me a favor, pull up the TLA again. I'm having, my computer.
Chevrolet on the panel. Right.
Okay, so great. All right, so let me just, okay, so I had read to you the text of the famine text, right? I'm going to pull up some of the meta nature, and I apologize. I just wasn't, I like to be a little bit more prepared. So I'm going to share my screen again. Give me a second to share the screen. Okay, great. I'm there. Share screen. Okay, so here you go. All right. So I might need the TLA to look up something, a glyph, right? You see my screen?
Yeah.
I see this. Yeah.
Okay, you see my screen?
Yes.
All right, wonderful. Okay, so this is the Stela of Yabu, the famine stela, and it gives us an idea. It was written in Ptolemaic time, but it's based on an earlier text that survived to the Ptolemaic time. And so one of the things that's important about this is that I'm going to have to, this word right here is happy. So I have to look up the TLA. I have to look up the TLA to see if this is a happy or inundation, right? Because the text basically says that, what does the text say? I was in the morning on my throne. Let me just close this down a little bit. And okay, so yeah. So basically, I was in the morning on my throne. Those of the palace were in grief. My heart was in great affliction because happy had failed to come in a time period of 7 years. Just the 7 years, and here's happy. So happy is not come right here, not come, right? Happy, right? So this is happy. This is happy now, or we're gonna have to find out if this is actually happy, or if this is the inundation has not come in a period of 7 years. Here is a lot of times when we read Egyptian text is that we have to check, is this inundation? Or when he says that in the period of 7 years has the inundation, and they're calling the inundation happy. And so in Egyptology, this is where sometimes we actually have to check. So they go and they say this is happy, right? And then it's the rest of it is Mrek, right? Mreki, right? From this point over here, Mreki, right? And then it starts again, aha, right? And then it goes into 7 years. When we get these stories and we start reading the gibberish, we're going to have to check to see if this, in fact, is happy or inundation. So I'm going to now go to my, I'm going to the TLA, and then I'm going to just try to check that particular, because I don't know that glyph offhand, so I'm gonna have to do it the hard way. Okay, so I'm gonna just say inundation and see if that word is happy or inundation. Okay. Let's see if I. Okay.
And then if it says it's inundation, can we just come to the conclusion that it's inundation? Or are we still shaky on what it means actually?
Well, yeah, so then we can come to the conclusion that not all text, when we read it, when we're reading it, it says what it says. That's the point.
Okay.
That's the point. The point is we got to be careful about.
But so I mean, I've been kind of on the outside looking in on this happy argument. So for the most part, what it seems to me, and I could be wrong. You might want to correct me or somebody
Damn right.
that knows better.
I'm looking at you, Corby. You right. You damn right.
No, somebody that knows better could correct me, but it seems
Somebody that
like
knows better.
yeah.
Slick.
Well,
Slick.
no. I'm saying it seems like the sources that we've read have pretty much confirmed that it was inundation. I think we had maybe one source that was questionable, and that was one from I don't know which one was that, from Bulge or was it from the racist guy? I forgot the race. I keep forgetting the racist guy's name, but I think
Was the one that, people particularly had a problem with because he was known to be biased. But Budge, again, some of us are still on the fence about that because some say that he was proficient in some things. He just wasn't that proficient in the translation or the transliteration aspect.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying, Jelanda. Like, I want to just give it to him and say, he's a good guy on it. He know what he's talking about, right?
Yeah, but
what I'm saying is, for the amount of sources that we've seen that said it was inundation, and then all we see, and I could be mistaken. We may have ran into more, but I've seen so far that we've ran into one guy who said it was the river, and then we seen the wiki article, which seemed kind of very vague the way they worded it. It came off very general the way they said it. Well, it's this and that, but I don't think they give out the sources where you could look deeper into it if you want to. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
I think that's what the wiki article was really.
Were you on when Chef were talking about having a better understanding concerning the evolution of happy? Again, that came from Budge, but is there some relevance to that needs to be examined?
Oh, yeah, definitely. That's I would say, because I think I heard Reggie mention that Happy had supposed to been, not a deity at all time. He had became a deity, if I understood Reggie correctly. So we may have to kind of look into there and kind of examine it a little deeper. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't deny it like that.
Reggie, you hear that? Can you hear
I think I think it starts off as the Itaru, the river, and then later the qualities build up, and then they introduce happy, and you can just tell when it occurs. You see it talked about in Winnis. So when when it came in the pyramid text of Wunis, where we see a lot of it, that vocabulary comes, then we can see them making him a more of a deity. He's announced formally at some point as a deity. So I failed almost in trying to figure out this particular form of happy. So this particular form of happy, I'm going to have to search and get this glyph, because I think this is inundation, right? But they're all of a sudden calling this happy, and the grammar doesn't match, because you see the 3 drops of water, so that would give you a ooh sound, and then there's this particular glyph, and then it's this pouring out. Let me just say pouring out. So this, I don't see where.
So you saying, okay, let me understand this, because you gotta walk slow with me, Reggie.
Yeah.
So are you saying that glyph you were pointing to that's the glyph that's normally used for inundation? That's what
Yeah.
you're telling me? Okay, and but they're now,
Yes.
how are we getting happy? Now, where
Because
are we getting happy?
the Egyptologist now
Mhm.
is automatically saying that this is happy, and the grammar, it don't match up. It don't match up. It just doesn't match up. So I
So
need
there might be, is there some type of indication that, okay, that's the inundation sign, but maybe they have some type of indication that we're now, this is a pronoun here. Are we, they're making
right.
this
So
pronoun. Where is
right.
there's
So
an indication of
yes.
that? Okay.
Well, see, that's the point. So that's why we do these type of shows, is to rule out stuff. So here's someone saying that this is happy. And we're looking at it and saying, no, Egyptologists, you're not talking about happy. It may be, because I don't see the netter happy. I don't see none of the personifications of a netter. I see the canal, I see all this. I don't see the netter. I don't see a God form. So it says, because happy had failed to come in 7 years. So if happy hasn't come in 7 years, it may not be happy that didn't come in 7 years. It may be the flood. The flood didn't come in 7 years. So I think I'm close to finding that glyph, but I may have to go to the Gardner codes and pull it up. So sometimes we are reading, when we're reading what Egyptologists say, we always really want to go and do what Smash does, is go to the text, like I'm going to the text, and I'm just saying, sometimes we are making actually a mistake. Later on in this text.
So so now let me understand something else here, Reggie. So now, and I know everything ain't perfect, right? I know people ain't perfect and the world ain't perfect. But now you're saying, now we necessarily can't trust what these Egyptologists are saying about these glyphs?
We need to look it up. We need to look it up ourselves to verify. So they made that symbol happy.
So now who's now, okay, now I got another question now. Now this is now when we say, one says, now we need to look that up and we need to verify it, right?
Yeah.
Now we're gonna go to a dictionary or something like that, right? This is the TLA.
Yeah, we're gonna go.
This is the tool.
Yeah, we're gonna go to the TLA. And then I guess I'm gonna pull up the Gardner code so I can get the exact glyphs. So let me just go.
Okay, now people make entries in this TLA, or is this a template that
database? This is the database that was created.
Yeah, explain exactly what the TLA is, because lots of people in the audience don't know, particularly what the acronyms mean and how it's set up and how it's different from the what is it, the manual de Coolidge or whatnot. I think that'll help.
All right, so
please, thank you.
Yeah, just briefly. You don't have to get into so much detail. Just briefly give us a overview of how that works.
I think there were 7 volumes of Egyptian signs that was put in a water bush that was connected to Egyptian text. That was put in Egyptian text. And so before the world of computers, they put it in volumes. And so if they found an Egyptian word at the time that they was writing this, they put it in the water bush, and it's German. And then the TLA is the digitized electronic index of the water bush, the Thesaurus Lingua Egyptae. And that was created in a more modern period. They got some funding. They partnered with the publishers of the Water Bush, and they made it electronic to help people who are studying ancient Egypt learning. The dictionaries give the glyphs and the definitions, but they don't associate text with it. So you're usually stuck in a dictionary like Vigus or Gardner or Budge. Budge does a little bit better because he does actually align it with some of the text where he found the glyphs from. But many of the other ones, they simply just say this is what it means. Okay. So we use the TLA because we could search it electronically. And so that gives us a sense, but it's not inclusive of all the text. It's just inclusive of the text of that they had at that particular time. So,
Okay. Yeah, because but I was asking that question because I wanted to know, like, how this was created, this tool was created here.
yeah. So yeah, it's an electronic version of the volumes of the Waterbush, Gypte or whatever in German, that they made it so that they index those particular signs by the Gardner codes. So these are the Gardner codes that you're seeing right here. And so, and here's the glyphs, and then the transliterations. And so now then there's different ways in which to transliterate. There's the manual decodage, and there's others that actually are the way in which.
Yeah, I saw Sheffrin go through this the other day. And it basically talked about inundation. Basically.
I don't understand.
He used the TLA tool.
Yes, and so that's what I was showing earlier, but I am looking for a particular vessel that's pouring out water that they're calling happy. And I apologize for not doing a good job, but I haven't tracked down that. So give me a few more seconds and I'll see if I can find that particular vessel that deals with inundation. But we've been doing a lot of this with the hill country, the N25 glyph, the N26 glyph. We've been doing a lot of that in our particular work. But I am looking for a vessel of sorts, but I didn't see it in the vessels, and so that's why I'm looking at other areas to find exactly what that glyph is. And maybe I'll go to Vigus in a minute. Okay, so the point is that if there's an Egyptian text, we should always consult that text to see the actual Medu Neter or the hieratic to find out. Okay, so I haven't found it here, so I'm gonna have to go to the Vigus. So again, here my point here is here. Does this mean inundation or does this mean happy? They write it as happy. I don't agree yet that this is happy. I don't agree that this is a triliteral of happy. I don't agree. Right? So I'm going to, and so that is the heart of a lot of our misconceptions, because they hear when he's writing this great quote, I was in the morning of my throne, and happy failed to come in a period of 7 years. It doesn't look like happy didn't come in a period of 7 years. It looks like the inundation didn't come.
Happy is the inundation. What are you doing?
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes, I showed it in 3 different dictionaries.
I understand what you showed, Chef.
Okay.
But in this text, is this happy? In the text, is this happy?
Go to the TLA and look at happy and see if they the same.
I tried. I need the symbol, so I have to find this symbol.
No. If you go back in the TLA, just put in river.
I did. I'm gonna do it again for you. Maybe you got better eyes than,
No, I had stepped off for a minute. My bad.
yeah.
Y'all know this a whole new show, Reggie. I started a whole new show and I stepped off. You see, I'm in the car now and I'm driving.
Okay, so I went to the TLA. What my point was, Chef, is that we have to look at the text to see the context, right?
Mhm.
And if we look at the text, it may say happy, but it might not mean happy. Those are some of the things that we have to look out for. So when I said, you told me to look for river, right? But
Mhm.
I wanted to, so then when I look for, sorry, I didn't put the check mark. So when you want to do English in the TLA, you have to say the translation and then you have to check this box. And that will give you the, that will get you started. Now,
Go down.
Oh, you didn't do the check mark at first.
right, that's why I messed up. So you want me to, what you want me to do is you want me to look at happy. But
Yeah, look at happy and see what the symbols are.
I did. So we're gonna go there again.
And there's no way for you to translate the symbols that you have in question.
I do. I have to find what because it's in the Ptolemaic period.
Oh, so that's the new king. Yeah, that's
Yeah, that's the
okay.
Ptolemaic Lake Kingdom. So then,
And the TLA do the Demotic, right?
it does some do Demotic, and it does do it does do, and I think they're trying to do a Coptic corpus. But anyway, did you see Happy yet? Start it all over again.
It should have been on that first page when you put in River. It should have been on the first page. When I put it in, it'd be on the first page.
Okay, so there's Itaru. There's Itaru. And here's the second page. So the first page, did anybody see it? Because I didn't see it.
It's usually on my first page. Your shit different than mine. You get more hits than I do. I must be putting something in
You know
wrong.
what? I should have put Nile. I should have just put Nile instead of
Okay, yeah. Put Nile. My bad. That's
yeah, I'm listening to you. I should have not listened to you. No, it's okay.
it's okay.
No, because I think I think that you put in Nile and you didn't put in River. Here goes. So here
Right
we go.
on that first page. Happy.
So here's Happy right here.
Mhm.
HPI. Here's Happy. And so click on Happy. No, that's the wrong word. Let's go to the short word. What I'm just trying to say is that particular glyph of kind of a vessel pouring water. Here's Happy. Okay. But this is not the glyph. You understand what I'm saying? This
Yeah,
is
that's not
the glyph that I'm looking for. So I have to find that particular word. So let's see if I can find Vigus. If I can find Vigus. If I can find Vigus, so I'm gonna share this.
If it's coming between
So always try to check the Egyptian text in the Medu Neter, and then at that point, then you could try to figure out what they're really saying. Then somebody's dictionary, somebody's talking. Like it's dictionary.
I think I asked this question in the chat. I don't know if anybody saw this. Hey, what's up, everybody? What's up, brother Rich?
Hey, peace.
What's up?
What is Pan-African design? What's up, Pan?
Do the Egyptians use adjectives the way we do?
Oh, this is
Like
Moses? Oh, Moses. What's up,
Moses?
Moses?
What's up, man? Yeah. So my question is kind of like, are they you know, do they have the same ways of describing things that we do, you know, in the English language, as in, you know, as many options as we may have had to say flood?
Yeah, so sometimes you can have what you call an adjective modifier, meaning you can have something like Psychem, which is black ram, where and then sometimes it could actually be a both a noun and a adjective at the same time, right? Okay, so you have like a word like chemet, which is a kind of a compound type of construction. Chemet the cattle, chemet completion, chemet the what they call the black land or the black community, right? So yes, and then there's words like that derive from Nile Valley and finds its old way all the way to English, like desert. So desert in Egypt is pretty much the same as desert in English, right?
Okay.
So you have words that survive through Coptic, through Arabic, that because they were trading. So who has the best trading word? What's the word that everybody knows? Okay, so now I'm gonna look at inundation and see if I got a word for inundation in Vigus. Okay.
Would flood be one of those words that they use? How would you describe it? Like the picture, like the symbol actually is like describing the action.
Yeah. Well, before inundation. Yeah.
Inundation, flood.
Yeah, like for example here.
I would think inundation came much later. Like that's something that we're applying. That's what I'm thinking.
Okay.
So
well,
I'm saying, like, what word would they use?
Yeah, this is one of the words that they would use: irrigated land, inundation. So here's the artifacts of the elements of an irrigated land, and here's the water, right?
I will put good money on it to say that the word happy is correct in that context.
Well,
because why would he say that the river didn't come in 7 years? That don't make sense.
No, that the inundation didn't come in 7 years. The inundation didn't come in 7 years.
Exactly. So happy would be correct in that statement.
Well,
because
okay.
the river is continuous through there. So the river comes every second of every day of the, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but are we talking about happy? Are we talking about happy, the deity? Or are we talking about happy, the inundation? Here's happy, the deity.
They used it interchangeably though, Reggie.
Well, I can't say.
I showed that personally.
No, I do understand. Okay.
I think you're making something complicated that shouldn't be complicated.
No,
I'm gonna let you.
I think I actually made that more complicated than it needs to be. But
I'm gonna let you work through it.
When they're talking happy, see, here's the thing is so here they're talking about happy denial, but happy denial, right, is different when you're talking about happy the netter, because happy the netter, right, when he speaks, when he acts anthropomorphically, right, he's a deity. He's speaking. You're doing recitations to him. But if it's just the thing as happy, you would see something like this. You understand?
So you didn't agree.
So that's
so
not
you didn't agree,
interchangeably.
right? So you don't agree with the British Museum then?
I saw what you said, what you showed, but I'm making the point that it's not always interchangeably, not always the same thing. Happy could just be the Nile, or happy could be the deity. And that's full stop. I don't
Well, put it in the TLA and look at the 300 something attestations, and I guarantee you every time that it mentions happy, it's talking about the flood and the inundation. And then you put in the Itaru, and every time is not one time is it going to be talking about the damn inundation. It's going to be talking about the river itself, because I went through it. And then the dictionary.
What about that poem where interchange is back and forth? I think Smash read that.
Yeah, I read it too. The Budge joint. But Budge, when you read the actual poem, it talks about where Happy lived at. So that gave you an indication that it wasn't talking about the river itself. It was talking about Happy.
The Happy the Netter.
Yeah, because it was talking about he lived, in the cave, right? So that the river flows through Egypt all the time. They was asking Happy to come from his home. Who comes from the home? Happy, the flood comes from around the first cataract and starts to overflood the banks of Egypt. But before he comes out of his home, he lives in a cave. So even in that, I think Budge translated that wrong.
Now they thought the river came from a cave, yo.
That's not
Happy. Happy lived in a cave, huh?
Yeah, the river, nigga, the river. You thought they knew this.
Yeah, you fucking it up. Yeah, you fucking it up.
No, I'm not. I'm actually not.
You fucking it up.
I'm not. Reggie, am I fucking it up, Reggie?
Yeah,
come on, Reggie.
They knew the river extended past the first cataract, huh? They knew that.
I'm saying when they first.
So you think they didn't know about the Sudan? You think they didn't know that the river was longer than just the first cataract? So they didn't go past the first cataract.
Yeah, you know what? I'm not gonna actually argue like that, because I'm not gonna do like y'all niggas. Y'all niggas argue shit.
Oh my, I did a whole presentation, yo. And you arguing.
No, I'm not actually arguing. But what I will, right? I said I'm not gonna do like y'all do. Y'all dive in. I'll present something. Y'all argue this shit like y'all study like you claim that you just did. What I'm saying is, I'm gonna tell you right now, though. Away from that point, motherfuckers actually didn't know where the fuck the Nile came from. That's my point. So it coming from a cave was well within their earthly orientation and understanding of shit. They didn't fucking know. That's all I'm saying. So that's why I thought
the cave.
I could see why I was in the cave. That's all.
No, the cave was in their geographical area.
Okay.
It was at Aswan. So they knew that area. And they knew that the river extended past the first cataract. They would have known that. We're talking about their mythology now.
I know. So how would you? I'm saying it's time periods, right? How you know they knew past that? You get the point.
I don't get that. I don't get that.
Well, maybe because you ain't read what I read. What I'm trying to tell you, motherfuckers did shit. The Europeans didn't know where the Nile started at, bro. Nobody knew.
But we talking about the Egyptians. They knew that the river extended past the first cataract. Now we're talking about their mythology. They telling you where their God lived at, yo. That's something different.
So you saying they said that God lived past the first cataract?
No, the God of the inundation lived in a cave.
Past the first cataract?
No, around the first cataract. It was around Aswan somewhere.
So let me get this straight. So an Egyptian God lived past the first cataract, which is really Nubia.
I didn't say pass it. I didn't. Why you keep saying pass it?
Oh, you said they knew it went past the first cataract.
No, I'm saying they knew the river. Hold on. The river went past the first cataract. They knew that, yo. They could physically see that, yo.
So if the river went past the first cataract, then the god of the river, or the flood god, right, lived past the first cataract. Obviously, since they knew.
Oh my God, you just fucked that up for no good reason.
How, yo?
If he lived in a cave, they knew where he lived at. They gave a location for it. Do you get that? They gave a location for it, right? They set up a little shrine right there. He lived in that cave or somewhere around there.
Yeah,
That's
and
what they said, yo.
I just showed the text.
I ain't gonna fuck.
I just showed the text of where they say.
What it say? Because I know Chef fucking it up. What it say?
Yo just come in to just fuck with people, yo.
Okay.
He don't got he don't even know what we talking about.
It's coming up right here. So here it goes. Okay, so all right, so okay, so so this is where they talk. Okay, so Imhotep says, the king says, he departed. He's talking about Imhotep. He returned to me quickly. He let me know the flow of happy. So he let me know now this is the flow of happy. His shores and all the things that contain. He disclosed to me the hidden wonders, right? Then he says, he said to me, there's a town in the midst of the deep, surrounded by happy, Yebu by name, that's Elephantine Island, is the first known to Wawat, earthly elevation, celestial hill. This is a place, okay, so this is a place where we call Elephantine. Those are my remarks. Then he says,
so Chef, is he talking about the flood when he's calling it happy?
Earthly elevation, celestial hill, seat of ray, when it prepares to give life to every face. Its temple's name is Joy of Life. Twin caverns is the water's name. They are the breast that nourish us all. So this is so here's the breast that nourish us all right here. So this is where the beginning of the Nile is, and I didn't get the rest of the translation, but I will. So inside those twin cataracts is a place, and that is where Happy the river and Happy the netter dwells. So what I'm trying to say is that sometimes they use the word happy for river. Sometimes they use the word happy for God. Egyptologists and other people mess it up when they're not looking at the text. When they're looking at the text, then it tells you if they're talking about the God happy or they're talking about the river called after the name of the God. So that's
no, Reggie, I agree with you 100%.
Okay.
That Chef arguing with you against that. I agree. You got to actually read the text and see how to use it. I agree. That's Chef arguing talking about he did a presentation. We don't see that though. I do. Yeah, that makes sense. So that's how Egyptian should be. Yep.
Oh,
text 14.
See, he don't agree that. He don't agree that. I don't really agree with that. You don't agree with that, Chef?
Hey, Reggie, man. My bad. You ready?
I've read the sources in the dictionaries that said that he lived in the cave around the first cataract, and it was talking about God of the inundation. I've read sources that said that the Egyptians made it plain that the river and happy were two different things. I read that. Like, I don't even.
So what's happy though? What does happy represent though?
The inundation, the flood.
No, you said that. No, you just said that the river. Is it a god for the river? Do they have a river god? Do they have a river god?
They have gods that are associated with the river.
Okay, river god, right?
Yeah.
And what Reggie just read, hold up. What was he talking about? So you saying
I don't know what he mean by that, but I'm gonna just say
yeah. No, what Reggie read, what the person what he just read, they were talking about happy. Were they just talking about the inundation, or was he talking about the river? Is what I'm asking.
We're gonna get you, Chef, like you do us every night.
I'm talking to Sheffrin. Was he talking about what Reggie read? Was the king talking about the river or the inundation?
I think he was talking about the inundation.
Well, talking about the God. Both. Both can occur. You saying no? All right. You study. You studied all
No,
night.
if he said, listen, why in the context, why would he say that the river didn't come in 7 years?
Oh, I don't
That
know, bro.
don't make fucking sense.
I agree with you on that, bro.
No, the
totally agree with you.
flood didn't come in 7 years.
Yeah,
Yes,
that makes sense.
I agree with you.
He wouldn't
That
say
makes
the river didn't come in 7 years.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That makes sense. Chef, see how easy we do that? See
And all the
how
rest
quick
of
we do that?
But whatever it was, the whole concept of happy still comes from that particular civilization or culture, right?
Yeah,
So what's the
find
problem?
it. Yeah. No, I don't even know why we are. I ain't arguing this shit. I refuse.
Well,
to do my thing.
let's get back to what he was talking about the peopling of the civilization, who whatever the argument was there.
Oh, yeah, they lost that. Yeah, that's over with. We ain't going. Yeah, come on, yo. We didn't went to Cambridge and all that shit. Yeah, that's a good conversation. But he just wanted. Chef finally decided to study something. He liked it too. He's an undercover Egyptomania, yo. Trust me. Anytime you spend time studying Mennonite, anytime you spend, if you know how to navigate that tool, yo, you're Egyptomania, yo.
Hanging around
Chef. Chef doing his thing.
Yeah, you doing your thing, Chef. I gotta give it to you, yo.
Yeah, because he's doing better than the Comedics. The Comedics don't. They don't know the tools. They don't know the text. All they know is stories like the Bible. And so they've been mad at me for years. Now you all know what I have been saying for years when I started debating them, right? They don't use any of the tools. They say you do it. They don't know how to do it. The only group of people that does it well is Nthidishi, right? Of those particular groups, the rest of them is just sloppy and they want you to listen to their stories.
You must be talking about Jabari. You must be talking about Jabari.
That's over with. And then now they got mercenary Meta Nature people that they go out and they've been bringing them into their groups now and giving them status. But prior to that, they were just reading the Book of the Dead.
You talking about some Jetty?
No, there's a number of people that they're now bringing in, and then there's people who are now taking meta-nature classes on every East Fed's class and other people's classes that are coming back into the shrines to help them, because they know that they was reading Egyptian texts like the King James Version, like the Bible, and we busted them. So if we could do that to the Hebrews and say you don't read Greek, Aramaic, you don't even read Old Hebrew, don't tell us about the Old Testament, don't tell me about no pyramid text, and you can't even try to read it.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
I heard you say Meta mercenaries. My man, peace, brother, peace. Peace to the panel. Peace, Chef.
What's going on, man? Peace, man.
Sister Juju. Peace.
What's going on? What's going on?
Good.
Reggie, I need your help with something, brother. I need your help. I gotta send you a cash app if you help me with this.
Uh-oh.
I got a
He's making it mercenary.
I got a primary.
Y'all.
I got a primary I need you to take a look at for us, right? To tell us what we're looking at. What are we looking at?
What's the primary? Let me see it.
All right, so let's pull this up.
Because I have two. The worst thing I hate to do is do the hard work of trying to translate. What I do is that I go and I usually locate it. I translate it I do a 1/over. Okay, what's going on? Yeah.
All right, so this goes back to the earlier conversation we had with our brother Waj Ware that was on here.
Yeah.
The great blue green.
Uh-huh.
So this is that the relief that's on the mortuary temple of Sahur Absur, right? This is 5th Dynasty. It looks like this is in the Egyptian Museum in Berlin. right? There's seems to be three deities here. I'm gonna go to the next screen here, right? That makes it a little bit larger,
Yeah.
right? So I wanna get your insight in terms of what are we looking at here, right? The description on the left says the god Wajware, right? And that's at the
where on the okay. So it's a god where its body covered in symbolic waves. It's a procession of deities bringing offering glibs. And
How you doing, sir? Pretty good.
Okay.
All right. So the question earlier was, is Wajware, right, an actual deity, right? Is he a deity? But based on this, what you're looking at here, describe what we see in this primary attestation here.
Okay. So give life to Wajware. This is what this says. Dion Wajware, give life to him, right? And over here it says give life Ankh Ujasaneb in Enek, and it says Ba Nusut, Ba Nusut, and then it goes over here to Wajware. So DF, give him life, Wajware, right? Okay. So what are we looking at? We're looking at ancient Egyptians giving human qualities to aspects of nature.
Okay. So in terms of the image on the far left, is that Happy? Because I see the what is the papyrus plants, the reeds on his head. Is that
this is a fat Happy? Yeah.
Okay. In terms of the image in the middle, do you know who that or what deity or what image that is? I couldn't find exactly who that was.
This is Nek Ba.
Get that fruit. All right, you too.
Basut. Basut. I have to see if I have to look it up. But yeah.
Right. The reason why I ask, right? They call this the procession of deities, right? So again, right? You've got Happy here. You've got some image in the very middle. I'm not sure if that's a deity or not, but I would suffice to say once you do your research, it leans towards that's probably going to be a deity. And then we have Wajware here, right? My question would be like, why would you have, two deities presented on this particular, image here, and then the third not be considered the deity, which was
she might, because right now it's looking like she's a female. She's a female, and so she's part of the procession. Of bringing she's bringing the Wa staff with Ankhs.
Okay. That staff, I also had a question. What does that staff represent?
This is a Wa staff. Prosperity.
Okay. So it means prosperity.
Wait. Ankh Ujasanet. Health, Waz is kind of like power, posterity, royal, right. So that's a Wa staff. So she's presenting a Wa staff, and this is probably her name right here. Right.
So these are like, they call them the fecundity deities, right? Which is fertility deities that we're seeing, and it's inside of some of the description of Wajware, right? They describe him as well as a fecundity deity, similar to Hapi, right? A deity that represents fertility or aspects of that, right? But I think that was pretty good, right? I saw this relief on several different descriptions of Wajware, but I wanted somebody with some experience to take a look at this, right, and tell us exactly what are we looking at here. But again, because there's always context clues that somebody with some experience can tell us about, for sure.
Yeah. So they're giving qualities again with Netchers. Netchers is really about the qualities of the thing, right? So here's the great green, right? He's a water base, right? And here's Happy and the inundation, what he does, right? And so she doesn't seem to be described. She seems to have her breast out, but she's not really described. This whole thing could be her name, but the thing is, like, she doesn't get yeah, she doesn't have neck. I have to let me take a picture of this. I have to look it up.
So, hey, Brendan, what the hell was what was this debate? What was that little question?
I'm sorry. Say it again.
We were saying, you talking about that? I was making a statement that the Egyptians didn't actually deify the fucking Mediterranean.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And so, did we ever come to any conclusions on that?
I think this relief is one of those things that's going to help us come to that conclusion, right? Because we have the deity Wajware here, or we're trying to determine if this is indeed a deity, right? And this, from what we're researching, we're seeing that he represents the Mediterranean, right? Slash and or the lagoon regions of the upper Nile, right, or the upper Nile region. So we're sort of trying to make that determination. I wanted to Reggie to take a look at this because there could have been context clues in this particular primary attestation that lets us know just a bit more in terms of what we're looking at here, right? We know we've got Hapi here, who is a deity, right? We know that pretty much for certain, right? We have Wajware, right? And then we have, this image in the middle, not sure exactly who this is.
So now I'm looking at it more. So she's a human figure. She's the only real figure in this whole thing. This might be her funerary or some type of temple. So her name seems to be Nekeb. And then this thing right here means royal.
Right.
So
and this is a funerary piece, right? This is in a mortuary temple.
This is most likely her marching with the with her boys.
Right. And we got Wajware hanging out with his homeboy Happy, right?
Yeah, because she's fertility. So usually it's funny, like when there's fertility things of women, when there's women mortuary, they go into a lot of stuff that has to do with women. So waters and fertility. So you would think a woman would be equated to water bodies, right? It's just how they think. So if you have something else, that's fine. But I think this is her right here. I think that she is the only living person in this whole thing, and the rest are friendly ghosts. Because, yeah.
So is the Mediterranean or the qualities of it considered a nature? Or no?
In this particular stylistic version, remember these are just stylistic paintings. How can I say yes and no? Yes and no. If you want to be more
this about to be the next blow. This about to be the next blow I give you.
Yeah, because it says give life. It says give life, give him life, give him life. Wajware, right? The waters.
So was it talk? Is it talk about the lagoons and the delta, right? Do we have some text? Okay, because I know we got some text with the lagoon referring to the lagoon. Do we have any primary Egyptian text representing the Mediterranean Sea? Because I know we got them representing the lagoons and the delta, right?
No,
but
I don't think so. I don't think so. You have, what's that guy with the Triton, with the Triton that comes out in the Greek world? What's his name?
It's called Poseidon.
Yeah. Whoever. No, I don't think they have a god. I don't think they rocking like that. I think they more concerned about the peopling around the lagoons and the beaches and stuff of the delta, right? But they ain't got nobody coming out the damn ocean with a trident or wild staff.
So I think so. It gotta be the same as the Greeks in order for it to be.
Yeah.
Oh man. So you're talking about two different cultures, and they gotta depict their deity.
Well, that's why African culture is not Greek. That's
that's what I'm
African
saying.
culture is
So,
not.
that's why I'm saying that that their expression is going to be different.
Right, because Africans are looking at qualities of things that's important to them, and Greeks are trying to make a god out of everything. They're trying to make gods out of everything. You don't understand what I'm saying?
You messed it up a little bit, right? No, I don't understand.
No.
Yeah,
no.
I feel you, Reggie. Reggie,
No,
right.
no,
Reggie,
I'm not
right.
messing up. You just gonna have to
He's
understand.
trying to set you up, Reggie. He's trying to set you up, Reggie. Because
No.
trying to set you up, yo.
I think at this point, it's suffice to say, I think it's very easy to say that Wajwer was a god or deity within the Egyptian pantheon. The question that remains is he a deity of the Mediterranean or the lagoons, or because
he said no.
The reason why I say it's like he's in the complete gods and goddess of ancient Egypt, right? I don't know why they would put him in here.
No, you're messing up what you're messing what I'm saying. The ancient Egyptians deified qualities.
Mm-hmm.
They deified qualities, and the Egyptologists and all of them, they want to make all those qualities. They might deify a quality, and then they call that a god. No, look at the qualities.
There's a distinction between the deification and the gods. Okay.
That ain't
it end up being the same thing though, Reggie.
Of the Mediterranean
the
also.
deification of the
I'm
quality.
gonna just throw that out there.
What'd you say, Sean?
I say that's not the only god of Egypt that's associated with the Mediterranean. So I'm gonna just throw that piece out there, and I'll do that presentation tomorrow too. And so, but Wajwe is associated with the Mediterranean also.
So you basically saying, so does that help your argument with the Mediterranean culture coming in, or Egypt being a Mediterranean culture, and the Mediterranean being essential to survivability of the Nile Valley? Does that help your position? Let's say you get that point, but does it sway?
I'm gonna get it.
I know.
I'm gonna get it.
Okay. I don't mind you scoring. I hope you do score. I want you to score and make it interesting. Make it, at least you hit a shot, nigga. So far, y'all niggas ain't hit a shot.
Okay,
right?
So let me bring in one of my favorite go-to sources, and let's see what it says. Okay. So let's just go in this. Let's go in this, and so it'll help you understand what I am thinking. I'm not walking into a trap. I'm telling you what I know. Okay, so do you see my screen?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, it says Wajwer. Wajwer names means the Great Green, which refers to the large body of open water, either the Mediterranean Sea or the network of lakes at the northern limits of the delta. So they're not clear if it's the network of lakes at the northern limits of the delta. He is depicted in a fashion very similar to Happy, as a scantily clad, pot-bellied man with enlarged breast and long hair. He can be distinguished from Happy, however, in that his body is covered with lines representing waves. Just as Happy embodies the fertility, which is the quality made possible by the Nile's annual inundation, Wajwer embodies the productivity of the Great Green, especially fishing. In the pyramid text utterance, the king is compared to Wajwer. You are hale and great in your name of sea. Behold, you are great and round, encircling in your name of ocean. Most reference to Wajwer, however, denote a place rather than a divinity.
Wake up.
Most references,
my bad, Rick.
Most references to Wajwer, however, denote a place rather than a divinity. I bet sometimes it's a mythical locale, like in the conflict of Horus and Seth, the three mouths combat between Horus and Seth in the form of the hippopotamus is said to take place in Wajwer. The only myths we know which Wajwer feature and which is known in fragmentary fashion told of how Seth subdued the sea on behalf of the other gods. The myth is possibly to be regarded as originally involving in the Canaanite gods Baal and Yam. Indeed, indeed, in one of the attestations of the myth, spell number 23, and Bargod's reference is made differently. First, the Seth to the Baal against the Asiatic disease. It is that the disease to be conjured by Seth, just as the Seth conjured Waj where. So it denotes mostly a place, right? And that place can be the open water, or it could be the lakes and the lagoons at the limits of the delta, right? He's fertility, and we could find it. We could find it in one of the myths of Horus and Seth, right? And it's something to be managed, right? So he's not necessarily a deity, right? He is basically a location of a body of water, and you have the pyramid text to help you out with that. Okay? Hynodology is one of my better sources of quick stuff because they basically, let's see, the Neteru. It helps me a lot with looking at the different Neterus and assigning text to them. So here is the people. So we can look at happy. So let's go to happy. Okay, so happy. Happy.
I don't know if I'm totally on board with that because they did describe Wajware as a he in that representation there, right? So it was anthropomorphized, right? So whether if we want to call it a god, right? I'm not necessarily sure, but deity, right? I'm still on the fence with that, right? I'm leaning towards deity here still.
Okay.
He's an anthropomorphized he, right? So
Reggie throw me off with the qual. Hold on, Reggie. You kind of you mixed me. You kind of confused me when you said they deified qualities. And my point is, it don't. You know what I'm saying? Just on some real black atheists, it don't matter if you deify they're going street or the quality of the damn street. It's still you didn't deify something and made something that don't exist. The street exists, right? And the street is something. The quality of the street is it holds cars to drive over, right? But that's a natural explanation. That's not. Yeah, because you were saying
it's
making
like,
it seem like
just
because the Egyptians.
Give me a street.
No, I'm saying just because you say the street.
Give me a street in Baltimore.
No,
where there's a lot of shootings at. Give me a lot of street. Huh?
Rogers Avenue.
Arches Avenue?
A couple niggas down on Rogers Avenue, Belvedere, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. So they
Hilltop,
so now you
Hilltop in the building.
Hilltop. So okay, so let's say Hilltop. So then some people might call it Murder Hilltop, right? And then there might be a famous person that died on Hilltop, right? So now you're assigning okay, the person dead, but now you're assigning now you want to flip it and add his ghost there. Man, I see that nigga every time, man, I pour out some liquor. You see, but it's still just a place, and then they start embellishing it. So what they do in Egypt a lot is if there's something that there's a lot of qualities around that's positive or negative, but mostly qualitative, they start embellishing it. So letters become the greatest embellishment of something.
Yeah, I get it, but you kind of talked into me trying to finish the statement. I'm just saying, no matter what it is, you still deifying it, making it a god. That's all. That's all I would say. No matter what the quality of the river.
The Europeans like to run to the god instead of making the qualities more important. They love that god shit. So they're the first people to run and say it's a god. We don't say on some real black atheist shit that it was really a god. It couldn't be no god. It had to be a great place that people revered and respected, right? And that became, that's that place, right? And then, like for example, a set ain't nothing but a stool, a throne. That's all it is. The female throne. A sore is the male throne. All of a sudden now, the throne becomes a god, or whoever sits in the throne is a god.
I get your point, Reg, but it still end up at the same spot. It's just a throne, yo.
It's a throne.
Right, that's it. So why the extra shit? That's the point.
Because that's the culture.
It's just the flood. It's just the flood. How the flood end up becoming a god?
Because because the flood feeds people. When the flood comes, everybody's rocking. The cattle's happy. The other livestock is happy. We can make our beer, right? We can bathe in it. But without the flood, it's perilous. So it got to be something special.
No, so why pray to the river, yo? Praying to the river don't make the river flood, yo. It's based
They're not
off
praying to the river. They praying to the qualities of what the river brings.
I get you. So why pray to the quality, yo? Because based off the weather patterns, right? Just like people in the Sahara, they prayed to bring the rain, dog. That didn't the quality of the rain, nigga. That didn't make the rain come.
Yeah, but they
the only thing that make the rain come.
Unc would be a horrible Christian, yo.
They make a festival around it. They like, oh man, it's like there's festivals. It's like the season. Oh, let's do a festival. Let's mark it in time, right? Like oh, happy's coming. The rivers, the inundation is coming. Oh man, we gonna eat. We gonna get fat. Yo, our pain is over, man. It's like when we win a war. It's like people willing to celebrate. Celebrations sometimes get a little bit too damn far. So the Kemetic people, they're the ones who, I'm not talking about the ancient Egyptians per se, but the New Age Kemetic people, they embellish it. They make everything super spectacular. You should listen to them when they talk about a sword.
Reggie, you saying the same thing? You saying the same thing they saying though, Reggie?
I'm not saying the same thing.
Know it.
Yeah, he don't.
Yeah, Reggie, like, come on, yo.
I'm describing it. See, this is listen to me.
You messing this up.
Reggie,
listen, you atheists. Listen to me. I'm describing the misadventure. I'm not agreeing with the neurological misadventure. I'm describing it.
Yeah, horribly.
No, y'all, Unc would be a horrible Christian, yo. He will fail church.
I can't help you. Let me stop sharing my screen. I can't help you.
Why would I fail church? I'm trying to figure out.
Y'all, listen, I've been doing this with the MetaNetcha and Smash and verifying this thing for over 6 years.
Now you going to that.
Y'all some Johnny come lately. I am trying to give you resources and tools.
Here we go.
And y'all just catching up. And y'all do what they do. What y'all do is dig a hole and throw Reggie in it. And I'm teaching you about the neurological misadventure.
Well, you cut me off 5 times already, Reggie. I ain't even trying to cut you off. I'm just simply saying whether you pray to the quality or pray to the fucking river, you still praying, bro. And ain't nothing gonna happen if the tilt wobble of the earth change up. That's my whole point, bro. You just kept cutting me off. I'm just making the point, yo. That's all I was saying, man.
Okay.
That's all Jabari know that though. Yeah.
Huh?
I think Jabari and them know that too, huh?
Obviously not, because they praying to it. How do you know that and still pray to it? What's the point? If anything, you would pray to the tilt wobble of the fucking earth. That's a more dominant feature of it.
No, they do worse.
The
they do a Nezarek Geb, a new Geb, right? I see your face, Geb. I'm Geb. They embellish. They are actually Geb. A Nezarek shoe, a Nook shoe. I'm the wind. I am the wind. Not that the Egyptians are saying that Shu is speaking, right? And Shu is saying, I am telling you, I'm describing. They go further. They say, I am Shu. I am Geb. They actually, the eyes start rolling up in the back of their head, and they actually believe, I am Ma'at. You there? I do Ma'at. I am Ma'at. You ain't Ma'at. Ma'at's a principle, You ain't that. You ain't that.
So you basically saying,
huh?
So what you saying, Reggie? You saying that Egyptians didn't believe on them deities? Y'all have belief like everybody else? Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm saying the
Reggie did not just say that.
I'm saying the
yes. Watch. Listen. Go ahead. Watch. Go ahead, Reggie.
I'm saying that there's levels to every society.
Okay.
The people at the top, when the king went to the bathroom, everybody know that he stunk up the place, right? The people see him as the deity that can do no wrong, the man, the between heaven and earth. But the people who tended to him knew that he was just a man, right? They keep the thing alive. My point is that there are levels to societies. Some of the people at the top, they control what the populace believe. They create the stories, they manufacture stuff, they make it so believable, right?
So it's like everywhere then.
Yeah, they control the population.
Some people believe, some people don't. So you have a variation in Africa, like all human beings. That's my point.
Yeah, but you know how I know the shit went wrong? Okay, watch this. When Tahaka, the prayer of Tahaka, when he said to Amun, wait, at my coronation, you promised that I was going to be the king of Egypt. You promised. He basically said, Amun, you lied to me. This shit ain't real. Like my family got kidnapped. Huh?
Said he was crying.
Yeah, let me pull it up. Let me go pull it up. The prayer of Amun. I mean the prayer of Tahaka. Tahaka prayer. His family got snatched by Sennacherib or one of them, right? And that's when he came to the realization that it ain't true.
Reggie, you a mess.
Yeah, I'm gonna show it to you right now. So
put it on the Summer Jam screen, Reggie. Put it
on. He came to the realization that somebody had lied to him.
The day that Tahaka became an atheist.
Yo,
that's funny as hell right there.
And so
that's funny.
So that's how I know Amun done messed him up. So that means don't be trusting in no. Okay, wait.
That is funny right there, bro.
Yeah, where's it at? Where's it? Let me
wow.
Okay, discovery the text, the continent's text. Okay.
Hey Reggie, yeah, I'm coming to New York, yo. We're gonna be the Brooklyn Museum, yo.
Oh, okay. I'm looking forward to you. I hold a camera while you read that. While you teach, while you read that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You get in touch with the curator yet? That's important.
No, I didn't email to her twice, and I emailed the download full text. I emailed.
Why don't you go to the library and talk to the librarian? Somebody.
Oh, you're going to see Museum. You're going to see the Green Sahara exhibit, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The captions, but
Chef coming. He's right down the street. Chef coming.
Yeah, come, Chef.
Come and look at Egypt.
Huh?
Y'all want me to come and look at some Egypt?
No, we want you to come to a museum to look at not just Egypt, but everybody else. You can look at the Sahara. You can look, I'll give you some binoculars and a microscope to look for the Mediterranean people.
That was cold.
As soon as we go to the Egyptians, I'm gonna see the Mediterranean people.
Oh man.
You won't see the Mediterranean.
Egypt is right. You know what? I'm about to go around the corner to this goddamn Egyptian restaurant and let these people tell y'all that they fucking Mediterranean. Because for some reason, these wild African Americans will try to tell people that they ain't fucking and they say it them damn selves.
Yeah, but you're pretty smart though, Chef. I wouldn't think you would even think that way. I wouldn't think that you could go into an Egyptian restaurant and think anything different. Of course, they're gonna say Mediterranean because that's the culture they rep in now. They're not the ancient Egyptians, but they don't rock ancient Egyptians. What are you talking about, yo? You being funny with that? That's crazy. That's like an African American saying he was the same crazy retarded shit, bro.
No,
of course they
bro,
think they Mediterranean.
okay, can I read this? Can I read this to y'all?
Oh, they not ancient Egyptians, nigga. They Egyptians, not ancient Egyptians.
They understand the world that they live in, yo. They understand the geography of fucking Egypt, yo. That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
they understand that
Mediterranean is not a major geographical feature in the lives of the Egyptians, bro.
Well, you go tell them
Egyptians. I'm gonna tell you how I know. Because first of all, you gotta have some ships. And second of all, you gotta get the ships to the goddamn Mediterranean. And you gotta get the ships to the goddamn to the Red Sea. But then now you just walk your ass up there and drink some water. Easy work. You're not walking through the motherfucking Delta. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on.
Seaport, yo.
Do you think I'm saying that the Nile ain't important to the Egyptians?
When you talk about Mediterranean without that definition, you're supposed to give. Every time you say Mediterranean, you gotta give the definition of what you mean, bro. Because everybody here listening to that shit that y'all was rattling off last night.
Wait. Can I read this to y'all?
Yeah, go ahead, read that. Let's get back.
All right, let's get back to this. Okay, so this is what they will hate me for forever. So I'm gonna let y'all do it. So they already hate me. All right, so here's the beginning of the king's speech, right? Okay, well, I gotta set it up for you. So here it goes, I think. Okay, so the text deals with past promises and their realization, Taharka's complaint, Taharka's request, right? Okay.
Taharka the Nubian?
Yeah, Taharka the Nubian, right? It
man.
says, thus he says, namely, you're Amun's son, whom you love, king of Upper and Lower Egypt, blah, 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 right? You gave me Upper and Lower Egypt. You chose me among them, and you caused to be said, these are my two lands indeed. It's according to what desires Amun makes a pharaoh. You made me a pharaoh. You caused me to discover this, namely, he's the one whom you had caused to enter, men who did not know about me. You did that. You caused these people to come in who did not know me. Then he says, oh, Amun, oh, you who did not abandon what he had created while in his half realized, oh, Amun, don't with them. You shall hear from them from me, and you shall turn back the evil words. Do not let me into this affair that you hate. Do not let me do what you hate. From you together with I am your little child, while it is you who begot all things that come into being. There is nothing which, blah, 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 in the residence of Amun. Then he goes, before you crown me, you have foretold these to me. Great inundation in my time. The sky was extended for me, being thick and abundant with rain. You promised this stuff to me. Then he says, then he starts complaining. He said, but it doesn't belong to me. He said, he comes to the realization, but it's not the situation that you promised. It does not belong to me. He says, place them. Then he's asking God, place them under me, please. It is he who does well. Save me from pain. Save me from evil word. Let them say this about me. Give me my beard, my oxen, my birds, right? My heart being sweet cause me to carry anything that you want. Do what no pharaoh has ever done while I was your servant. You will repel from me. But guess what? It didn't happen.
What?
Oh,
so wait a minute. Where was he at?
Huh?
Where was he at?
Oh, he's back in Egypt before he leaves back to Nubia. Or he's
he lost.
Huh?
When he lost.
When he lost because they captured his family. So he says, oh Moon, what I did in the land of Nubia, let me do it with your tribute. Huh?
Who captured his family?
And he says, huh?
The Syrians.
the Assyrians captured his wife and his family. Oh, Amun, my wives, let my children live. Keep death away from them. Save me from evil words of their mouths and turn them over. So basically, a Syrian king captured Taharka's family, and then he made a stela of it. This is a Syrian king. And then
did he get his family back?
Huh?
Did he get his family back?
No, then he says his wife, and then this is what the Syrian says. This is the Syrians is laughing. The Syrian says his wives, his sons, his daughters, whose bodies look like have skins of black as asphalt. That's what the Assyrians is about. And so here's the Assyrians. Assyrians made this with Taharka's family. You see this right here? So the Assyrians made this with Taharka's family praying because they're captured. So it didn't happen. It didn't, and then called them black. Then called them black. His wives, his sons, his daughters, whose bodies like his have skins as black as asphalt.
Asphalt. They had asphalt back then.
Yeah, I probably had asphalt. I'm about to say the same thing.
I mean, it's just
definitely dumb.
Yeah. So basically, what happened with Taharka was that he had said that Amun, you had promised me great things, and that Egypt actually doesn't belong to me. It took
this shit.
Yeah. So he's complaining. He is complaining to God. He said, I've done everything that you asked me to do, and it's not done. So it's called
and so at that point, he's praying to Egyptian gods. He's definitely an Egyptian at that point. And he was Egyptian pharaoh. Am I correct?
Yeah, he's praying to Amun.
And he's Egyptian chef.
Y'all
definitely
sick,
fucking
yo.
Egyptian. I ain't
Y'all
sick.
are sick.
Fucking Egyptian,
Y'all
yo.
are sick.
Definitely an Egyptian.
Y'all are
I don't know what
sick.
you're talking
That
about.
man was.
I ain't sick. That man is an Egyptian,
where did he
bro.
go?
He's an
Did he go
Egyptian
to?
pharaoh.
When he went back home,
So when he went back
did
to
he
fucking
become what?
Libya, nigga.
Right. So
No,
then he
nigga,
became
okay,
a
well, if he
Nubian again.
if he decided to, see you laugh and people listen to that crazy shit. Now you doing what you accused me of doing.
Nubia.
Nah, man, come
Hold
on.
on. Before he came from Nubia, what was he? Before he came from Nubia, what was he?
He was
Reggie. Forget you. Reggie, before he came from Nubia, what was
he? Might live in Egypt.
He was a Nubian Egyptian. He spoke Egyptian, he wrote Egyptian. Shabaka, remember, Siani, Shabaka, Taharka, Shabukwe, right?
So, I mean, went to Egyptian schools and shit.
Yeah.
I can go to a German school right now. It ain't gonna make me a damn German. Y'all done lost your mind.
What he told me, ladies and gentlemen, what he did earlier was, he said he did a whole presentation. I'm coming in not knowing shit. Well, now you doing the same thing. I told you that's what you do, Chef.
Oh no,
I'm telling you don't know.
I know about the Nubian. I know about the Nubian. You
don't.
And Reggie helping you.
No, okay. So why don't you do? So do this. Why don't you do a whole presentation on what makes a fucking Egyptian? And let's see.
How about I do a whole show on how the Nubians was fucking Nubians? And that they invaded Egypt. If they invaded Egypt,
but I thought not.
If they invaded Egypt,
I thought not.
If they was invaders and conquerors, how are they gonna be that?
I thought not, bro.
Make that make sense.
I thought not, bro. I thought not. I'm gonna make it make sense, yo, because a human being's ethnic identity can change as soon as they change their fucking mind. Now, my nigga, there you have it. Tell the people the truth, though.
All right, so
don't
they
fake them out.
They wasn't native.
Talking about a whole different thing.
They wasn't native.
I'm saying that Taharka,
they weren't native
Egyptian gods, and he spoke Egyptian language, and he wrote Meta Necha. The nigga was a damn Egyptian, whether you like it or not.
All right, right. Mzima was
African American 2022. We ain't talking about this. Nope, I'm not even listening.
And Zenga was a Christian.
Nah, that's different. See,
because she
why would
prayed
you
to
mix that
Christ
up?
and she and
Why would
her
you
and
mix
her
that
people-
up though?
No, because that's what you're saying.
No, being a Christian
that's all
does not
you're
change
saying.
your ethnicity, brother. You could be you could be an
Yeah,
Arab
that's
and be
the
a Christian.
ethnicity.
No, man,
Hold on.
Christian
That's
is
the
not
Christian
it's not an
ethnicity, yo.
ethnic identity, man. Christianity is not an ethnic identity. What
Yes,
are you
it
talking
is.
about? No, it's not.
Yes, it is. You can
Just
identify
because you
as
say
a
you
Christian.
believe in Christ,
So you
what
telling
it
me
make
people
you
don't
it make you Palestinian?
a Christian?
Come on, bro.
A Christian. So you telling me people can't
Nigga,
identify
that's
with
not
their
an ethnic
religion?
identity. I'm telling
It
you,
is.
you got Russian Christians, nigga, and that don't make. So what it make them then? What ethnic identity is the Christian, yo? What qualifies a person to be? What language do Christians speak, bro?
What?
A Christian is an ideology. It's not an ethnic identity.
You know what
Come
I'm gonna
on,
start saying?
tripping.
You know what I'm gonna start saying to you before I get into an argument?
It
You
is
don't know
not.
what you talking. You don't know what you're talking about.
Use mine. Yeah, use that.
Yeah.
All right,
You
okay.
just
So
don't
you
know what
basically
you're talking
saying if a Greek, if you got Greeks that are Christians, all of a sudden that's an ethnic identity. That's a damn land. So there's actually a Christian land-based identity.
Hold on. Yeah, well, if you go to certain Muslim countries, right? They have ethnic groups based on their religion. The Christians in Iraq are an ethnic group, yo.
Man.
They're still Iraqi, but their religion makes them a different ethnic group. You don't get that?
Are you sure? Okay, so let's apply your logic then. Tahaka is praying to Egyptian gods. He's practicing Egyptian religion. Then what that make him though, yo? No, see how you do that? So you know you got this, man. I only gotta say it twice. I'm done.
Where did he come from?
I don't gotta argue with you, Chef.
Where did he come from and where did he go back to?
Chef, I'm using what you said, bro. You have defeated me with the Christian argument.
Hold on.
You just have defeated me with the Christian argument. I agree with you.
Hold on.
I agree with you with the Christian religion.
Why?
And now,
Why we got
when I
to
say Tahaka, because you're doing it.
Yo, the conversation was going good before you came on here.
Always go good.
Hollering, yo.
It always go good.
That shit crazy.
I wasn't hooping and hollering, Chef. I didn't holler.
You talking over people.
You don't think you talking over me?
No, I was talking.
Wow.
You don't get that? But go ahead.
No, go ahead, bro.
Baltimore.
No, now you're right. Now he don't want to talk.
But you Baltimore cats, y'all something special. I gotta give it to you.
No, because wait, I don't understand how he make a whole argument for what a Christian is.
Oh, now you want to talk now?
No, I say, you know what? That makes sense.
I thought
okay,
I'm gonna go with you. It was my turn to talk.
I said, I'm gonna go. See, so you see what you just did? See?
Because you told me to go ahead.
But hold on, let's just talk about what y'all talking about. Y'all talking about the 25th dynasty. That's thousands of years before the nucleus of the civilization, which really what we're trying to find out. Where did these people come from? Are they a Mediterranean civilization or they're African civilization? I mean, let's stay focused on that because that's really what the problem is.
They both. But see, but see, Pan-African, this is not my issue, right? They're going to disagree. I'm agreeing that they're a motherfucking African civilization. I'm agreeing that they're a Nile Valley civilization. I'm agreeing that they're a Mediterranean culture. See, that I'm agreeing to everything. They have the disagreement, not me. Everything that they said, I agree with, other than the damn Nubians who invaded Egypt was Egyptian. That don't even.
Yeah, now see, hold up, Chef. That's where you got the kind of, see, sometimes, see what Unc is saying is that you have prejudice that's been already injected up into this whole conversation. That's what Unc is saying.
Because I'm a Muslim.
No, not. I don't know if you're a Muslim or not. That's what he's trying to convey to everybody, which is true. But I don't know why y'all trying to deny the prejudice that was done in the early stages, and then how it had to be recomposed. I mean, or a reanalysis had to be made based on some people coming in and looking at what was done and saying that, hey, this can't possibly be right, which basically you guys term as Afrocentric. You see what I'm saying? Y'all demonize your own people who went and tried to correct the history.
So do me a favor, Pan-African.
I agree with that though. I agree with that.
So
I agree that it was racism. I agree that people in the 1800s who went to Egypt was racist.
Okay.
I agree with that. Like, what? I'm a black man too. What the fuck is wrong with y'all?
All right, let me show you what's wrong with me. Hold on, Pan-African designer. Right. You were sitting here listening to the conversation, right?
Right.
And you heard me make the point, and you heard me say, we start arguing over the Christian shit. I knew I had him when we started arguing Christian shit. He said, wait a minute, yo. You can be in a whole nother country, right? And be a Christian. Christianity identifies you as an ethnic group. Did he not say that, Pan-African design?
I don't want to put words in his mouth, but it was something.
No, I said it. I did say that.
Okay,
no,
okay. So ladies, okay,
this
yeah,
ain't
that's
no
what I'd rather
gotcha
him
moment.
say what he said.
Yeah,
so
he said that, right?
That's what he said.
He agreed to that, right?
Yeah, I said that. Yeah.
Okay, but watch this. And I said, you know what, nigga? You got me. So we got to hearken, praying with Egyptian gods in Egyptian language. Obviously, he practiced Egyptian religion, so why not the Egyptian?
No.
See that? You get my point?
Because you just
over me, bro.
equated the
religion.
One
at a time. Hold
Listen, bro, you talking
go ahead, because you just got yourself. You just, but you don't even know it. But go ahead.
I didn't get myself. I'm saying you ain't as sharp as you think. I am. I'm simply making the point that what makes you an Egyptian is the gods that you pray to and the language that you speak. He backs that up with saying, well, Christianity is a religion, and that makes you an ethnic group. Well, at least based off of his standard, Tahaka got one half of it. He's praying to Egyptian gods. That's all I'm saying. So why doesn't the rule apply to Tahaka?
What was the name?
That's all I'm saying.
Hold on. So what was the? No, I agree. So what was the name of the religion that he was fucking with? And then I say that's what it is. No,
they practice their own religion. Yo, they had
Egyptian religion.
That's what it's called. It's called the Egyptian religion.
No, which cult? Which cult was it? Which cult did he? Which cult in the Egyptian pantheon? Well, then that's what he was. That would be. Hold on. Right, the cult of Amen. That's what he was. That would be equivalent to my Christian joint. You see what just happened?
Yeah, but when he was speaking, he was writing in Egyptian tongue. And he
hold on. Yo, we read the Bible, right? We read the Bible in English. We speak English. Are we Englishmen?
Yes, we're African Americans.
Or are we African American? But are we Englishmen?
No, but we're African Americans though.
But I understand. But are we Englishmen? We speak English. We write in English. Does it matter?
We're actually a subculture.
I asked you a simple question. I agree that we're a subculture. I agree we're a subculture.
Listen, no, we're not. We're not Englishmen. Okay. But see, now you're dragging the people and not being honest. Because we're talking about a time period, we're talking about 2,000-3,000 years ago. And in 2,000-3,000 years ago, in the Nile Valley, in Egypt, what made you Egyptian absolutely had nothing to do with whether you came from Syria or Nubia, and all to do with what gods you prayed to and what language you spoke and respected the motherfucking government, bro. That's what made you a motherfucking Egyptian. And this is the part none of y'all want to talk about, and y'all run. So I asked the question.
Go get that source.
What makes you an Egyptian? What makes you
an Egyptian? You didn't say that. You didn't say that. Don't go get me a video.
Hold on.
Don't go get me a video.
I don't have to.
Brendan, go get me the British Museum. Go get the source from the British Museum that say that shit.
Yeah. So everybody watch this. Everybody in the chat room, hit 1. If you heard me read the Cambridge Elements, hit 1. Anybody, Pan-African Design, did you not?
I say the British Museum.
Tom, I'm just dealing with Cambridge Elements, man. It's
called racial identity. I don't accept that.
It's called racial ethnicity in the land of the pharaohs. What are you talking about?
Oh, that's racial ethnicity.
Right.
So them joining the cult of Amen, that was racial?
It said racial ethnicity. Racial ethnicity in the land of the pharaohs, bro. It's simply talking about what is it
race and ethnicity?
I think, hold on.
Oh, sure. Let me lighten this up. Can I add something to this?
Kind of
If
low,
you stand right
Speak
there,
to the
Reggie.
Go ahead,
mic.
get him,
Speak to
get
the
him,
mic,
Reggie.
Reggie.
Yeah, I'm looking like a ghost. I have to turn my
Tell him about happy, Reggie.
But what I'm
Tell him
saying,
about
your mic
tell him
your
about
mic is
Don't let him
low.
off the hook, Reg. Don't let him off the hook, Reggie.
So,
Brendan, where the hell you at, Brendan?
Yo, you gonna make these people?
I'm in
You
here.
gonna make these people Egyptians?
I
and you
want
kill
I
them.
want Brendan.
Brendan, you gonna be quiet on that one.
Hey,
Dude,
how
I
you doing,
I
man?
was in here. Peace, the great green blue.
okay.
Right.
He gonna make
Peace.
he gonna make these Nubians Egyptian.
No, I'm not, bro. Hey, Brendan, am I wrong?
It's like Corey say, yo.
I'm
Why
in the middle
is
of
they
talking,
so
though, but you dove over me. I'm in the middle of talking.
Why are they so
But I'm in the
fixated
middle.
on
But I'm in the
making
middle of
the
talking. So
Nubians
now y'all know
Egyptian?
why we
Well,
talk
let
over
me
each
Because the
ask,
other.
hold
Nubians
on.
These
was
niggas
black.
never follow
Okay,
the rules.
let me ask Chef a question real
No,
quick.
don't jump in, James. James, hold on
Okay, I
for a
got
minute. Brendan, I'm talking to Brendan. And
James, you can
quote
ask me a
unquote
question,
Sheffrin
James.
rudely overtalked me after giving a whole song and dance over when I came in here. I started talking over people. But he routinely does it. He just doesn't like it to happen
So
to
you're not
him.
gonna let James?
So I'm talking to
So you're not
Brendan
gonna let
though.
James
I
ask you
was
the question?
no, because I was talking to Brendan. Wishman called me Dovin. I don't know where, like he always do. He just coming out of nowhere like an angel from heaven. Right,
Let's
y'all
get to
did
the
that.
question.
It was
Yeah,
a
for
calm
sure.
conversation. So Brendan, once again,
Hey, hold
am I
on.
wrong? Me and you.
Hey, let me apologize. Look, I'm playing, y'all. I'm fucking up the show. I apologize. Go ahead, I was just playing all the whole time. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just playing too. But Brendan, am I wrong when I make the statement that if Taharka is praying to Egyptian gods in the Egyptian language, does that not make him an Egyptian?
That makes one of the two of the things squarely that makes a person Egyptian, right?
Right. So what? Like, why are they fucking with me about this then? Why am I magically trying to act like it's something that is not?
It's Taharka. Are you saying that based on history, Taharka isn't considered an Egyptian or something? Or?
No, they think he wasn't.
Oh.
They keep hollering, no, he wasn't. He was that. I'm like,
well, let's look it up. Let's look him up.
Is he a Nubian?
Let's see.
You got go. All right, Brendan. Let's go to the element and let's read that. See, they playing. You know, we go right to the element and read that. Then it's gonna tell you that all y'all fools that act like that the 25th dynasty that came into power was foreigners are wrong. He say that in the element. I'm trying to figure out what page that was. But you don't remember me? Oh, so when I started reading shit, everybody.
It sounds like it's got to be a little bit more than that. Like because that doesn't require you to be in a specific place at one time, right there, does it?
Who is that talking?
This is Moses talking.
Oh,
okay. You can be anywhere and speak the language and worship the gods, right?
No, you got to be in Egypt. Nope, you got to be in Egypt, bro.
That's not what you said.
Yeah, that's another.
You can be in Nubia if they share the same culture. Because see, this border fluctuation, nobody's even addressing. Because even Dr. Ben said that Nubia in the beginning, see, that's what I'm saying. Every time you bring up one of our people, it's a problem.
It's
but
not there.
Nubia's border went as far as a sweat at one time. That's a fact.
Sweat.
You know what we ought to address though? We ought to address this whole notion that they came from the South. You know, I think we ought to look a little bit deeper into that.
How you doing, Corey?
We need to look into that.
All right, how you doing?
What's going on,
today,
Corey? I'm doing all right, brother.
Oh man, I'm learning today, man. I think I learned a lot from the show earlier.
That's a great point, Corey. I think a lot of it could be based on some misconceptions in terms of what we believe, right? In terms of the origins of this, the Egyptian culture and the Egyptian state, right? Based on some of this new information we're taking a look at now. So I think that's absolutely fertile ground for having discussions and doing some additional research, right?
Yeah, because, at this point now, I'm just more into kind of like proving myself wrong. So like, I want to take a deep look because they've been, well, I'm not gonna say they've been saying, because it's like I'm pointing the finger at somebody. I've been hearing that you know, the culture comes from the South, and there's two things. I'm trying to figure out, like, really, what do we mean? Are we meaning just the culture, or the people, or both, or you know what I mean? Did they just influence some people, or some people get influenced? Like, let's look. I want to take a look into that and see what that really means. You know what I mean? We got Taharka on the screen.
So yeah, you need to figure out the criteria for doing that, because it has to be chronology, right?
Absolutely.
Well, yes, it definitely, because if we're talking about the origins, then we'll be going beyond Egypt, right?
We're talking about around 4000 BCE, right? Up to around 3000, right? Around the origins, right? The origins, the pre-dynastic origins of it.
Yeah, that's what we need to dig into. I agree with that, Corey. 100%.
What's Lower Egypt called before the kingdoms are combined?
Excuse me?
What's Lower Egypt called before the two kingdoms are combined?
Great question. Well, from what I know, maybe the earliest name that we keep getting, Reggie can maybe say it may be something else before that, but I thought it was Tasseti was the earliest known of that region name that was given. Reggie, can you expound on that? You got your mic muted.
Okay, so prior to Tasseti is the land the land of the bows. So they're talking about places that are not under control of Egypt. So it's Ta-Mehu, and I think there's a Rasul or something like that. So those are the two lands. Ta-Mehu, and the other one is Ta-Ruset or something. I have to look it up. I don't have it memorized. So Ta-Mehu is Lower Egypt, and then Upper Egypt, I will tell you right now. Yeah. Okay, so once I get the name, then you know. But it's not Tasseti. That's the land of the bows. Ta-Shemo, Shamo. Ta-Shamo is Upper Egypt. Okay, Ta-Mehu and Ta-Shehu.
Okay.
Okay.
And also think about this Pan-African in terms of what Corey just mentioned about, you know, we need to dig into, you know, the origins of the Egyptian state or the Egyptian culture, right? And where this actually emerged, right, in the very early pre-dynastic times, right? We have to all update our information. The information that we're using, right, has to be based on some of the things that are coming out of the field today. We had a discussion earlier in our pseudo killer back chat about this the source that we're all going through, right? And you know, as of 2020, right, they're not really saying a lot of the narratives that they usually say about the origins of ancient Egypt, right? The idea is that, you know, that the culture emerged either from the east or the west or from the south or the north. They're not really discussing it in those terms. They're saying that, you know, the emergence of the Egyptian culture and the Egyptian state, right? This was a multi-regional sort of emergence that came out of the area, right? And it was driven by climate change, the drying up of the Green Sahara, right? And this was a multi-directional, multi-regional emergence of the state. And you have to also consider there's a difference between the emergence of the Egyptian state and the emergence of the Egyptian culture. So these are things that, you know, this is how they're actually discussing the topic today, right, inside of archaeology. So, you know,
so
we have to update our sources.
So Brendan, so normally from the people that you hear discuss those domains, am I one of those people that discuss it in those domains? Climate, pre-dynastic cultures, right?
Certainly.
So the Cambridge article is one of the things that I actually sourced. The Brooklyn Museum is one of the things that I sourced. and I also want to say to you is that I can send you an article that Watch Where was associated with fresh bodies of of drinking water. And so
right, we read that in that article.
So, but yeah, which article? Because
it was an article from where was that article from?
Okay.
We pulled it up yesterday. We pulled the article up.
Okay, so from the work that I've been looking at is that that in later times it was associated with other bodies of water, but initially it was associated with domains within Egypt, right? And it was kind of like a subsidiary of Happy. It was a subsidiary of Happy. That's why.
Well, he was cast into the Mediterranean. He wanted to go back home, and because I believe the Nile was his home, if I'm not mistaken. But Egypt, no, I'm not specific
I think
if the Nile specifically was his home, but Egypt was his home.
Right,
and he was cast into the Mediterranean.
Okay, so so that's right. So that's the story.
And they so what they say is like when sometimes ships get wrecked and this and that, and so you got to blame it on something, right? Yeah. And so they said it was this Utra or Wujwer that was he was unhappy because he couldn't go back home.
Okay,
but people would try to give him trinkets. Being shipwrecked, people would try to give him trinkets to satisfy him, but from home, from Egypt, like trinkets from Egypt.
Right.
They would throw things into the Mediterranean to satisfy him. Yeah. But he was unhappy. The story said he was very, very unhappy.
I care less about.
He wouldn't accept those.
Okay, I care less about his happiness and unhappy. Those are stories.
I thought it was a very interesting story. You brought that part up about
right as a story, but not to ink out truth. The issue is that that is connected to fresh bodies of water, and that initially they was just talking about domains within Egypt. So these are qualities of a places in Egypt, right? The stories embellish these concepts, right? Which some people's mindset automatically goes.
I think we jumping from one. See, that's what I'm saying.
Why are you cutting me off?
We jumping from one topic to another topic.
You don't care that you're cutting me off.
No, I'm not saying I'm sorry. I apologize, Reggie. But I mean, what we were discussing. No, I'm sorry. I was
apologize, but you're still gonna do it.
Cut you off
because I'm trying to keep us on track here, Reggie. That's all. I just want to keep us.
Yeah, on your track.
No. We were just. Brendan had just brought up a source talking about the issue of the culture coming from the South, and then like now you jump back to the Wujwer thing. It's just confusing to me. That's all. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Okay. So
keep going. Keep going.
Brendan is correct in that you need to pay attention to the new information that they're contextualizing now that we have much more information. And when Ankh brought out the Brooklyn Museum material and the Cambridge articles, those are the newest information that they are contextualizing. And it is leaking to the other groups of people. Egypt had its origins in the South because you can look at the civilizations that birthed it, because Nermer was not Egyptian. Nermer came from Nubia A and Nakata, those two civilizations. And that was his army that he used from the South to go to the North to unite the kingdoms. So that is however we got there, that is what the all of the information is basically saying. The only thing that's left is that by saying Mediterranean, you are now taking it out of Africa, right? Mediterranean has different areas. It is an African story, and that's the most important thing, no matter what the complexions of the skin is, right? Because humans are learning from other humans based on innovation. I'll stop.
Now, one thing is well, there's another source, there's a newer source. I'll send that over to you, Reggie. There's an Oxford Ancient History of the Near East source that came out in 2020 that talks about the prehistory of Egypt. I'll send that over to you. It sounds like you already have that, right? But what I'll do is, well, you just mentioned the Mediterranean, and we talked about, the concept of race, right? And how, that, bringing up the Mediterranean is somehow, separating Egypt from its Africanness, right? But keep in mind, the same thing has been done, right, to the Mediterranean from a racial perspective, right? Africa has been systematically removed from the Mediterranean as well, right? So the Mediterranean has been subject to some of the same levels of racism as well. Like, for instance, not just Africa has been removed from the Mediterranean, Asia as well has been removed, right? As in terms of the Mediterranean being focused on a Greco-Roman type of civilization. That's why I think that it becomes like a trigger word when you're associating the Mediterranean with Egypt for our people, because that term Mediterranean has been traditionally associated with Greco-Roman cultures, right? And there's new sources today that are actually reversing a lot of that. They're actually putting Africa and Asia back inside of the Mediterranean context, and that's what some of the sources that we're reviewing as well. I'll see if I can share my screen.
And that's correct. And so can you do African without complexion? So that's another thing that Dr. Soy Kita is doing. These are still Africans, and so you're correct about the Mediterranean. When we start talking about the Mediterranean, right? You have to look at the sea peoples, those groups of people, right? They are mixed groups of people, like pirates. And then later you have to look at the Etruscans. The Etruscans are a mixed group of people that find themselves in Greek and Rome. The Etruscans, and you can look at their phenotypes and see that they are mixed people. They are dark and they're light. They're human beings. However, the thing that is most important is that the Genesis cultures, the innovations, whether those innovations came into Africa at some point or they were born in Africa, we look at peoples based on their innovation, and so we get to ethnicity. I'll stop.
Do you see this this image I'm sharing here? Right. This is one of this is one of the newer sources. I think this is a 2017 source. This was written by a pair of PhDs out of Portugal. I think these are Portuguese. One of the ladies, she's an archaeologist. She's a professor at one of the universities in Portugal, and she's an Egyptologist. She was like one of the main contributors. And then there's a second PhD. She's a PhD in ancient history that wrote this, right? It's called Mediterranean, the Asian and African Roots of the Cradle of Civilization. They're actually doing a lot of work putting Africa and Asia, right, back into its Mediterranean context as well, and sort of undoing some of the racialized constructs, right? Focusing on Mediterranean as strictly a Greco-Roman construct, right? So when you actually come here and you look at the abstract here, it says, in antiquity, the regions encompassed by the Mediterranean Sea were extremely fertile, allowing rapid prosperity. This wealth, combined with the easy communication between banks, contributed to a rich and successful transmission of knowledge, especially during the first millennium BC, which turns the Great Sea the core of the ancient history. Later, the Mediterranean civilization was acknowledged as the fundamental political, cultural, artistic, and religious substratum for the construction of the so-called Western world. Yet it was in Egypt and Mesopotamia during the 4th and 3rd millennia BC that many of these foundations were first set. The ancient Mediterranean world was not just influenced by its African and Asian neighbors, but was in fact defined by a profound communion at all levels between these different regions. In the 21st century, however, many European countries still insist in portraying themselves as direct heirs of the combined Greco-Roman and Judeo-Christian traditions, disregarding the African and Asian roots. As a result of this flawed self-perception, a gap between Europe, Africa, and Asia came to be, bearing deep consequences to the present. With this contribution, we aim to reclaim the importance of these other legacies to the construction of the cradle of civilization. So this particular work is putting Africa and Asia back into that Mediterranean context. So this is, I think, an important read for us as well, because that's going to sort of, is going to dispel some of these triggers that we have when we talk about the Mediterranean, right? The Mediterranean isn't just this Greco-Roman construct, right? It's Africa and Asia, right? From an African perspective, we're talking, squarely Egypt. They talk about Egypt a lot inside of this particular work, right? They have a heavy, heavy influence inside of the Mediterranean world.
Yeah, and Brendan, and I'm glad you read that abstract. That was very, very enlightening. And I kind of, a lot of those points is the points that I've been trying to stress the most. I've always said in the Mediterranean world, Egypt was the most, or one of the most, if not the most influential out of all of these Mediterranean cultures. And I think separating Egypt from the Mediterranean world does a disservice to Africa if we want to say Africa. You know what I'm saying? If we want to blanket Egypt or blanket Africa as a term like that, I think it does a disservice to that because, as the article said, the Mediterranean is the cradle of civilization, and it talked about what I talked about, how all of these deities, these westernized deities, are originated in the Mediterranean.
Doesn't say that.
So where
It
did
doesn't
it
say
say
the
that,
Mediterranean is a cradle.
Right, he just made that up, man. That's the whole
that
point right
shit.
there, Corey.
Where does it say that the
you
Mediterranean is
just
the
did,
cradle? Why
Yeah,
are
see,
y'all so
Corey, that's what
emotional?
you're saying. You don't
I'm
mean
just
because
having a
that's how you
discussion
do it.
here.
No, you're not.
No, we
you playing
discussed
that game. No, you don't mean what he just said, bro. You switch it all up. And hold on, you just proved the point, though. The point is we clearly understand Africa and Egypt and the Mediterranean connection to it. And we understand that concept. It's when people come and overrun the bounds, right? And play this game as if, one, it originated in the Mediterranean, and two, it wouldn't even be
I never said that.
Let me finish.
No one ever said that, though, huh?
Bro, you do it. You say they Mediterranean people. So you didn't
They
extend
are
it.
a
You didn't went from,
Mediterranean
see,
culture.
that's my point. No,
And listen,
The
tonight,
article just said that.
I'll come back
no,
up.
that's not.
I don't know what else to do. I don't.
And I'm showing you what you're doing.
Conceding
What
all
you need
the
to, you're
points
not
here.
conceding, yo, but then you're doing a soft style on it. And you stay right there.
No, listen.
It's
buddy,
a Nile
listen.
Valley culture that
Go ahead.
traded and dominated the Mediterranean and traded products and goods and had influence back and forth. That's what it was. It wasn't a Mediterranean civilization. It was a civilization that traded because before it got to the Mediterranean, it was already fully formed with no help of the Mediterranean.
There were subcultures before. There was subcultures before it became an empire. I said that, and I gave that example of the Badarians earlier too. How they were a subculture. No, there was a subculture that was. But they wasn't
Mediterranean though. They weren't Mediterranean.
I didn't say they were. I did not say they were Mediterranean. You have to slow down. I didn't say. I said they were a Nilotic culture, who were a subculture who was there before the Egypt came into being. That's all I'm saying. And I had already distinguished that I'm talking about Egypt as an empire and the importance of the Mediterranean in an empirical sense.
Right, and I think we have to clean it up a bit in terms of.
Imperial sense. I'm sorry, I said empirical. Well, go ahead.
Yeah, and I think we have to clean it up a bit in terms of how we use these, how we have the conversation, right? When we talk about, right, all of these civilizations on the Mediterranean and their influence, right? We're not saying, like, for instance, we're not saying that Mesopotamia, right, it's clearly a Mediterranean culture, but that doesn't mean that it's not an Asian culture, right? Mesopotamia is clearly an Asian culture, right? Just like the Greco-Roman world, right? In the Greco-Roman world, those are Mediterranean cultures, but they're still Greco-Roman, right? And the same for Egypt, right? Egypt is an African culture, right? But it also, had influence and power within the Mediterranean world. And I think that's how we have to sort of frame the conversation a bit, right? And if we're going to have the conversation about Egypt being an African culture or Egypt being a Mediterranean culture, we have to be very clear in saying when we say that, we're not removing the Africanness from Egypt, right? Essentially what we're saying is that Egypt is, yes, it is an African culture, but it's also much more than that, right? It's much more than just an African culture. At its height, right, it became a dominant world power and an empire, right, with influence across the Mediterranean. Not just its power and influence stretched outside of Africa.
Absolutely, and how can you not, if you dominating the Mediterranean and there's multiple Mediterranean cultures, how can you not be a Mediterranean culture if you have that much influence as a culture as like Egypt did? How can you not define yourself as one of the Mediterranean cultures? It just doesn't make sense to me. I think, like I said, I'd like you to read that one more time because I think there was some issues with the way I interpreted that. So let's go over that one more time if you would, Brendan. That serve us. I think that would serve us some clarity. Yes, that abstract again. Because I thought it was pretty clear. I mean, I don't. Did you sense that am I misinterpreting that in some kind of way, Brendan? I don't know. You read it, and
I think it's pretty clear. It's sort of just it's trying to say, in terms of it's not saying, it's saying that the Mediterranean is more than just a Greco-Roman and Judeo-Christian construct, right? And you can't disregard the African and Asian roots as well, right? So I'll try to get through it quickly. It says, in antiquity, the regions encompassed by the Mediterranean Sea were extremely fertile, allowing rapid prosperity. This wealth, combined with the easy communication between banks, contributed to a rich and successful transmission of knowledge, especially during the first millennium BC, which turned the Great Sea the core of ancient history. Right? So it was the core of ancient history during the first millennium BC. It says later, the Mediterranean civilization was acknowledged as the fundamental political, cultural, artistic, and religious substratum for the construction of the so-called Western world. So it's very important to the Western world, right? Politically, culturally, artistically, and religiously, right?
Now pause right there for a second there, Brendan. Right. Now that's a great area to pause at because now I believe it was me and you who was having a discussion. I don't know if Sheffrin or Unc was on the phone at the time. And I talked about how the Mediterranean was this information superhighway, right? Much in the way that we use the internet today. It was the way, it was the world trade. It was the world's religious ideas and social ideas. I mean, all of the commerce and everything, you know, and cultural things. So, I mean, this is why I talked about how the Mediterranean is at this time the center of the world, you know, and controlling this is a great achievement. See, that's what I don't, and like the article says, we try to make it some Greco-Roman thing, like they were the only ones controlling this, but this is the cradle of civilization here, and we have to understand that it was more than it was more dynamic in the control of that area than what we given credit to. But you go ahead
but the article also, you know, just to piggyback off what you're saying, this article also talks about the spread of the religious archetypes that emerged out of Mesopotamia and Egypt that sort of flooded the region of the Levant as well, right? So that's a part of that, you would say, that cultural, somebody's choking or something?
Mike John, you all right?
The blackologist trying to get his say so, especially on this piece of it when you're finished, Brendan.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I'll let you jump in here as well too, Juju. But yeah, also. Yeah, I was getting nervous. I thought that was the brother Shell. That was Juju.
Well, it was some Clippers.
Okay. You know they usually have a button on here, Juju. You can put the button and raise your hand where it says.
I did raise my hand. Y'all ain't you recognize it.
What, you took it back? What, you took it back down?
No, dear. It's up right now. Continue.
I'm sorry. You want us to finish? You want us to finish this and then jump in, or you want to jump in now?
No, continue, Brandon. Unk's being the distraction. I shut up.
Okay, but yeah, just one additional thing. We talked about the spread of the religious motifs, but there's also that this particular source talks about the scientific exchange that was happening, right, between Egypt. Like we all know that, you know, Alexandria was that sort of learning center inside of Egypt, right? And it also talks about that scientific exchange that happened between the Greco-Roman world, Egypt, and Mesopotamia, right? This article sort of goes into this.
And it also alludes to how we still in the Western world, how we still base our society kind of based on that Mediterranean. That was the fundamental foundational beginnings of the Western world that we living in today. I think this article kind of alluded to that.
Right,
also.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes.
And just like I said on a previous conversation we had, I would suffice to say that Egypt impacts us more through Egypt's impact on the Western civilization than it did on Egypt's impact on West Africa. You know, but that's just you know, something I think. But we'll continue. He says, yet it was Egypt and Mesopotamia during the 4th and 3rd millennia BC that many of these foundations were first set. So it talked about setting the foundations of all the stuff we just talked about. The ancient Mediterranean world was not just influenced by its African and Asian neighbors, but it was in fact defined by a profound communion at all levels between these different regions. In the 21st century, however, right, many European
Hold on now. The Mediterranean was defined. Africa was one of those cultures that defined. I mean, I said Africa, but I mean Egypt is one of those cultures that defined the Mediterranean. Did you hear that? That's
yeah,
pretty.
We rock on. Yeah. No, when we said that shit early in the game, you cussed us out though, brother. We just go back a year ago.
I never did that. I never did that. I've always said, Brendan. Brendan can be my witness. I've always said Egypt was one of, if not the most influential culture on the Mediterranean. I've always said that.
That's lately after getting caught bombed.
Corey always said that, yo.
From the
always
beginning.
said that. Don't do that.
No, he said they was a Mediterranean people.
We ain't gonna lie on each other, yo. We can't do that.
Now we lying on each other. Everybody listen to the show. How am I lying? His emphasis was always on It's a Mediterranean people. They all share the same stories, do the same thing, eat the same food. That's different from what he's saying now. Like,
And the shit
okay, you
just
know
said
what?
it. What Brendan read just said that.
They didn't say that.
Yes, it did.
They said the Nile Valley
Listen hard.
influenced the Mediterranean. Okay, all right. You know what? I'm gonna let you have that. I'm gonna let y'all just act like y'all ain't hitting with y'all hands and saying what y'all saying. All right, you're right. So why would I argue with that though?
I don't know. You argue with everything.
I thought it was y'all that argued everything. Huh. Man, somebody's delusional.
All right, so we'll finish
I'm
up
not
these
think,
last
I'm
two.
not thinking I might. I'm not thinking that I can't be delusional. Somebody is.
No, but go ahead, Brendan.
Yeah, let's finish up
Let's
these
get
last
to,
two
let's get
because
the
I think
article.
Juju wanted to add something. He
Yeah.
says in the 21st century, but this is important. I think this last piece talks about the contentions that we're having today with this. He says in the 21st century, however, many European countries still insist in portraying themselves as direct heirs of the combined Greco-Roman and Judeo-Christian traditions, disregarding their African and Asian roots. As a result of this flawed self-perception, a gap between Europe, Africa, and Asia came to be, bearing deep consequences to the present. With this contribution, we aim to reclaim the importance of these other legacies to the construction of the cradle of civilization, right? So again, right, this particular text, right, and what's happening today, they're putting these different regions and these different constructs into their proper context. Just like we talked about Egypt in its proper context, right? They're also putting the Mediterranean, right, as a broader sort of construct within the ancient world into its proper context as well, right? Again, I think the Mediterranean was subject to some of the same racist ideas that that Egypt was subject to, right? With Egypt being removed from Africa, right? Its Africanness sort of being taken away and moved into the Greco-Roman world. The same thing happened to Mesopotamia, or not Mesopotamia, but the Mediterranean. So I think we have to dispel a lot of that, right? And start looking into these new sources, these new documents that are coming out, right? So that we can get this information in its proper context. You wanted to add something, Juju?
Absolutely. And understood. The last part of what you were saying was pretty it's kind of getting into where I wanted to go with it. The reason why us Blackologists scream so loud is because of this kind of pushing the narrative to the other side. And sometimes that can be problematic. And we're talking about like white supremacist side notes and them narrating the history or whatnot. And it was interesting you saying how also that happened to the Mediterranean culture itself. So a lot of times in the chat, people like Mike and APEP, of course, they're being funny, always rubbing in, it's Mediterranean culture, it's Mediterranean culture. I want to aspire to that because of, some of the biases and racism and whitewashing of Africa's Egypt. You feel me? So
yeah, for sure.
We just need to be careful with that and understand about the chronology of everything and understanding, time periods. But, let's just be careful when we're just so, gung-ho to accept that new notion. Egypt is a Mediterranean culture. Egypt is an indigenous African culture, influencing and influenced by the Mediterranean. So, let's not leave out the details and let's always keep it in perspective is what I'm trying to
say. But I want to add.
Just a bit on top of what Juju was saying, but that's a great point. Because now, if once we read this information and we know it in its proper context, we know what we say. We know what we mean when we say that Egypt was a Mediterranean culture. We're not taking Egypt away from Africa, right? We're saying when we say it, now that we have this information and we know, right? When we say it, we know that we're saying it in terms of Egypt being a power and an empire that influenced and it was influenced by the Mediterranean, just like you beautifully just put it, for sure.
Well, since you put it like that, since you said that, Brendan, I like where we at. I think we finally in a good place. So I ain't gonna say what I was gonna say. Right? I'm gonna save that for another. I'm gonna save it for another day. Right.
Why not say it?
But what
Why
we
not say?
should
Why not
do,
put it together?
I'll say it. I'll say it
one of
for
my
you.
concessions that I said I was. That was one of my concessions that I was said I was going to take back.
Now I'll
which
say
I could back up, but I'm not gonna argue that today.
Well, what can you back up though? What can you back up?
We're in a beautiful position. So I'm gonna put that on the back burner.
No, go
I
ahead.
know what it was. Don't do that.
Yeah. Be transparent.
Well, because
say what's on your heart.
Say
what's on your heart.
I think that it just kind of makes me
don't do it, Corey. Don't do it.
Do it.
It makes me uncomfortable the way we do this Africa thing, because, like I said, the people on the ground are like, now we can when we say Africa, right? We think of a whole continent. Like, we know the shape. We can imagine the shape in our minds, the shape of Africa, right? But these people in real time on the ground cannot imagine the shape of a continent. They don't. What I'm trying to explain is this is a region, and I don't see how it matters that a plate. No, because I'm not trying to be funny. I'm just saying I don't see how it matters that a plate tectonic, right? This is Africa sits on a plate, right? On a plate tectonic, right? And that's all it is. It's nothing more than that. You know, it's about which region. Because Africa, you can fit the United States in the Sahara Desert. That's a hell of a big piece of continent right there. You know what I'm saying? And so it's not. I know we have the luxury of living on a continent as a country at the same time, right? But most people in the world don't have that luxury to have a continent as a country, right? So I think Americans kind of have a false view of the being on the ground thing. You know what I'm saying? Especially in antiquity here, because these people, like I said, it's all about what region you're in. You know what I mean? Not that they're on the plate tectonic that we now call Africa. So that's just me, and that's just how I feel about it. I think we're adopting. I think we're putting ties to something that's not real, if you will. I know y'all won't, but I for lack of better words, I guess.
I think we got you. So let me show you right here once again. Another. This is an exhibit. See, we open day from 11 to 6 p.m. You should take your ass there. Just you specifically. And it says this is I'm Hotep III, just a statue. I am Hotep III from 1390 to 1352, possibly from Thebes, wooden gilded. You know what gilded is, right?
No.
The height. I know you don't.
It's hard to
explain that. Explain that.
Nope. No, you can explain later on. I want to read
You
this.
said what?
I want to ask you, Corey. I want to ask you, do you agree with this statement right here?
Go ahead.
Okay, this is our collection of Egyptian art, one of the largest and finest in the United States, is renowned throughout the world. The galleries for this unparalleled collection have been reorganized and reinstalled. It says right here, simple. This is the first paragraph. Do you agree or disagree? It says ancient Egyptians were an indigenous African people who first appeared in the southern, that's Upper Egypt, Nile Valley by 4,500 BCE and spread
You said
northward
where?
Lower Egypt, in Upper Egypt, and
Oh,
spread
okay.
north and spread northward,
Yeah,
northward.
in Egypt. Okay, go ahead.
See, why are you doing that though? See, no decorum, no nothing.
No, just go ahead. You saying they was
It's
in
hard to
southern
just go
Egypt.
ahead.
So
No,
they
it's hard
go
to
ahead.
go
Because I'm
ahead.
listening to you. I'm not reading along with you now. So you
Okay.
saying they was in
I'll
southern
start
Egypt?
again.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hey,
No,
I'm
go
not
ahead,
reading
read
along
again.
with you. I'm driving, yo, so I'm trying to make sure I hear what
No,
you're
you're not.
saying because I can't look
No,
at the
you're not.
screen.
No,
I'm
no,
driving,
no,
yo.
okay. No, I'm a
I'm
KP
on.
veteran. I know what you're doing. No, I don't believe you. You're being funny.
Oh, man, I'm really trying to hear what you're saying, though.
No, you might be really
I'm
trying to
trying to
hear
hear
what
this
I'm
shit.
I'm honestly trying to hear.
but we know what Chef doing. He wouldn't
I'm
be
trying
Chef.
to hear this shit again, yo.
He's a see.
I ain't heard this one
Minister
yet.
Society. He ain't heard this one yet, right? So ancient Egyptians, and this is all Pan-African designs I'm trying to say, right? They don't add no yeast to it. They leave it right here. They don't add the extra stuff like y'all do. You don't see the word Mediterranean. They do none of that.
Because they
Not
just
because
making a general
bro.
statement. They're not
I
going
know,
into
so
detail.
Man, I'm gonna say this again. See, I'm asking, do you agree with this? And can you just state if you disagree with the
I mean,
statement?
I'm
we
gonna
don't gotta
say
add
that's
no
a
more
very, very
conversation
what I'm gonna say, Unc, is that's a very, very general statement.
So I want to
I
know.
don't necessarily have a problem with it. I don't necessarily
So can I just finish
have
it
a
though?
problem with it.
But can I finish it though? Can I finish it?
Go ahead.
I would like to finish it. No interruptions now.
Go ahead.
The ancient Egyptians were indigenous African people. Watch this. Who first appeared in the southern Upper Egypt, Nile Valley, by 4,500 BCE, and spread northward to Lower Egypt. Joined over 5,000 years, watch this, by other Africans from Nubia and Libya, so they consider Nubians and Libyans Africans, as well as Semites, Persian, Greeks, and Romans. Their distinctly multicultural society produced an astonishing array of objects and structures. That's it for me. I understand the
I don't have a
context of
problem
the
with that.
Nubians. I know who the Nubians are. I know who the Libyans are, right? I know who the Romans are. I know who the Persians are and the Semites and all that are. And I'm comfortable with that statement. And I don't got to talk to y'all no more after that. That's it.
Yeah. I don't have a problem with that though. That wasn't nothing controversial.
Right. So why? Right. That's all. That's all Pan.
But I mean, but what I'm saying is, sometimes you want to get more in detail than that. I think that was very general. I think sometimes when you really look at things, that not to say that that statement wasn't true, right? I think it was. Who is that in the background?
I just muted his Pan-African design.
Jesus Christ.
Can I ask y'all a question?
Go ahead.
And
What's up, Joe?
What up, brothers? Y'all are having great shows. But I want to ask you guys all on here, who are all scientifically literate, we all believe in the full spectrum of evolution, correct?
Absolutely.
Yep. At least as far as I know, yeah.
So we believe in one of the mechanisms in evolution, like convergent evolution, correct? That's an element in it.
No, I've been muted the whole time, but that wasn't me.
I just muted you.
So here's the thing, right? So we look at our black cousins and the Adamanites in India. They are genetically far from Africans, but they look like you. They look like us, black Africans, right? They're tropical
Convergent evolution.
Yeah, convergent evolution. Now, North Africa is right next to Southern Europe. Morocco is literally 9 miles away from Spain, especially when you cross Gibraltar. And also Egypt is right next to the Levant. Just like you have convergent evolution with dark-skinned people that live in tropical zones, it makes sense that North Africans would tend to look like the ideal spectrum of populations on the other side of the Mediterranean. Would y'all agree?
Yeah, that's what I was stressing the whole time, Bill.
No, I wouldn't agree. No, I wouldn't agree at all.
So
They
evolution.
wouldn't,
Disagree.
no.
I disagree.
Go ahead.
That's
No,
just
I
not
just disagree.
keeping it real. That's just not wanting to keep it
No,
real.
I just disagree. I mean, I don't have to be right, but I can read and back it up that there is no light skinned outside people that form Egypt. That's clear. So I'm saying, what does that statement mean? I'll just
say it again. Say that one more time, huh?
That no light skinned outside people. You go to Malta Cave. This dude didn't have light skin neither in Ethiopia. So I'm making a clear point here that we're gonna leave the light skinned people out for a minute.
And
we're gonna just completely get off that for a minute. Yeah, you talked about didn't even know what you was talking about. We did a whole rant and didn't know what you was talking about come from Malta Cave.
No, he talking about Egypt. You way down there in Ethiopia.
No, I'm saying I was making it know he understands what the Malta Cave represents. It represents a brown-skinned person, right? With DNA markers, you know what I'm saying? That you wouldn't think would be in Ethiopia. So I'm really confirming, I'm talking about how you could have brown skin with DNA markers
I'm not worried
might be
about
outside.
the skin. I'm not worried about that. I don't know how we keep falling back.
Oh, he made a point. You know what? You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I do. The Malta element definitely is what they label as the Omotic. Omotic or Malta is the same. They use the nomenclature in and out. I mean, the same. Malta, you find that Omotic, same thing. And we know that the Mota, which represents that extinct hunter-gathering population that's close to the Ari people in Ethiopia, represents the early early layers.
But Gozy, I'm trying to figure out though, what's the importance of the skin tone? I have yet to understand that.
No, this is
when we start having these conversations.
Well,
he mentioned a point. He mentioned a point.
North Africa, based off because there's two articles on Motorboy, one from 2015 and 2016. 2016 was when they corrected the error from 2015. But we talking about North Africa. From 2016, there has been a lot of data that has been, like 2018 when it talks about the Iberian Peninsula DNA in Morocco 5,600 years ago. They crossed and they said that the population that they found in that area was light skinned. In Morocco 5,000 some years ago, they had that allele. When it talks about the population that back migrated, we know the people that back migrated and became partially the Ibero-Maurutians, those early basal Eurasians or early Eurasians that came back in, not basal, but early Eurasians that came back in with dark skin. But you also had a lot of people coming from the Chalcolithic Iranian population. You had the Anatolian population coming in. So it has been a lot of genetic exchange in North Africa, the Near East, and the other side of the Mediterranean for a long time. Malta, that was found in Ethiopia, was far off. So they didn't get hit as much as the population in North Africa that kept getting hit and kept breeding with these people. There has been a lot of articles since then from 2015, 2016. The last motor article that was put out was 2016. Then they turned around and found the data from North Africa from 2019. Then they turned around and found the Ibero-Mauritian DNA in 2018. So the story gets more complex than what we think. But if we believe in convergent evolution, the same thing that applies for those dark-skinned Albanese people that look like us is the same thing that applies for North Africans in some areas that look like people on the other side of the Mediterranean. Convergent evolution just don't stop at dark skin. It also helps for light skin. Skin tone can go backwards and forward. That's what I'm saying.
And the thing is, right, the skin tone don't have nothing to do with what piece of land, what plate tectonic they sitting on. This is what I'm keep stressing. The skin tone has to do with what region they're in. They look the way they look because of the region they're in, not because of which plate tectonic they're on. You see what I'm saying? This is what I keep trying to stress about the whole being on Africa and being on Asia and being on Europe and being like that is a 2022 thing. That's not a antiquity thing. That's not even a 1800s hardly thing, really.
And also, I wanted to say this too, Brother Corey. Somebody in the chat, they say that SLC 2485.
Did you go out, go?
Started 30,000 years ago in Asia. No, it arose. The variant arose based off Tishkoff. She postulated that it arose 30,000 years ago, but it didn't kick in until about 12,000 years ago. The first place it started to kick in first was in the Cistercian cave near the Caucasus, but it started to really stand out around 8,000 to 9,000 years ago with those Anatolian farmers. So even though the variant arose, those first people, when it arose, it didn't really kick in. Just like, for example, if you read the article called Light Skin and Dark Skin Involved in Africa, it says that some Ethiopians have this allele, but other genes is active to camouflage what's going on chromosome 15. SLC 2485 kicks in that. So you got African Americans that got SLC 2485 at like 5 to 10%. You can look this up. But we have other genes that's active that don't allow it to come in or kick in all the way to camouflage what's going on chromosome 15. So understand how the mutation expresses itself properly. That's all I wanted to say.
All right. So Cosmic Corey. Where you at?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm right here.
So, okay, can you see the screen?
Man, look, you can't,
I'm asking, can you see the screen?
You can't do this to me again.
Yeah, I'm reading a different part. I'm reading a different part now. Can you see the screen? Yes or no?
Yes, I can. You know I see the screen because you've seen my reaction.
So I'm asking, do you agree with this statement right? I'm asking, do you agree with this statement right here?
Oh my.
Whether you like it or not, it's curated material.
You cannot do this.
I should be able to bring curated material to the discussion. If we can't bring curated museum material to the discussion, then what's the point of me?
I mean, we don't keep bringing. We have all.
No, I didn't keep nothing. No, you have not. I'm asking your question right now.
The beginning people was racist.
No.
The beginning. Oh boy, them was racist. I mean, there's nothing I can do about that.
Corey, just because you see the green slide don't mean I'm reading that. Calm down.
Go ahead.
So can I read it? Yes or no?
Go ahead.
It says ancient Egypt and African culture. Do you agree with this? It said ancient Egypt, it said the ancient Egyptians were an African people who first appeared in the Nile Valley.
No, not in the vacuum. I don't. You said ancient Egypt is an African culture. I don't.
I said, can I finish this? Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
If I'm not going to be allowed to finish the statement, then I don't want to do it.
No, I promise you will. Go ahead. I'm muted. I'm muted. I thought I was muted. My bad.
Yeah, you don't have to mute out. Just have some patience and some decorum, right? Because you're getting yours in. I'm just asking, do you agree with it? It says the ancient Egyptians were an African people who first appeared in the Nile Valley by 4,500 BCE and created the distinctive culture, right? It said Egyptologists, that's the field that studies Egypt, no longer maintain, right, the false hypothesis that light-skinned outsiders created Egyptian culture. Do you agree or disagree with that, Corey? I'm just asking you, brother.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, all right. That's all Pan-African designs were saying. And it goes, that's all I'm saying, and that's all the curator at the museum is saying.
What part about that disagrees with what I've said thus far?
I don't know, but I don't want to hear all the light-skinned people and all that.
I never said anything about light. I keep asking y'all why y'all talking about the skin color. Like, what does that have to do with the conversation?
The conversation is.
Yeah, but they're saying that they're light-skinned people in Africa. So what they're saying is the light-skinned people didn't come from outside. It's the light-skinned people that were already inside Africa.
I don't care what color their skin
outsiders.
I really don't. I just don't. I don't care what color.
Appreciate that. Yes. Appreciate that, brother. Appreciate that, brother. I'll rest my case. So whenever we get to talking,
I don't think no one can say like I agree with Unc. I don't think Egypt was from an outside population. The population that made up.
No, I never said.
I know that, Corey, but I was just saying the population of Egypt or North Africa already had people that back migrated, and as they back migrated, they already got absorbed. They were indigenous Africans, even if they back migrated. So
yes, absolutely.
Yeah, it's just like America. America was established in 1776. Before 1776, America did not exist the way we see it today. And when we see it today, we're going to say, who is the major elements and the major players of New World America that was established in 1776? We live in a very new nation. African Americans and European descendant Americans. We are and also some of the native components and some portions of Mexicans who lived in California and Texas. So what I'm saying is that we all make up the what we form in America in 1776. And you can't tell a black American that he didn't have a hand in it. And you can't tell a white American he didn't have a hand in it. Because we know that the New World America that we live in, it's us that did it. Whether we did it by force or not. Would you agree?
Absolutely. And I think that one article elaborated on that when it talked about all the different cultures and people that came into Egypt, make it what it was.
Yeah, and it sounds like that that museum, that placard there was talking about the light-skinned outsiders, right? It seems to be alluding to the dynastic race theory, right?
It is.
The idea that you had some outside population came in and built Egypt. I don't think anybody on the panel subscribes to that. Right?
No. I think a lot of times we have
reiterating that.
Yeah, every time we have a discussion, we get put into that box.
Yeah,
right.
And we keep saying that's not what we're saying.
We have to put that stake down so that we don't keep doing that. Nobody.
Man, Brandon, we've done it every show. Every show. Every show.
Truth, so
Uncle say Egypt was started for indigenous population.
That's not the truth.
We agree.
That's not the truth. Y'all do the same thing. Brendan. See, Brendan, they doing the same thing Wujah do. You know what Wujah do? And you caught him doing it. Right? He'll act like he's not saying what he's saying, but he'll use the terms. So they'll act like they saying.
But you think I'm saying that?
But
I don't believe that.
You say it, as soon watch this.
Like
as soon
as
I don't believe.
Then you find no. Watch this. Let me show you how you do it. If a person says that's an indigenous African, right? Then you will understand that there are indigenous Africans all over Africa. And indigenous is indigenous. And that's it.
No.
Based off the process,
nobody had a problem with that.
No, that's not the truth. So if you say an indigenous South African population, I already know by default that you're not talking about the indigenous West African population. So you don't have to say, but they're not the West African. You don't have to say it by default.
Well, I'm just the thing is we trying to connect them though.
I thought we were saying on this panel. So don't get me on this panel bullshit. See, because on this panel, we're supposed to know that an indigenous South African population is different from an indigenous West African population. We should know. We should know that they're different geographical regions with different topographies. We should understand this already.
Right, but
so we don't got to do all that.
The conversation.
We don't got to holler Mediterranean and all that.
Nah, but the conversation sprang out from African Americans trying to identify themselves as people in Egypt, and we was trying to bring clarity to show that there's a different population that is a progenitor of Egypt than West African. So that's the nature of our conversation that has evolved.
But anybody that studies geography would know that.
Well,
that's not a conflict. That shouldn't never be a conflict. We don't need the word Mediterranean to it. The word Mediterranean now throws a monkey wrench in the whole thing. Now we got to spend an hour on explaining what Mediterranean.
I think it's good. I think it's good. I think it's good to just go over it all. I've actually learned a lot.
No, that I know, but I don't want to hear Corey say, and you say, well, why you got to do it? We got to do it because y'all don't let it stop right there. We should just put a period at the end of that.
No, but see, that's the point. That's not going to stop. That's not the truth. We're not going to.
See. So you heard that, right?
Why would you?
I'm talking about in terms of like. It's like
come on, that's like it's saying indigenous.
Let me finish my thoughts. Let me finish my thoughts. You can understand what I'm saying. You cut me off before you figure out what I'm saying. What I'm saying is like in ways that y'all do it, y'all try to make us stop how you just did it, right? It's implied. If you would let me explain, you understand what I'm saying. Like y'all try to do it in a way as to say like, niggas, indigenous niggas, don't look no more. Shut up, niggas. You know what I'm saying? But we're like, no, we're gonna go over every rock. We're gonna lift up every goddamn book and just look into it. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're not gonna just stop just because you show us that there's some racism in it, bro. We're gonna keep looking and see what's right and what's not.
Right,
We ain't gonna stop.
and we talked about that, right? We said that yes, Egypt is an indigenous African culture, but that's
So why
not
you gotta
all.
bring?
But
So
that's
what more
not
do you
all
want?
it was. But that's not all it
So
was.
what else was it then?
And I'm getting out of the car.
Hold
on
on.
that. I'm
Hold on,
not
freeze
with
for a
y'all
minute.
on that. I'm not.
Hold on, freeze. See, that's
Sorry,
the
guy,
point,
he's on
Brendan.
foot.
I'm not with y'all on that.
Well, see, that's where it's at, Brendan. That's my point.
Mm-hmm.
So what more else is it then?
Because it's dishonest. I'm just gonna say it. It's
Okay.
dishonest.
So right. So now let me get this straight. I just want to make sure I got this straight. It's dishonest when the curator says it. It's dishonest when all the sources is dishonest.
Because it's not. It's only part of the truth. And when you tell part of the truth, that's being dishonest.
So now we have
textbook.
So basically what you're saying
dishonesty.
is museums are being dishonest.
Say it again.
So museums are actually being dishonest. So now we can't trust museums.
That paper didn't say that in a vacuum. It qualified what it was
in
saying.
What vacuum? In what vacuum?
It didn't say, oh, it was an indigenous African culture, and then stop and put a period. The paper went on to qualify.
Over the millennium,
it went on to qualify what it was talking about.
Over millenniums, different people have come into Egypt. That's understood.
Right.
That's historical.
Fine. That's what I'm saying. The paper didn't say that in a vacuum, though. That's what I mean. It didn't say, "Oh, it's an indigenous culture," and then put a period on it. The paper went all the way into Egypt and what it did.
But it was actually Egypt.
And I'm sure if it mentioned Egypt in that, if the paper had anything to do with Egypt, if the paper was written about Egypt, I can guarantee you it started talking about the Mediterranean somewhere in that paper.
No, even the exhibit said it, right? It said it talked about Egypt. It talked about Egypt in its African context. You can bring it back up, right? And towards another placard on there, if you read through the placards, it talks about the broader influence that it had on Persia, Greece, Rome. So it talked about its Mediterranean influence even within that exhibit that Unc showed.
Just like I always talk about the Persian.
It says it right here. Look, this is what it says. We can read what it says.
Jesus. I'm not saying that the experts ain't saying.
Man, it's right here, yo. It tells you. It gives you the whole. It gives you that. It's not running from that, bro.
No, I didn't say it was running from that, Unc. What I said was the paper did not mention that Egypt was an African culture in a vacuum. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. It qualifies what it says about that.
Right. So I'm gonna read what it says because I'm tired of this, and it shows that it's not trying to play the little vacuum game. It say located on the African continent. Egypt is nevertheless often perceived as being part of the Near East. That's what you do, bro, whether you like it or not. And we saying, yo, slow that down. But watch this. So
that's fine.
Crazy. It say while its ties. Watch this. It's not getting away from it. It say while its ties with various Near Eastern cultures, right? We talked about that yesterday. In both ancient and modern times, are well established. See that? See how the experts are saying it? Egypt's
I said that.
Okay, hold on. Egypt's deep. They put the word there, deep African roots and profound religious, artistic and linguistic connection to other African cultures have often been overlooked. It says, watch this, alternative theories regarding the origin of the pharaonic civilization, often guided by racist attempts, have omitted the African context altogether and instead propose ideas ranging from invading white race to extraterrestrial. So all I was saying, bro, I'm fighting.
I agree with that.
That statement right there, and that's it, bro. I don't need no
Facts.
more. I'm good with that. I'm good with that, bro. Y'all act like that those who reading and educated are trying to somehow get out of the fact that they're Near Eastern people in Near Eastern ties. That's like a dude in America trying to act like the Chinese did build railroads. Who the fuck does that, bro? Y'all play the game.
You know why? You know why?
Bro. That's my
You know why? You know why it's
overlooked. Well, I'm done.
overlooked.
I made my point and I'm done. I'm just done, bro. Like, I'm not having this conversation no more. Right? I'm finished. I'm cool with that.
Bobby Banger.
Yeah, I'm good with that. I'm good.
Absolutely.
That's all I ever was trying to say.
Right.
Not trying to not get rid of.
That's
and
not. So that source is the end all be all.
No, I'm saying the source sums it up, yo.
I mean, what are you
It's
saying?
not the end all be. No, I'm saying, bro, what more do you want, though?
But you know what? I want to talk to July. I want to talk to July.
No, Corey. Anything other than that will put us right back in the 1800s.
No, because I
that's
at
my
least want
point.
somebody that's going to be honest with me.
Corey, I'm trying to tell you, once you go past what that thing just said, you're putting it back in the 1800s.
No.
And that's why we argue. So you can't accept that? How is that not?
I didn't say I didn't accept it. See,
you said it's not the one. You said it's not the be all. So what part of that would be wrong in question, bro? The deep African
because that's not the full context.
No, I'm asking you, what part are you questioning here? Are you questioning
I don't
the deep
question
African
any of
or
it. I
are
said
you
I agree with
ties? No. What part would you have a problem with? Would you have a problem with the deep?
I didn't have any problems. Any problems with it?
Ties. Do you think it should be more? Do you think it should be what Sosa read? Sosa said that the Near East actually formulated the goddamn culture. Remember we read that and I argued you. Y'all cut me off. Y'all remember that, right? Right. That's my point. Okay, but y'all have fun with that.
No. Well, I just wanted to say, you keep bringing that source, right? And I don't want to discredit the source because I think it's a good source and I like the way I like the source actually. I actually like it. It's a good source and I don't disagree with the source, right? But I think there's a point in that source that you're stressing and this is what I wanted to ask Jolanda. Like,
what am I stressing, bro?
I mean, I've showed. So we've showed that every document that we pull up, that's referring or that's talking about Egypt and its culture and its civilization and its empire achievements and all of that, right? When it talks about all that, it always mentions the Mediterranean, right? We've already determined that it was a Mediterranean culture. Okay, it's on the continent of Africa.
Wait, see, no one determined that it was
it's an Africa. If we want to say
this again, bro, no one has determined it but you.
And you know what? I cannot give y'all
for yourself, brother.
Just
speak for yourself. You're not giving me
African thing. I can't because it don't make sense to me.
No, why don't you say you can't give it to the curator? Say that.
No, because the curators ain't saying it the way y'all saying it.
I just read it.
Yeah, but you're misinterpreting.
That's how I'm saying it.
They're saying they're speaking in the general. They're speaking in the general terms, right? And I think that curator right there was trying to make a point about something else, about overreach in another area, right?
You mean like y'all did like
so
did last
it made
night?
mention about the whole African thing or whatever.
Oh, all right.
You know what I'm saying? And I appreciate that because it shouldn't be overreach either way. That's my point. You know what I'm saying? It shouldn't be overreach either way. And the whole thing about being on a plate tectonic, it makes no sense because Russians is on the same plate tectonic as the damn Indians. I don't understand why what difference does it make if you're on an Asian, you know, how does that tie you together because you on the Asian continent? It doesn't it only make sense to y'all when you say African. It don't really
Can you do
make
me a favor and
sense
not don't go for
when we
hours?
say Asian, though. When we
Is that
say
powerful,
Asian,
Corey?
but
Is that
listen
possible,
though.
Corey?
But listen though.
Now you being
Listen
funny
to me
bro.
though. Listen to me.
You
You
know
got
what?
to feel
I
me.
don't
I'm
appreciate
asking
that
you to
analogy.
feel me now. I'm asking you to feel me.
Okay.
When I
Hold on,
say
stop.
Asian,
Hold on.
no,
Wait for a minute.
listen.
Hold
I'm
on.
gonna
No.
let you. I'm
Speak
gonna
to your
hear you
Russian.
out. I'm gonna hear
Yeah,
you
but I
out.
don't want to wait an hour though.
No,
You
I'm
can't
only
do
gonna
that.
ask a question. It's only gonna take 10 seconds for me to ask my question to you. Just listen to me and answer my question. That's all I'm asking. I'm saying when I say Asian and then I say Russian and Indian, where is the tie at there?
It makes me feel like you're a babbling idiot. That's how it makes me feel. And you know why it makes me feel like that? Because you would actually have to show me what the motherfucking river is between India and Russia that would cause gene flow. What is the name of the river between India and Russia, bro, that would bring genetic ties together and cultural ties? Can you please name that river? The fact that you have used this for the last 30, 40 days now, I'm like, do this nigga realize there is no river there? So please explain to me why you think that's a good example.
No. What does a river have to do with what I asked you, huh?
Because the river is the difference between talking about the subcontinent of India and Russia. If it was a great river there and it was right next door, then I would see the cultural continuity there, bro.
I'm saying
that's the difference. The river. There's a river in
I'm not
Egypt
talking
that
about
goes through
Egypt and
geographical regions.
Sudan. I'm not talking about Egypt and
No,
Sudan.
you're talking about
I'm
the
talking
continent
about
of Africa.
Yes.
So you don't think you explained it good enough to me?
I'm trying to figure out what are you saying with a river?
I'm saying you, hold on, Corey, watch this. Just let me speak, Corey. You're saying, why are you hollering out? You're saying, why you keep hollering about Africans?
Mm-hmm.
Just because you're on the same continent, right, doesn't mean that you're remotely the same. That's what you're saying. And you give the example of Russia.
So everybody in
India.
Africa is connected by a river? Is that what you're saying?
So you trying to be, you won't let me finish?
Go
I'm gonna put you on the clock, nigga, because I want the same amount of time you
gather what
give
you're
interruption.
saying. I swear, I
Are you
promise
really?
you, I'm trying to
okay,
gather.
so why cut me off and make us do this?
I'm sorry.
So you have to be quiet. Now I gotta hit I'm not even gonna hit the reset button. I'm simply saying, when you look at geography between India and Russia, there's clearly difference between the geography of Libya and Nubia and Ethiopia. And I'm simply saying the difference there, which makes your example a bad example, is there's a river where these cultures literally live on the same river. They're located in the basically northeast quadrant of a continent. And the river connects these cultures, bro. Specifically Libya and Nubia and Egypt. So I don't know why
you I don't understand. I don't have a problem with that. I still don't understand why that had any relevance. I'm not talking about a river. I'm not talking about about a specific spot on Africa. I'm just saying the way y'all use Africa, y'all not using Africa as a specific spot that the rivers connect.
I'm talking about me. I am.
Well, you're not using using Africa. When you say Africa, you don't mean the whole continent. You just mean these parts where the rivers connect.
When we're having a conversation about Egypt, stay with me, bro. And you wonder why I'm saying the things I'm saying and talk about the deep because it's located in an area where these civilizations access the same river. So of course there's going to be cultural exchange. If Mesopotamia can have cultural exchange, then a nigga that can hit you in the head with a rock, you really gonna have some cultural exchange. It'll take me one day to walk across there and make a girlfriend, get her pregnant, and walk back the next day.
Can you tell me what he's saying with this river thing? Because I'm please.
It's in a correlation.
I promise you, I cannot understand the correlation with the river. I'm talking about
because the river was the link between those different people.
Yeah, but we're talking about the continent of Africa. We're talking about when y'all not talking about the rivers that when you say Africa, Jolanda, you're not talking about the rivers, are you?
In this context, we are, because that's the only
In this
document.
context, we is.
Listen, Corey, hold on. Let me try to explain it to you. In this context, we are because
I lost.
Hold on, listen, Corey. In this context, we are
I'm
because there's no
concede
other
this,
documentation of the rest of Africa at this time.
You know what?
You can only talk about what was documented first.
Yep, I agree.
So I mean, if they had mapped,
I'm with you.
Africa to the 1800s, the totality of Africa to the 1800s, you can't talk about it.
Yeah, I know. I'm just gonna leave that one alone.
About what was what the documentation of the area is at the time. Like you can't even talk about West Africa now because there's nothing documented in West Africa at this time.
It can't be. I can't be the. We're Sosa because Sosa, you fair, bro. I promise you, fair Sosa. We're Sosa because he gonna check me. He gonna tell me, no, you didn't understand.
You can only talk about what's documented. That's why
he
I
always
asked you guys,
do
where
that
do you
for me.
start?
I need somebody to tell me that.
And then
you
you're not
didn't
right.
understand.
And then you're not
James
right.
be jumping out the window anyway.
No, but hold up. The significance of the river, the significance of the river civilization that Unc is talking about is all civilizations start based on the river. You got the Chinese civilization, it's based on the river. You got the Indo civilization, it's based on the river. You got the what you guys are calling it's based on a river. That's what he's talking about.
So he's saying these people were connected because of a region they were in, then basically. That's what he's saying.
That's all I'm saying.
No, he's saying a river. They're connected based on the river.
Listen,
so you
don't
say that
it's a river region. The region
river
is a
civilization.
Fine. Listen, this is what I'm asking you, is he's saying this is a river region. Right? This is what connects them. The region is what connects them. This is what I'm asking him.
So big, it's a continent. So that
That's
river
what I
still
said
goes
in the beginning,
different
Jolanda.
regions, though, but it connects different people, and they do have
Jolanda,
cultures.
I said this. I said Africa. You don't. When you say Africa, you're not thinking about a river region.
Yes,
when
you are
say
in
Africa.
this context. You're just talking about the Nile Valley. You're not talking about. You're not talking about in South Africa at this time.
Jolanda. I was giving an example. How are you going to tell me the context of my example? I'm trying to ask him a question, and I gave an example. I don't understand how y'all changing my context to mean river region somehow.
No, that we are talking about. We're trying to explain what Unc was trying
about Egypt.
Listen, I'm asking
you.
Listen,
you do realize, right? Before Corey asked that goddamn question, right? We was talking about Egypt, and you know what I'm saying, and how it's Africans. We was on, and I read the shit. We was only talking about Africans.
This is what you best at. Let me finish, bro.
Let me finish. I'm saying the slide that I read was talking about Libya, Nubians, Greeks, Persians. They say the connection between the deep-rooted connection between the Libyans and the fucking Nubians. We was only talking about that area. That's it. You then bust in with Russia and India and say, yo, what's the difference? And I said, the river. Now, if you was trying to say, what's the difference between North Africa, East Africa, South Africa, then I say, well, you got the P2. Connects them together, bro. You know it because we did it on Sunday night, quote unquote, videos. You know it and I do. Samantha Kiata talked about the continuity of 70% of Africa.
Listen, you going way out of the bounds.
Because you did that though. You made me go this far.
Why is you talking about Samantha Kiata right at this point? Come on now. You cannot do this. You can't do this.
I gave you 2 examples of a region and what connects a region, and then I gave an example of what connects the whole
And
continent.
this is making my
This
whole
doesn't answer your
point.
question?
This is why I'm so confused, because now you're talking about is regions that connect people, and that was my whole point. It's not a continent that connects you, it's a damn region that connects you. This is why I'm fucking confused with you. This is why I'm confused.
Wow. I answered.
You're arguing at this point that a
I did not.
region connects you. You're arguing now at this point, you're arguing that a continent does not connect you. It's the region that connects you.
Corey.
It's the river region that connects you. That's what you just argued to me.
You're being disingenuous right now, yo. So I'm gonna let you be. I'm gonna let you stay right there. You heard me.
Hey,
you heard me give you 2 examples.
If Brendan tells me that
I gave you 2 clear examples, Corey.
I'm mistaken, then
Corey,
I'm going to concede. I promise you.
Corey,
I promise you.
I gave you Corey. Wait a minute, Corey.
I gave you 2 examples.
Corey,
you're wrong
I
on
gave
that,
you 2
and I will
examples, Corey. Corey, I
Did
gave you 2
not
examples, bro.
Just talk about.
I gave you 2 examples.
It ain't a region. It's
I
the
gave
continent.
you 2. Corey, I gave
Then
you
when
2
I
examples.
said it's a region, Brendan, listen.
I gave you
Brendan.
2 examples, Corey, and you know it. I gave you 2 examples, Corey. The first time I gave an example as to an answer to your question, because we were talking about Egypt, Nubia, and Libya, because that's the source I read. You followed up with Russia and fucking India.
No,
and I said, well, the difference between those 2 things.
My statement
was
that y'all, I said, I said Africa is a continent. It is not, you don't be connected because you're on the same continent. That doesn't connect you. That's what that was what my whole argument was.
So now we're having a dodo conversation. That's what dodo birds do. Like we chew dodos right now. I'm thinking you're trying to ask me how in the fuck is Egypt tied to the places I talked about? Like, why is that how does Egypt have deep African roots? And I showed you, and I said the deep African.
That's what I'm saying. I don't agree with
bro.
that. I don't agree with that.
Right.
I don't.
But the deep African roots is with its neighbors that are African that y'all call sub-Saharan Africa.
See, this is what I'm saying.
I said the river
the whole
is
African
a genetic
thing is crazy.
I said the river is a genetic. It's not a genetic barrier. It actually flows the genes of human beings migrating back and forth. That's why I said it. And I said the example of India, and I'm not all over the place. I'm saying the same thing. All right, I'm gone, man. I ain't doing this shit, man. This shit's stupid to me, dog. Good night, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate y'all, man. Right?
Let's just
speak of the rivers.
If don't nobody get it, I get it. I'm not mad. I'm not mad, Corey. Corey just said it.
Listen.
Corey, thank you for telling us, Corey, that you don't agree with the experts. And yet to bring somebody to say something different, that Egypt does not have deep African roots. You go find that source. Yeah. Don't talk to me ever again about Egypt till you find a source that says Egypt does not have deep African roots. And tied to
when everybody on the panel,
I'll holler at y'all later.
When everybody on the panel can go around and give me the same definition of Africa, then I'll concede.
Corey, I think I know your
Corey. Can I add on to this?
But the river, the Nile, that's what we're focusing on, because that is pretty much south of that is the seat of civilization. Then it moves up, then it continues to evolve.
No, it's not. The Mediterranean is the cradle of civilization.
Drink literally out the Mediterranean.
So like, brother Corey, this is what's going on, right? See, I'm sorry, Juju. I'm sorry. I don't know.
Go ahead. It's just trying to bring it all together so we can understand why us Blackologists sometimes may have a problem with that Mediterranean label as it is depicted or conceptualized by others. We don't think of North Africa when people say Mediterranean. I don't care what we know. I'm talking about, the mass public. I'm talking about in the 1800s. I'm talking about with scientific racism. We understand that the Mediterranean is the incubator of Western civilization. When you think of those things are always not African in thoughts, okay? So let's not like play like that shit don't happen.
So the Mediterranean world, it's shared by multiple continents. It's a bunch of different ethnic groups in the Mediterranean. Now, when it comes to the ancient Egyptian culture, if we follow the pre-dynastic phases, they do have a Paleo-Saharan element that comes from the interior of North Africa or Africa. And that's one of the elements that makes up the Mediterranean. Just like on the other side of the Mediterranean, when you get into like southern Greece and you get into the Macedonians, and before the Macedonians, the Athenians and the Minoans and all these other group populations, they all had a predecessor before being established into these empires that we know. So yes, Egypt is a homegrown African culture that met up on the Mediterranean bark. It's an element within the Mediterranean world, but there are distinctions within each Mediterranean, or the regions that we consider the Mediterranean. There are distinctions within the culture, but a lot of similarities.
We conceded that.
Right. So Egypt is an African culture, but again, we have different African cultures. Sub-Saharan African.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's different African cultures, fine, right? But the way they use Africa as if Africa is one thing, you know what I'm saying? Yes. And that's a problem, because nobody in the real time in Gozi, this is what I'm saying, Gozi. Nobody on the ground in real time is looking at Africa as a continent. They only understand the region they're in. They're looking at the region that they're in, not Africa as a continent. I'm talking about the people on the ground in real time, not us in 2022.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying?
Correct. Understood, Corey, but you know how you say us Afrocentrics looking at it in one way, where the Eurocentrics are looking at it in another way, but you know what I'm saying? So
there are no Eurocentrics.
Brother Wajware. Can I speak for you just a bit, Brother Wajware?
Go ahead, Brandon.
Because I want to put it very bluntly how the Brother Wajware put it to me about his problem with the word Africa, right? And you let me know if I'm wrong, Wajware, right?
Go ahead.
The brother, the Great Green, his problem with that word, right, when we was talking about Africa, is because he thinks that term Africa is the playground of the Afrocentrics. That's the muddy waters playground where things aren't specific, and it's muddy, and it can mean so many different things. And then that's how we get to all these different misconceptions and ideas where things are clinging on to concepts that really don't really relate to us as a people, right? This is how you sort of described it to me the other day, right? That's the reason why like in terms of using that term Africa, it's so muddy. It's so muddy, and it means so many different things. It's nothing specific about Africa. That's one of the biggest reasons why Corey has that problem.
But also, let me add on, Corey. Let me add on to that real quick. Also, Brendan, let me just for clarity, it's because the majority, and I'm saying the vast majority. Listen to what I'm saying. The vast majority of people in the conscious community never knew that North Africa was never Black Africa.
Honestly, I'm not getting into the skin color thing. I
don't deal with the skin color thing. I've never had an argument about the skin color.
Into the conversation, because that's another muddy playground. That Brendan was talking about, just like the word Africa, the skin color, the Black, the Africa, all that's a muddy term that doesn't mean anything, right? Because nobody on in real time on the ground is all Black. You're not gonna tell people from Uganda they Black and they just like the Ghanaians. You know what I'm saying? It's not like that. And it ain't, the chimpanzees don't even do that. The chimpanzees be like, yo, that's my cousin. I know you don't really fuck with him, but you my guy. You know what I'm saying? Like they differentiate. You know what I mean? Like they not it does not work like we trying to make it work over here in the United States. Like I said, the people in real time on the ground, they're in a region. They're not on a continent. The continent is a African American thing. Africa is an African American thing. But the color thing just muddies the water, and we go down a rabbit hole that we never come out of.
Yeah,
So
because nobody ever initially had a color argument.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm being.
Pan-Africanism was created by Black Americans. I mean, you got to understand. I mean, only over here, different ethnic groups of sub-Saharan West and Central Africa was slapped together and considered Black. So that's all we know. And the first thing that we learned from being Christians in the New World was about this land called Egypt and Ham, and we associated Ham with being Black. We didn't understand the differentiation or the difference for different group populations in Africa. This is why it's important for us to become scientifically literate. Once you become scientifically literate, it kills.
So Gozy, can you see the screen and go? Can you see the screen and go?
That's exactly what I'm saying, Gozy. You understand. I appreciate it.
All right. Can you see the screen and go?
Yes, it says the origins of early Egypt, Asian, European, or African.
All right, can you hear this? Let me know if you can hear.
Go ahead and play.
So this is the actual family tree here. What's important?
Can you hear that?
Yeah, we hear it.
Okay, so he want to know what ties Africa together and the continent together. This is what he's saying. Tell me if this man is wrong.
It's
about this is one thing I want to say, and then I'm going to stop.
Hey, Corey, you gonna stop that? Y'all got that bitch ass T-Fex on there.
I'm muted.
Wait a bitch, hey T-Fex, you a bitch ass nigga, yo. Just for the record, nigga. I know you on here. I just want everybody to know how I feel about you. There you go. Now take that.
They all know how you feel.
Are more common, as you see in Lebanon, Palestine, and Iraq. So Egypt, once again, even the Muslims. One thing I want to say, and then I'm going to stop. This is uniparentally inherited. This is a Y chromosome passed from father to son, son to son. This particular DNA marker here, PN2, is sort of the background, and that's what this means. It's the background of 73% of all of the peoples in Africa today. 73%. The PN2 is found in West Africa and sub-equatorial Africa. The P2 or M2 as it's called. This M35, 215 M35, is what you find in the Horn of Africa up to Egypt and over to Morocco. It corresponds to the 5 and the 11 in the previous slide. This is the father of both groups of Africans. This binds the continent together, okay? So although you have Berbers with blue eyes and blonde hair, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, they share, for the most part, this PN2 ancestry with people in West and tropical Africa. This is the modern population. And they share much less of the M89, which comes off the tree, in another way. I'm going to finish here. This is an old slide. I'll just stop here. Okay, well, that's where it stopped anyway, doesn't it? Okay, all right.
Any questions about Shamarka?
So that's the answer to your question, Corey. Now you go live with that. There you have it.
Yeah, that's fine. The Great Rift Valley, the Great Rift Valley.
Whatever. Hey, whatever, Corey. Whatever, Corey. Corey, whatever, Corey. That's the joke, right?
Binds the whole world together.
Yeah, I know.
I would never disagree with that. I would never disagree with that.
That ain't what that man talking about. You know it.
Yeah.
And you heard it.
But I'm just talking about dates. Chronology matters.
He talking about dates too. He talking about that same population right there, bro. So you want to know what binds people together? There you go, bro. You can add all the dates you want,
back,
but you want to know
together,
bro.
I wouldn't deny that.
We talking about the continent of Africa, bro. That's
what
we're talking about.
Yes.
Thank you. We ain't talking about the rest of the world right now. We ain't talking about Palestine. We ain't talking about Asia. We talking about, you want to know what bind Africans together. Since you wasn't going for the river with the Nubians and the Libyans,
the thing that binds the whole continent together is the same thing that binds the world together.
No, it's not. No, he didn't say the word.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yeah, he didn't say it, but I'm saying.
Right, so what was he specifically talking about, Corey? So can we just stay right there with that man was talking about?
It don't matter what he was talking about.
What the geneticist was talking about, bro. You can't play that.
Picture of the whole picture.
No, so he don't got the real picture.
He's talking about something specific.
He
I'm
was really
talking about
helping
the
us in
whole
our
picture.
no,
I'm
but
talking about the whole picture.
he was actually helping us in our conversation, Corey. You just don't want to accept what that man had to say.
He was talking. He was having a specific discussion about something.
About Egypt. The conversation is about Egypt.
Yeah.
Okay, let me interject. Hold on, let me interject for a second.
But just before you do it, just as a point of clarity, in terms of does everybody sort of understand what Dr. Soakita was trying to say, right? What he was trying to say is that just because you have two populations of Africans, you have the North Africans, right, look very different than the West Africans, right? You would think on the surface that these people are very, very different from each other, but the genetics tell a very different story, right? We talked about the P2 connection between, right, the father, or you would say that ancestral DNA connection between both populations that ties those populations together on the continent of Africa, right?
Right, and I talked about that about 40 to 60,000 years ago.
No,
I said that a million times.
No, you said that. He didn't say that, bro. You said that. That ain't what
So
that man said.
He didn't say a date. What is he talking? What date is he talking about?
So he's talking prehistory and pre-dynastic. He's going way back.
That's what I'm saying.
That P2
Corey
gene.
is trying to.
When is the P2 gene?
That's the question. How far back? Yeah,
how far back is the P2 gene? I mean, come on.
I wish Ngozi wouldn't.
It ain't in 30. It's not in 35 BC. It ain't in 3500 BC. I can tell you that right now. That's the shit crazy right now.
Because he also talks about, he gives an example as well. He says that if you had a population of people from North Africa, a population of people from West Africa, and a population of people from Papua New Guinea, and put them side by side, right? The people from Papua New Guinea and West Africa would look on the surface like they were more genetically connected, but in reality,
they have common mutations.
But in reality, the populations between North Africa and West Africa would be more genetically connected. So you can't really use, right, the skin color and the phenotypical game, right, always when you're
That's why I say that's a whole rabbit hole. The whole skin.
Now it's a rabbit hole. It's always a rabbit hole.
I've been saying that the whole time. I've been saying the same things over and over again the whole time.
Skin color is a rabbit hole because you have people like.
I'm talking, Chief X. You definitely ain't a guest, at least in my eyes. Barely want to hear you talk because you stay on some bullshit. So don't act like we friendly
I'm not
company,
acting
bro.
like nothing.
Yeah, well, why you on this motherfucker? I don't be over there with you at.
Yeah.
I don't feel the need to be with you.
We're having a good discussion though.
No, it was a good discussion to that wild ass coon got on here. He's a wild coon, and he always a wild coon. He a wild coon today, he a wild coon tomorrow, he a wild coon next week. Fuck that friendly discussion. Nigga,
why are you scared to have
How about that, nigga? Because you're a wild coon. nigga.
So
I ain't having no discussion with you, nigga.
To have a discussion.
Nigga, I'm not having no discussion. Nigga, I ain't having no discussion with you, nigga.
Okay.
Nigga,
now
we ain't
got
friends,
that
we ain't
off our
cool,
chest.
nigga. Ain't no friend, ain't all this shit. No, it's
Okay,
stay on my chest, bro. Every time you on here, nigga, it's on my chest.
Kind of stuff. We got you. Okay, we got it. Go ahead.
Right, we gotta put rails on the conversations, right?
Ain't no fucking rails, no conversation. There's all that wild ass nigga on here. Ain't no motherfucking rails, nigga. It can only be one, nigga. Even me and you, nigga. And I ain't fucking with you. How about that, nigga? I don't even care about no show as long as you're around. How about that, nigga? Because you too slick. You run your mouth too much, nigga. You hide your hand too much, nigga. And you a chump, nigga. That's why I don't fuck with chump. How about that, nigga? And I'm an expression to the whole motherfucking world. Every time you on here, nigga, I'm on your head. That shit ain't changed, nigga. Go figure something else out, nigga. Me and you in the same space don't work, nigga. How about that? Now you know it. So why you keep coming around, nigga? Now, I'm gonna keep you uncomfortable around me, nigga. I ain't having no scholarly conversation with you, nigga. You know what it is. You lost your motherfucking mind, yo. You tripping, nigga. I would not be nowhere near you, nigga. Ran your mouth, 40, 50 videos. We supposed to be cool, nigga. I ain't built like that, nigga. Never have been, never will be. Now, y'all think that shit funny. That shit ain't funny, nor is it slick. Nigga, we in conflict, man, this nigga. Y'all need to know that. Straight conflict. Fuck, I look like 30 videos and now we cool. I'm gonna give my $100 like you can pay me, nigga. You can't pay me, nigga.
Why are you running from us? Why we have beef?
Nigga, I'm not talking to you. Me and
You
you
are
can't
talking to
have
me. You're
a sky.
insulting me. You're talking to me. You're doing all
Nigga,
kind of
because you
stuff.
was born to be insulted. Nigga,
So why are you
wow.
scared to have a conversation
Nigga,
about
what?
the
Nigga,
Mediterranean?
good.
I
But I
think we
ain't
was
scared to
really
call your
getting
wild
some
ass.
Hold on. Let me
we
have a
was. You gotta put
conversation
that
with him.
wild
Hold
ass tone
on,
on
you
this
don't want to have a
motherfucker. But you did.
conversation with him.
No,
Let
hell
me
no,
have a
nigga, and I'm not,
conversation with him.
nigga.
Why are you
No,
scared?
nigga, okay, whatever you say, nigga, I ain't scared to tell you a wild coon, though, am I? I
Okay,
ain't
we
scared
hear
of
that. We got that. Said you
Now,
can say
yeah,
it
so
100
we're gonna
times,
keep
but you're
so
scared to
every
have a
15
conversation.
seconds, nigga, I'm gonna say it, nigga, whatever. Nigga, you
Okay,
have
you
nothing
seem
for me,
scared to
nigga.
have a
Nigga,
conversation.
you have nothing for me. How about that, nigga?
Okay, well, what? I didn't even.
Right,
That's why you
nigga.
jumped back on.
You lucky I
To
ain't
deal
got to
with me.
control. Nah,
You
nigga, I
jumped
didn't
back
know you
on to
was on.
deal with me.
See, that's why you a bitch ass nigga. I didn't even know you was on here, nigga. Cause nigga, let me have the control. Your ass been and gone.
No, yeah, so you're
Got me
scared.
fucked up,
You're
nigga.
scared. You
Yeah,
don't
all
want
right,
the
nigga,
truth
yeah.
to be told.
But I ain't
Let's
scared to
have this
call you a bitch ass
Mediterranean
nigga, though.
conversation.
Okay,
Nigga,
okay,
but you a
hold on.
bitch ass
Let's
nigga.
get
Now I
back
had
to the
no
con.
conversation with you. Ain't no get back to the what,
Okay,
nigga.
well,
We
let the
back where we
others have
supposed
the
to be at.
conversation then.
Now I ain't let nobody have shit, nigga. I ain't
Because
getting back to nothing,
Egypt
nigga.
is Mediterranean, and I can tell you why. But if
Nigga,
you're
your mother
scared,
Mediterranean, nigga. You can't tell me shit, nigga.
you're gonna try to
Fuck you,
rush
nigga.
me
I ain't
out.
scared of nothing,
all
nigga.
right, y'all.
Rush you out nothing, nigga. I ain't trying to
Okay,
fuck
so
your
out.
show
Egypt is
and fuck
definitely
you, nigga.
Mediterranean, and
Nigga,
I can
fuck you
break
in
down
your
why.
Egyptian conversation, nigga. I don't want you to break it down near me. You know what the
Hold on,
fuck
I'll
you
wait till
talking
y'all
about? You
get
never
done.
do, nigga. Ain't no motherfucking cordial conversation with this wild ass nigga. And every time you're around, nigga, you was wild ass nigga. You're a wild ass nigga
No,
tomorrow.
ain't nobody. You're wild. You're the only wild man right here. You're the only wild.
Okay, right, nigga. Right, nigga. You ain't gonna come talk calm right now, nigga. That shit ain't calm between me and you.
I never come on
When,
nobody's
nigga?
stream.
When, nigga? So what, nigga? When is me and you ever calm, nigga? What I look like a sucker to you, nigga? Making 100 motherfucking videos,
you're the one starting the
talking
drama.
shit, nigga.
Nobody
And then we'll get
started
on here and
drama,
think we
but
supposed to be calm, nigga. They so what, nigga? Fuck you, nigga. How about that, nigga?
So why
The drama is you,
I
nigga.
got that
Nigga,
much
when you
power
not
over
around me,
you
nigga,
where
you
you
doing
become a
drama, nigga.
berserker?
When you around me, nigga, you doing drama, nigga.
Because
We
you
ain't
become a
friends, nigga.
berserker. I
We
have
ain't
that
cool,
much
nigga.
power
Nigga,
over
I ain't no
you that
motherfucking
you
berserk,
become a
nigga.
berserker.
Nigga, I'm not trying to hear none of that
If you
dumb ass
lose
shit
your
you saying,
fucking
nigga.
mind and
Nigga,
become
I
a
ain't losing my
berserker
motherfucking mind,
because
nigga.
Chief
Nigga,
X
I
is
ain't
gone
losing.
and you're scared to death of Chief
Yeah,
X,
nigga.
and you become a berserker every time you hear Chief X's voice. You go crazy because you're scared.
Wild ass bitch ass nigga, and I'm a scared nigga.
You stop being scared. You're showing your fear to the entire crowd. What are you scared of?
Bro, nigga,
What do you feel guilty of? What are you guilty of, huh?
Hey, fuck you, nigga. Now, that's what I ain't scared of, nigga. How about that, nigga?
Well, that's all you can say. You're scared to have the conversation, so you're trying to derail it. Because you know when Chief X come on, he's going to kick that shit, and he's going to make that shit real, and Ankh is scared.
I keep the same motherfucking energy, nigga. How about that? I ain't changing, nigga.
Ankh, you're shaking in your boots scared, bro.
Anyone want to add something? We got dead air right now. Go ahead.
Okay, well, Ankh went out. I just wanted to say something about the Mediterranean. That's all I really wanted to say. I didn't come on to argue and fight.
Nah, yeah, nigga, you know I'm here, nigga. You came to argue and fight, nigga. You know what it is, nigga. I ain't no play toy. Fuck, I look like
What is somebody coming on having a conversation got to do with you being a play toy? Are you that erratic and crazy?
No, you're a wild ass nigga.
What's wild about me? Say, what's wild that Chief X did?
What's wild about you, nigga? You're a lying ass nigga.
What did I lie about? Name one lie.
You lied, nigga. You know
name
it,
one
nigga.
lie. Name one lie, Ankh.
You said that Africa was. You said Africa. You said Egypt
no.
was
That's
an
not
African
what
place.
Stay out of it. He's not talking about that. He's not talking about that. Name the lie, Ankh. He can't name the lie. I've never lied.
Oh, fucking ragged ass money, nigga. You know how that situation with that. You lost. You could have fixed that shit, nigga. But you lost,
Your phone
nigga.
is scratchy. Can't nobody hear you.
Nigga, you know how that situation went.
What are you saying right now?
You know how the situation went with that fucking Moringa.
Right, so are you admitting that you stole a case of Moringa from me and never paid me for it? When I sent you a case on consignment for free and you didn't pay me back a penny? Are you admitting that right now to the audience?
Hey, that's why I don't fuck with you, dog. because you're a wild ass nigga.
Right,
You
because
know
you
what
got
it was,
guilt.
nigga.
You feel
We
guilty
had a
because you scammed me out of my Moringa case. You feel guilty deep inside. And you have a fear that you don't want to talk about it because you know you're wrong.
So
and I make
everybody.
Guilty.
This is what I'm gonna do. This is what I'm gonna do for you, yo. So you don't gotta worry about thinking you ever gonna have a reasonable conversation with me because you're a lying.
I didn't come on to talk to you, Unc. So what you're saying is irrelevant.
Okay, nigga, well,
you stole from me and you feel guilty. You stole from me and you feel guilty about it. Period.
I took that shit after you.
Right, exactly. So now we getting somewhere. You robbed and scammed me, and now you feel guilty. So you don't want me on the panels because your guilt is fucking with you.
Nigga, I keep robbing, nigga. Now what?
That's how you are. You're just a bad behavior motherfucker.
You're a bitch and your mother, nigga. Now what?
Okay, well, whatever. I'm not gonna even go there because that's childish stuff. I'm a grown man. I'm trying to figure out why you so damn mad and scared. You can call me 100 other names. Fine, go ahead, get it off. Feel free, call me 100 other names. But why are you scared to get down to the nitty gritty of why are you scared to talk?
Never have no conversation with you, nigga. How about that, nigga? Know this to be the truth. And every time you call
right. That's why you hop back on. You hop back on because you heard my voice and you know some truth was about to be laid down, so you came to thwart it.
Voice, nigga, and that's why I don't fuck with you, because you delusional, nigga.
No, because you're a berserker. You're a berserker, and you're mad that Egypt wasn't black. You're mad Egypt is Mediterranean, and you're mad that I'm right about every fucking thing. That's what it is, Unc. You're mad about the indigenous slave trade you was wrong about. You're mad about black Egypt you was wrong about. You're mad about all kind of shit. You feel guilty you stole Moringa from me? You just going berserk, huh?
I took that and he stole the motherfucking shoes that you put on.
Nobody stole no shoes. Why are you lying? Do I need to bring out the video and show you the receipts again? You're lying again?
Nigga, and nigga, every time you come on here, you know what it is.
Now, every time I come on, you get to shaking in your boots, Unc, and scared. Grow up, grow some balls. I thought you were made for this. I thought you were built for this scholarship. Come to find out you weren't built for it. That you're a pussy ass, scary ass nigga, and you can't even have a conversation.
A bitch ass nigga, you and your mother, nigga, and you know what it is, nigga?
Yeah.
You know what it is.
Yeah, look at you. I got control over you where I can make you go berserk and crazy. Ain't you damn near 60 years old and about to have a heart attack? This is your behavior. This is your behavior. And this is the example you set for the people. Being a wild ass, buck wild ass, ignorant nigga.
Your mother is, nigga.
This is the example you show people daily. You talk over everybody, every show. You have no respect for anybody. You can't let nobody get a word out. Nigga, you haven't even bought a headphone set in 20 fucking years, you broke. Nigga, I've been telling you to get a fucking headset so we can hear your dumb ass.
Why you got this nigga on here, dog? Somebody get this wild ass nigga off here, yo.
You can't even spend $10 on a fucking headset.
Who got this wild ass nigga on here, nigga? I'm in the car, nigga.
You whole ass nigga.
Let me get your bitch ass off here, yo.
Yeah, you kick me off, nigga. You bitch ass scary nigga. You fucking thief. You fucking thief. You don't want to take the debate.
Nigga, your mother, nigga. What's wrong with you, nigga? Why y'all keep bringing that bitch ass nigga on here, yo? That nigga's a wild ass coon. Ain't no discussion with this nigga. Man, this nigga got a problem. Ain't no motherfucking discussion. That's what's always in that nigga heart at all times. I don't hide minds. So if y'all So now we're gonna parlay back to a scholarly discussion.
Yo, y'all gotta chill, yo. What going on?
Who got chill?
I just clicked on the YouTube. I heard a nigga going crazy just now. Like, y'all gotta chill out.
Why do you think that, though, kid?
Let's get back to the info, man.
That thing on here? What info, kid? I ain't built like that. Nigga, you don't talk shit to me all year, then all of a sudden, because the conversation you like, now we friendly. Well, I ain't built like that. Y'all be fucked up. I ain't got nothing to do with motherfucking stuff. Fuck I look like. No motherfucking clown. That nigga know what it is. Fuck out of here, nigga lie, spread rumors, talk shit, and I'm supposed to think that shit cool. Cause we talking about a motherfucking Egypt. Man, fuck Egypt and fuck that nigga. Man, that nigga can't be in the same space. I'm thinking niggas want to see me act like this. Cause anytime I'm around a nigga act like that. If we in the fucking event, I'ma act like that. If we on the fucking moon, I'ma act like that. I'ma act like that. That nigga gotta shut me up. That nigga got to prove he say he is. He got to prove that to me. Fag ass nigga. That nigga always like that. What I look like?
I just got back. I said y'all got it popping. Shit, what's good?
It's on. It's on.
That chat is going. Look, the chat is going crazy.
Smash, what up, Smash?
Fiery conversation.
I thought
Man,
last time I checked in, y'all was talking about Egypt. Come back in, niggas
just came
going
in on the
crazy.
back end of a
Hey, kid, the God best showed up. I guess. It got crazy. Tell you, I'm fucking with that Egypt shit. The God best popped up on his ass.
Look, your phone cutting out and shit, so you ain't really your whole shit ain't coming through. So it ain't even fair because all your words ain't even coming through. So
I know you got that screen.
Sharing something.
Egypt, yo.
Yeah, Egypt.
Egypt would do it, right?
Blow them goddamn pyramids up.
So y'all really thinking some Egypt shit? And that shit funny,
we can
right?
hear you now. We can hear you now.
So I'm saying y'all think that shit funny, right? I'm letting y'all niggas know now, yo. Bring that nigga. You can't know.
It's just
chopping up.
We can't hear you, bro. I'm saying it's like that. I'm saying it's like that with me and that nigga, yo. Y'all need to know that, yo. See, I ain't built like that. And I'm tired of telling niggas that shit, yo. I don't know why y'all keep pushing that nigga on here, dog. Like I'm not a mockery ass motherfucker, yo. Like, I don't give a fuck. Trust me with that.
I feel you, but I'd be like,
nah, I ain't no but, yo. Hey, yo, suppose I did you like that, yo. You think that shit like, yo. Me and you live in Atlanta, nigga.
Yeah,
suppose I did you like that, Sosa?
On YouTube
Think
shit?
about that shit,
on some YouTube shit.
Nah, this ain't no YouTube shit, Sosa. So I can do whatever. I can say what I want to say to you, Sosa. And when you see me, it's cooled out. I'm asking you right now. On some real shit, nigga.
On some internet shit, I ain't tripping. I ain't
on some
go back
internet
and forth
shit.
I'm not gonna go back and forth with you.
So you said, let me get this straight, Sosa.
Hold on, this is what I mean by internet shit.
Discredit your motherfucking business, lie, cheat, you the whole 9 yards, yo. And when you see me, it's high and key down.
Nah,
that's how you roll, yo.
That ain't internet shit. What I'm saying to you is this: if you run the chief vest tomorrow, you gonna slap him? You gonna shoot him? If it's not, it's internet shit to me, bro. That's what I call internet shit. If it's real, then when I see you on popping off,
ask you again, Sosa.
I gave you my answer, bro.
No, I'm gonna ask
clear.
You again,
I don't bullshit.
No, you didn't give me no answer. You start talking about some shooting shit. That wasn't
I'm saying,
the answer. I'm gonna ask you a question.
Is it serious enough?
I'm gonna ask you a question, bro.
Internet or not, it's the disrespect.
Go ahead, ask it, bro.
Period.
I asked you a simple question, yo. You went off.
Ask the question.
Shit, like you lost your mind.
Ask the question, bro.
I'm saying you're gonna be cordial with me after I done rated you 50 videos for 3 years straight, and that shit cool, yo. You gonna have a calm conversation with me, yo, and I never apologize, and I keep up the same shit. You gonna have a cordial conversation with me, yo. That shit out the window, dog. That's how you vote. That's what I'm asking.
I already told you, I'm not gonna go. You want me to answer, or you gonna keep rant? You gonna keep rant? I already said I ain't gonna go back and forth with a nigga on the internet. Now, y'all done heard you have many conversations. I done heard you admit that he tried to squash the shit and you won't squash the shit. So I don't know what the fuck y'all got going on.
Though, yo.
Okay, then that's fine. But what I'm saying is that when I call it internet shit, I'm saying this internet shit is because when you see a nigga in real time, ain't shit gonna happen. That means it's internet shit. It ain't real to me. Real shit is when if I see you, it's on and popping. That's real. Anything else is some fucking internet shit, bro. I don't take it seriously.
Nigga, well, I don't know what you talking about, and I don't know what you trying to get me to say, nigga. But I'm saying I don't fuck
Is it real, bro? Like when you see him, is it real?
Hey, I don't know.
If it didn't figure out that,
I don't got figured out.
You don't know. I don't know what it is.
Figured out, yo.
You don't know. I don't know what it is. I don't know.
Hold up. Basically, it's real, King Sosa. So I mean, at the end of the day, you know what I mean,
bro. The man who showed up in Atlanta
when
and said, "Yo, I'm gonna go up there." Uncle, you was like, "Nah, nigga, I ain't finna fight you." Like motherfucker, we grown ass men. The fuck we look like fighting
just because he ain't gonna. I mean, just because he ain't gonna fight him.
Real quick, because
I'm too old for that shit. Nigga, too old for that shit. That's crazy.
Hold on, though. Look, we ain't making it better though, Social. You feel me? Because first the contention was with Chief X. Now is a contingency with you on what he gonna do if he see him in
we just
real
having
life.
we just having a conversation, bro. It ain't that deep.
That's like, is you gonna fire on him? That's what you asking.
I'm saying, I'm asking if it's real.
But feel
me, real, bro.
I feel you.
Internet
but your way
shit.
of expressing it, I hear you. I hear you 100%, family. I'm saying the way you expressing it is putting more fuel on the fire and not do some other thing.
It ain't gonna be no fuel because it ain't real.
But the way you posing it is like, is you gonna shoot him when you see him? You gonna slap him? So that's why we inflating it. We don't want to go further down the road.
I ain't saying do that. I'm just saying it ain't real. It's just internet.
We are all here right now. It's real. It's still real.
100%.
We're here.
Yeah,
that's on social media. It's still real. It's disrespectful. So stop saying that it ain't real. It's real. We're right here. We're talking. I'm alive and breathing. You know, blood running through my veins. This is social media. This is a medium, but the shit is real.
Juju, if you cuss me out and talk shit about my mama, I'm gonna hit the X button. I'm not finna fight. It ain't real to me, nigga. You a nigga. You just on YouTube. That shit don't mean
anecdotal.
Shit.
That's anecdotal.
It ain't real to me.
That's anecdotal. So
no, he right. Look, Unc is the oldest dude on our platform, y'all. So we would be crazy if we sit here and think that, you know, or let him. If we in the position, you think I would let Unc risk his?
And y'all was just crazy for letting that shit go on as long as it did.
Let him finish the conversation.
Stop that.
Let him finish his point.
That, bro.
Let him make his point.
You think any of us grown men who know what it really is will let them two grown men motherfucking potentially mess up their lives or their fucking health over fucking Egypt? That's fucking crazy.
You're right.
But over some goddamn moringa and some fucking shoes. That's
how they feel. Look, they feel how they feel. That's their perspective on that shit. So at the end of the day,
niggas ain't gonna do nothing. Niggas ain't gonna do nothing.
I swear to Kent, you from Chuck, bro.
Y'all done took this
you know what it is,
serious,
Chucktown shit, bro. That ain't Chucktown business, man.
Man, look, Unc done been in some real life situations, yo.
I gotta respect if
he
a man
know
feels
that
some type
ain't
of
like,
way.
come on, yo.
Yeah, if he feels some type of way, he feels some type of way. That it is what it is.
Nigga, I feel some type of way about a lot of shit that I ain't about to risk my motherfucking freedom over.
Well,
what the fuck is wrong with y'all?
The bottom line is niggas bringing Chief X on the show cause problems.
Yeah.
So y'all deal with that like men. Don't get fucking up, yo.
I didn't bring him on.
Don't make excuses
might
for the
not
fuckery.
might not have a problem with Chief X, but at the end of the day, Unc is a pseudo killer, and I mean we gotta respect pseudo killer business.
Yeah, I mean I didn't bring him in, so I mean I ain't tripping on that. I'm just saying like the shit be tiresome, bro. You know what I'm saying?
It's tiresome when niggas bring that bitch ass nigga on the platform. Like y'all really think I'm gonna have a conversation with that nigga because he flashed $100, yo?
Nah,
nigga, I can burn $100, yo. That's the point. The point is, so I'm not gonna force the nigga up in your face, yo, if I know you don't fuck with him, yo. That's the point. I'm not gonna do none of y'all like that, dog.
If I don't, I'm saying I didn't let him on, so that ain't my.
No, I'm not saying it. Make the chef did that, or the nigga hit the link.
No, I just got back. When I clicked up. If I let a nigga on, you know I don't bullshit, bro. I'm gonna say now I let him in. I don't give a fuck.
No, but I'm saying is this. So you think I'm bluffing? Hold on. I'm not talking about hurt nobody. I ain't talking about shoot nobody. I'm saying, but every time a nigga pop up in my space, I'm cussing his bitch ass out. And I said that.
I've been told y'all that.
Yeah.
So why would we know? Why would we allow it if we know?
Juju, I ain't let him on.
It's been
I'm
like
not having
that
conversation,
though,
Juju. I ain't let him on.
Years.
So that ain't.
Come on.
I didn't let him on.
Whatever.
Who let him on there? Somebody
let him
y'all
on.
did, because you didn't give me the host capabilities. So it was between you,
Shalonda let him on.
and whatnot. I don't have host capabilities. I
messing
couldn't have
with
let
you.
him on.
I made you the host, you do.
Hey, back to
I didn't let him
hours
on.
ago.
Chef, I think you let him on, Chef.
Y'all
Who let him
niggas
on?
cap.
Chef let him
I
on.
didn't let him on.
I got
Come get your
$100
shirt,
on Chef.
Chief. Come get your
I'm not even.
I got 100 on Chef. I got
Brandon
100
the
on
host.
Chef.
Brandon the host. I'm not even co-host.
We pointing the finger. We ain't
I'm
trying
not even
to.
co-host.
Nah, we just playing. We just playing Smash.
Why is we doing everything wrong?
Hey, look, we just playing, but I got 100 on Chef.
We
Chef let him in.
just messing around.
I'm saying though. For an example we give it now, we pointing the finger. We ain't trying to do that either. We don't want to identify who let him on because that's going backwards. Let's just look forward and try to make sure we don't set the stage for these type of outbursts. That's all.
True indeed.
That's a fact. And you know what I did? I think I did hit the button.
Yeah, let me get that 100.
I'm asking though. Here's the thing. If you on is it that way on all platforms? If you on another platform and Chief X is on
yeah,
and you gonna wild out every time.
Out the show over with.
Why?
Damn right.
What other platforms really allowed on that?
Why?
That's
crazy. Why would you?
What other platform gonna let him on though? That we on?
What if a nigga you don't like is in your house? Like this your house. This our house. Like y'all. Like
I'm not talking about. I get his house, man. That's why I said like I said if we on another platform, is it still the same?
Nigga,
like do you just go? Do you get this?
No, it's just on the pseudo killers.
Nah, he said. He said
it's home base. It's home base.
So
anywhere,
I'm saying. So listen. Hey Sosa, check this out, dog. If I don't fuck with a person, then I don't fuck with a person. Maybe you might change fucking with people. I don't fuck with a nigga. So I'm not gonna be phony in front of the world. You know, act like I fuck with Chief X. I can't get it out of my mind that this nigga fucking lied and still lied. And I can't sit there and be cordial with a nigga who I know is a lying ass, deceitful ass nigga and faking y'all out with the bullshit. I don't give a fuck about no information, no Egypt conversation. If you right it wrong, I'm saying, yo, I cannot look a man in his face. He's talking to me and we forgetting about the real elephant in the room. I address that shit. That's what I'm saying. I ain't born from that, bro. Oh yeah, we haven't just become. I don't give a fuck about if Egypt is purple, green, and black, yo. That shit just a show to me. But that nigga right there that lies. What the fuck I look like stealing some fucking moringa?
See, moringa and shit.
Right, cool. Nigga. Hold on. See, you know what though, Sosa? You ain't been around long enough, right? They know that all we got on these platforms, right, is our word and what we say, bro. It's YouTube. And there's been a many niggas step up here and lie because that's all they got. And the people watching can't tell the difference if a nigga lying or not. The nigga then did some investigation shit. Oh, yo, I'm gonna go see if you own this. What the fuck is this nigga doing investigating my background? And then why would I have a cordial conversation with a nigga like that, dog? Like,
then my point is, if you feel that way, then dead that shit, bro. Like, don't even,
what you mean,
like, don't even,
shit?
like, when a show, when you have other shows, don't even mention a nigga name. I don't even speak about niggas because I don't fuck with them. I don't speak about
listen what I'm saying, Sosa.
Just leave it like that. I feel you, bro. Just leave it like that.
Listen what I'm saying, Sosa. What videos do I make about every blue moon after he make 10 videos about?
But you come and you start show, you come and start off shows like, yeah, nigga, I see you, bitch, yeah, Chief. Like, nigga, that's the only keep the shit going.
Why I do that though, Sosa?
It don't matter why you do it. Stop doing it. Just cut ties with that shit. I feel like doing it though,
Sosa. After he make 30 videos, I feel like doing it. Just like
make 31 videos.
The nigga make 30 videos, nigga.
End of the day,
y'all got me fucked up over here, yo.
All right, I'm gonna let you have it.
Hold on. End of the day, out of respect, if anybody that the pseudo killers don't want on, we just gotta respect that, man.
Exactly.
If you don't want to fuck with a nigga soldier, I ain't gonna push a nigga on you, dog.
Man.
I ain't gonna push a nigga on you, dog. I ain't even gonna ask you reasons why you ain't fucking with him. We got plenty disagreement on Egypt, but we don't need that crazy ass nigga who don't got no understanding over the subject. At least we can rationalize with Corey. At least Corey can make some good points. That nigga just gaslighting. He don't even believe the shit he's saying half the time. He's just saying it. And then he listen to what we saying, then try to come back and use it again. Come on, yo. Like I'm a wild, out of control nigga. I'm just saying, I'm that type nigga that once we there, we there. You act like Chief X said, you know what, yo? Unc really ain't do that. I did too much. He ain't did that yet. He's still doubling down on that shit. Come on, dog.
I'm not going
So now I'm supposed to be cool and take his little $100. I'll take that shit and beat that nigga out that $100. Come on, dog.
All right.
Let's get back to let's get back to it, man. What y'all was talking about? So I see Taharka on the screen.
Yeah, what's that?
Don't nobody even know. We done forgot. Start that shit over. Golly.
Let's run it back, yo. Back to the beginning. Yo,
is he an Egyptian or a Nubian? That's the question.
Why is he? Oh, that's okay. Is he an Egyptian or a Nubian? He was obviously. We know he came from Nubia and ruled Egypt as an Egyptian. So you know, so we got to look at certain empires, and when empire is obviously when you take your original polity, go take over other people's shit, and then call it yours. You see what I'm saying? Like the Byzantine Empire, even though they say that wasn't really a thing, it was called the Byzantine Empire because all the land that they took, they called it theirs, and they ruled as Romans or what have you. When they went to Egypt, they conformed to Egyptian society and ruled as Egyptians, just like the Greeks.
Well, let me ask you a question. Was Kush a quasi-Egyptian kind of culture? Was it quasi Egyptian, meaning it was very similar?
Kind of.
Meaning the topical features of the culture was, if you looked at it from above, you would see the same. You know what I mean?
Well,
you would see similarities, and you would damn near say it was the same.
You probably will see similarities, but the things that caused them to say that there were different cultures were these differences. You feel me?
Right.
So the way that they could identify, just real quick, the way they could identify the differences between A group, B group, and C group were the exact cultural differences that would cause us to say these are different groups.
Okay, now, where they come from in Kush, right? They come from a different nation. Am I correct so far?
What do you mean? When they come from Kush, Kush is a separate quote unquote nation from Egypt?
Right. Yeah. That's what I'm asking you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. All right. So, and when they took over Egypt, right? When they took over Egypt, can you look back at the dynasty and see features that are Kushite?
When they took over Egypt, can we look into the 25th dynasty and see distinct Kushite features? Yes. Yeah. Just a few.
Cultural features. Features.
Just a few.
Okay. All right. So that would be the thing that would distinguish them, right?
The one feature I noticed is the difference in the Kushite headdress, and most scholars will point that out. If you go look at the headdresses through all the pharaohs and then get to the 25th dynasty, pharaohs from the south more typically wore this golden headband with two tassels hanging from the back, and that's what the Kushites rock.
Mm-hmm. Right. So the now you have Libyan kings, right?
Yes,
you had
sir.
Libyans that pushed into Egypt, right? Were there distinct Libyan features, you know what I mean, that would distinguish them from the native Egyptians?
If there were, I don't really know of them.
Like, and hold on, and name, right? We
Mm-hmm.
we could look at their names first off. Just like when we look at Tahaka and them names, right? We can see that that those names and shit is there. That's just the first level of it. You know what I mean? So when we look at the Libyan,
a name ain't really a cultural item, so to speak. I mean, it's one of your culture, but we can't say because the pharaohs had Egyptian names Cushite names that the people started walking around with Cushite names, unless you want to propose that. I don't think that's what you're saying, is it?
Yeah, because Kashtai, Pianki, and Shibitku, and all of them, they wasn't typical Egyptian names.
Screen sharing?
Right, because they had those names before they took over Egypt. So that's why I would insert that would be a rarity. They had those names, but I don't think people in Egypt, besides people born after they were rulers, would have had those names. You see that logic?
Hey, Chef, you gotta stop screen sharing. Yo, showing like all your business and shit.
It is?
Yeah, it's showing who calling you and everything.
Oh my bad.
It's
Tahaka back up.
Voodoo, nigga, that's what you get. Voodoo.
Oh no, my sister was FaceTiming me in the middle.
It's good. So where we going with this?
Yeah, right. I'm just for me, my logic is I see the differences. For some reason, you know what I mean? It's like y'all like deny it and mash it together like it's just, one continuous thing. You know what I mean?
Cool. Just like the differences.
Yeah.
Just like the differences.
No. Because it's because they are. It's just like when the Greeks, the Ptolemies, right? They were clearly Greek. They ruled as Egyptian, but we know that was that wasn't a native dynasty.
That's and
my point.
I don't think the argument has been whether it was a native dynasty, because you asked me whether they're a separate nation. So I explained what an empire was. Remember, I said when an empire is when you go out and take over somebody's shit and call it what your original place was called. So if they would have took over Egypt and said, this Kush now, that means they turned Egypt into a vassal of their empire. You see what I'm saying? But if they call it what it's originally called, then they're conforming to the culture of the people and trying to act like they was them. And so that's, if you look at why we say we have 31.
Oh, they was copycats. So they was copycats.
Yeah, if you want to call it that. But when somebody,
okay. I can accept that. I can accept that better.
If you want to call it that, but even all the Greeks, the Libyans, and everyone who came to Egypt and did not decide to change shit, they all were copycats. But look about how we do history. How many dynasties we got, right? We got like 31, 32 years, 31, 32, whatever. Well, if we got 32 dynasties, we know everything after like the 20th dynasty or after the 21st dynasty was strangers. Or other people, but yet we still go from 21 to 31 because they ruled as Egyptians. So we say Greeks ruled as Egyptians, we say Nubians, Cushites ruled as Egyptians, Libyans, and everyone else. But they're still considered Egyptian dynasties or different families who took over the throne.
All right, I now I'm good. That was clear. That's what I wanted right there.
Great. So give me something back. So what does that lead to?
No. That was my contention was it wasn't clear. Basically that saying that they were Egyptian. I just wanted the clarity. What are we saying? Because they clearly wasn't native Egyptians. They come from a different place, a whole different kingdom. You dig what I'm saying? So yeah.
And so the focus, and it's only Europeans who put focus on that 25th dynasty to say the Black pharaohs to cause whatever type of confusion we so have. We often point to pharaohs like Pharaoh of the 14th dynasty who tend to call himself Nehesi for some strange reason. You see what I mean? And so that is an Egyptian name for Nubia, or for what we call Nubia, or other pharaohs who bore the name and viceroys or what have you. So I feel what you're saying. I think we in agreement about the 25th dynasty, yeah, they ruled. There was some other people who said, let's go take over some other shit. They were from hella far away. They weren't not even from Nubia, so to speak. They were from further down south. But if you look at the time periods and everything else, if you're going to try to use that for some overall point, I think it'll still possibly, I don't know what point you're trying to make, so I can't argue again.
The 25th dynasty, these not only had the generic name of Nubians, but it was more specific. They had a kingdom. They were Cushites. Mm-hmm. I think that's a little a better distinction, because we have Nahasi and we have Nubians that lived in the borders of Egypt. In southern Egypt. So if it was those people, then I would say, okay, yeah, I would be readily more acceptable of calling them basic Egyptians, right? Yeah, because they was in southern Egypt. But when you talk about Cushites, right, you're talking about a whole kingdom, a separate kingdom.
Yeah, you're talking about a separate kingdom
and a polity.
But let me ask you this though, Smash. The only differentiation between the Cushites and, let's say, the Hyksos is dynasty.
No, definitely not. The Hyksos would not be genetically related to.
No. Talk about the term. What makes one a dynasty? What makes one not?
Well, dynasty just means that you were a family. So that means the first ruler and the son and his son and his son. You see what I mean?
Right. So the only differentiation, truly, because if the Hyksos would have followed the same line, then it would have been a dynasty also, even though they were considered foreigners.
I think they had dynasties. I think we could look and find 2 or 3 Hyksos dynasties, yo.
So why did they?
That was an intermediate period.
During the intermediate period. Yeah.
It was an intermediate period, but let's keep in mind that just means.
But their role and their position is just as the same as them.
Pardon me? I'm trying to see what you're saying.
Their role, right, as kings, is no different than the Cushite role as kings, right? It's just except that happened during the intermediate period.
Well, you would have.
So you can say that the Hyksos, if following the same logic, then we would say the Hyksos are also Egyptians.
You would have to say the Hyksos ruled as Egyptians, just like we say the Cushites ruled as Egyptians. No one ever says the Cushites is Egyptians, as we wouldn't call them.
No. I'm saying, okay, yeah, they ruled as Egyptian, but then we differentiate that they're not Egyptian. That's cool.
They're not indigenous. Right.
I'm good.
Who didn't rule as Egyptians?
I'm good with that.
So, which place didn't? So the Arabs did not rule as Egyptians. They stopped all that dynasty shit and changed it. You see what I'm saying? So
I got you.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, I got you. That's I'm clear. No, I mean, because we get into the whole, what makes somebody an Egyptian, then, we don't bend down that whole road. Like, what makes a person Egyptian? You know what I mean? But then when we try to differentiate, it becomes problematic sometimes. Instead of this being like, they were Cushite king who ruled as Egyptians, but you know what I mean? For clarity, I get it.
Yeah, and I think when Smash sort of added that word, they ruled as Egyptians, but they weren't indigenous Egyptians. Yeah. Right? I think that kind of provided that clarity that we were looking for.
Right.
Yeah, that's tricky for me though.
See?
Hold on. What's tricky about indigenous?
Here we go. Go ahead.
The Nubians are indigenous to that same area.
Hold on,
Shepard. So and another thing that you got to understand is you have to think about reconstructing something that may not actually be true, because you see a lot of possibles, maybes. This is what we think may happen when you start to read when they're trying to reconstruct the history. So what I'm saying is, if I'm paying close attention, the first thing that I find is they call the earlier civilization Nubian Group A. I didn't do this. So why are they calling the first of the earliest of the civilization Nubian? And then they dropped the Nubian off and started calling them Egyptians. And then the Nubians come back around 6th dynasty, and they start back calling Nubians or differentiating. It kind of shows fragmentation, but not in the beginning. The fragmentation seemed to take place when they start differentiating and start calling them the Hesiu in the 6th dynasty. So we don't know really what they were, what the nucleus of the whole civilization is early, because they don't even start calling it Kemet until the 11th dynasty.
Quick question: where was the capital of Egypt during the, was it, you said the 25th dynasty, where the Nubians ruled? Where was the capital? Was it in Memphis at that time, or?
I don't want to mess that up, so we could probably look that up real quick.
I thought it was Thebes.
Okay, that if it was Thebes, because Thebes is much more close to Nubia than Memphis is. And
but they got put. They must have. Oh, go. Sorry. Go ahead.
But the reason why I asked, right? We talked about the idea of the Nubians being indigenous or non-indigenous to the area, right? I think the location of that 25th dynasty capital is important, right? To sort of lay that groundwork to say, okay, well, if they were indigenous to the area, where was that capital, right? If the capital was in Memphis, Memphis is a lot further, as everybody knows, away from Nubia than Thebes is, right? So I'm curious where was the Nubian capital placed, in terms of saying, okay, they were or were not indigenous to that area.
Right, okay. But I think they did go all the way north and establish the capital north because they wanted their power. They wanted to show that they had power over the whole Egypt. So that wouldn't be a big thing. That they felt as though they was powerful enough to do that. You feel me? So,
right, but still, they certainly wouldn't be classified as indigenous to the area of Memphis. That's very far away from Nubia.
No, they wasn't.
Yeah.
They all grew up in Kerma, supposedly, beyond the 6th cataract. And so this is one thing we got to pay attention to. We are using the terms Nubian and Kushites interchangeably, and that's what's causing our confusion. Now, there are certain time periods when they are used interchangeably, and Europeans gonna mess it up all the way. But they never called themselves Nubians, the rulers. They always wrote that they came from Kush, because you got to remember that the region, thanks to Corey, we called Nubia. You feel me? Not it was just a region, Nubia, right? It was enveloped by Egypt by that dynasty. We talking the 25th dynasty. And so all of what used to been really officially the original Tasseti, which was the main areas of Nubia, was enveloped by Egypt. And then they had a kingdom of Kush to the south of them, which encroached more upon the ancient, what we would call Nubia. So at that time period, they was all calling themselves Kushites. And we got to keep that in mind, because the pharaoh who called himself Nehesi is basically indicating that he comes from an area south of Egypt, but north of Kerma. You see what I mean?
So basically, you're just saying that you're talking about the fluctuation of that border.
And the difference between us saying Nubians and because you had made a point about Nubians a moment ago that didn't necessarily apply, because these were Kushites who lived further south. You see what I mean? And so look, remember this? Think about this. Remember when they talk about how the Magi used to protect from the southern borders, and then they used to take money from the north and the south because they was in the middle?
Right.
That's what I'm trying to point out, that the people from the south more they was taking money from was the Kushites, to make sure that they didn't come invade Egypt. And from the north, they would be taking money from the Egyptians, but they was the Magi, and some of them was a contingency of the Ta-Nehesi, who would lay right in between Egypt and Kerma. And so, Egypt and Kush. And so that's why I'm trying to say, yeah, you definitely making the point. They was from far away. But when they came and ruled for 100 years, they didn't say this is the Kush Empire. They was like, we're the new pharaohs of Egypt.
Basically, like it was a Christian empire. They came and they didn't make it Muslim. They continue to be Christian.
I've been sitting back listening for a minute. It sounds like there's just so many interchangeable terms along with chronology that makes it really hard to like keep up with who's supposed to be who and when. And I think that's really tough to nail down.
Let me add to your confusion. So I just took a look at the location of the capital, right, during the Kushite dynasty, right, and it looks like it transferred at several different junctures. At one juncture, the capital was in their spiritual homeland. We call that spiritual homeland of Napata, right? At some points, right, it was transferred to Merowe, right? At some points, and in other points, it was actually moved all the way to the north in Memphis. So there's multiple locations where the capital was transferred, right, back and forth, probably for various political reasons, right?
Whose capital? I'm sorry, you talking about the 25th dynasty's capital?
Yeah, the capital during the 25th dynasty. So different pharaohs, different pharaohs moved the capital to different locations.
That shows to me that's when they were battling and went north, and then they got defeated and went back home. You know what I'm saying?
Some of it does. You're right.
Yeah, that's basically I try to simplify things. So basically, that's what they're showing. They had their capital in the south at one point, but then when Tahaka and them, when they made a capital where they established a capital up there, I think when Shepard was talking about how his family got taken, I think that was the mistake. He should have left his family back south. You see what I'm saying? I was just thinking about that was a mistake that he made, just looking at the history.
Well, one thing that stood out will let you know that they still was always orientated to the south, is when they died, they always wanted to be buried back home.
Right.
Right. That's so they didn't. I mean, yeah, the wealth of Egypt, the prestige of Egypt, they definitely wanted that, but they definitely was firmly entrenched in their native homeland. Like when they died, take me back. They all buried at Kuru. You know what I mean? Like, so they were definitely Southerners, right? They definitely came from another nation. And long as we made that point, you know what I mean, clear, because I don't be confused. It seems like we don't never get clarity on, this thing. And then they say, well, what makes you an Egyptian is you practice the Egyptian religion and, you know what I mean, speak the language and you're an Egyptian. Like, but that would be, you know what I mean, crazy if I come from a whole nother nation and I'm a foreign ruler, right? I take over your country. That wouldn't make me you. That would make me a foreign ruler. Like,
you know what the mess up is at? Because you got to remember they stay that's everything you said is true for the first ruler. But then he stayed there for 50 years and have a son. And then he died and his son was born in Egypt, only speaking the Egyptian language, and he become the ruler. You see what I mean? And so it didn't actually happen that way with the Nubian pharaohs. A lot of them were brothers and stuff. You know what I'm saying? But
wouldn't that make Egypt a culture and not a state? Just like we are in Black culture, but not this isn't Black America.
Yeah, it was the Kushite state at that point.
It was the Egyptian state controlled by the Kushites. If it was the Kushite state, they would have threw away them gods and they would have changed the language just like all emperors do.
No, they came in there with that god though. They shared the religion. It was the cult of Amun. Right?
Exactly. So that's why it's really hard for you to try to separate them. Even if I agree that we separate them by nation, culturally, they didn't even really have to change too much because they already had hella Egyptian writing and shit already in Kerma. They worshiped the same gods and shit.
Colonization, the colonization.
Before they took
that's because Egypt did that though. Egypt pushed south and actually Egyptianized a lot of the people down there. I think which dynasty was that?
Yeah, about the 12. I think
hold on. Let's micro this. This is like the Amun Ra squad starting, and then Team Osiris fragments off. You see what I'm saying? It's still y'all still brothers and still the same. Y'all just had a disagreement on something and split. You see what I'm saying? So when you looking
No,
at
that's not
an
that. That's not
that's an
that.
No, not at
oversimplification.
this time period.
no,
It's
I'm
not.
talking about in the
James.
beginning of because those people was the same at first. Like we
Nah, they wasn't the
No,
same. They
these
hold up,
wasn't.
people
listen
are
to what I'm
always from
saying.
the Potter.
I'm talking
These
about
people
culturally,
Yeah,
they were
that's why
culturally the
He
same in
right
the
at the
beginning.
beginning, blood. He right at the beginning, but
They
why we
culturally
bringing
the
that up?
same in
We
the
dealing,
beginning. Something
we
happened that
dealing with
made
the
them
25th
fragment and split
dynasty.
up.
They were,
This
yeah,
is
but
25th dynasty, though.
different groups of population,
This
motherfuckers.
thousands of years later, we talking about.
I'm talking about an inception. See, I don't want to keep jumping way back.
Yeah,
We talking about the beginning of how
Yeah,
this
that's what I'm
shit
saying.
started.
The beginning is one thing, but once the shit starts to develop, but there's many population, when it starts to develop, they start differentiating
Yeah,
themselves
so
from one
you talking
another.
about the 25th dynasty, they already fragmented and have these little slight differences, but they're still the same. See what I'm saying?
No,
Smash up,
you want
So you say
y'all want
I'm
it to be
doing
the
this.
same.
No,
No,
I don't
Y'all
want
want it
them
to
to
be
be
the
the
same.
same. This is actually what it is.
Smash
I
up
think
your
you should
brother.
say-
Smash up your
I
brother.
think you should say they were the same as the originals. That would make more sense because you're leaving out 2,000 years of migrations and stuff after the original people set shit up. You know what I'm saying?
See that
What
there
is
we
slow
go.
that down. Slow that down.
Yeah, slow that down. Now,
Yeah,
he
exactly.
said that they was the originals. So if they was the originals, the people who was in Egypt, who were they?
Like I said, if so the original set it up, right? Then it got popping for 2,000 years. All kind of people came in, and then in the 25th dynasty, some of the originals came back and took it over. So they would be looking like the original pharaohs. You see what I'm saying? They took it from the Libyans. They took it from. That's all I'm arguing.
I can't.
Like so.
Hold on. Yes. Okay. So you're talking in terms of it. So you're saying that the originals were in control, and those originals actually would include the Kushites.
Well,
hold on.
we all know,
Hold
not
on.
necessarily- all right, I'm sorry.
Because if you're saying that the other foreign ruler, other people took over, and then they came back, and the originals got back in charge, then they're saying that the originals, the people you're looking at in that Kushite empire, are actually the original
Egyptians.
No, they were the last to still retain the culture.
No, let's smash after James. You go confused.
Okay,
I need
okay.
to smash the. I need
I
to smash.
think that y'all got a bit of what I'm saying. If we are willing to consider how we talked about the borders of Nubia and Kush fluctuating from different time periods, and so at that time, it wasn't. I mean, only things that really established would be Tasseti and everything south of that. You know what I mean? Nothing established higher than Tasseti. So the original occupants of Tasseti would be called Ta-Nehesi, which would be Nubians. And so whatever, if we that'll be a whole show and study, but we just still have it that contingency of original people came from the South in all archaeology and everything that we've all concluded through all these shows. And so now, and then we conceded to the fact that, yeah, it was migrations that changed the population over time. And some of the people in the north might have been a little different. And then, you know, if the Libyans had it for 100 years and all this, the Hyksos came in, you have to be honest that at different times, it just was different people. And so when the Kushites came to take it from the Libyans, it was I argued that this was the original people from the South coming back and taking the throne of Egypt. That's all I was putting.
And Chef, you were right. You were right as well, Chef. The first Nubian capital was in Thebes. That was the very first one. So it looks like it was 4 different locations of their capital.
Yeah,
right?
and they moved to Memphis so they could solidify their power through the whole Egypt, right? It was still Libyans in the north that, you know, was claiming that they were pharaohs, right? So they had to get rid of them. So they had to go north to show their power, that they had dominion over the whole situation. You feel me? So they established the capital further north in Memphis, but throughout the whole time, they, like I said, when they died, they went back to motherfucking take me back home. You feel me? Right? Me and my ancestral. Go ahead.
You breaking up.
Who's the family who took it from them?
The family who took it from who? The Kushites?
Yeah.
The Assyrians ran them out of there.
Exactly, with Esarhaddon and Sennacherib and shit, and with those wars that led them into fighting in the Levant and all of this stuff. And so they came in and ruled as Egyptians or Assyrians. Did they add Egypt to the Assyrian Empire, or did they rule as Egyptian pharaohs?
I think it was a part of the Assyrian Empire.
But they ruled as Egyptian pharaohs too. So you could say,
yeah.
All right, let's see something. Egypt wasn't a part of the Greek Empire.
Yes,
so
it was.
when Alexander took over, but then that died out, and it went back to
that's
just
because hold on. That's because all of that, the whole Alexander Empire basically went to his generals because he died in the middle of his conquest.
Exactly.
Right.
But this is what I'm asking. Do you know if they ruled the whole Mediterranean from all the way up to Greece from 333 BC down to 32 BC or whatever?
Who, the Greeks?
Yeah, that's their period, I remember. So what I'm asking is, we know they took Egypt, but did they keep all of that Mediterranean land? No, because shit start falling to other people, right? Somebody got
to their generals though.
Yeah, because he gave each general like
a
power.
region.
Yeah.
Of the Mediterranean?
All over.
Yeah, the whole all the way to India.
All
they
over.
did this shit. But that was a part of him giving back to the people that fought with him. Right?
Yeah, and he synchronized that shit.
I feel you on that. I'm talking about during the 300-year time period from the Soter kings or whatever, pharaohs, from the Ptolemies, did the rest of the Mediterranean fall back into the control of the original people of the Mediterranean, and they just had Egypt and Greece, or did they still control one big empire from Egypt to Greece? That's all. I don't remember that answer.
Yeah, I don't think the Greeks ran their empire like that. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
Theirs wasn't ran like that. Like, you know, they and Persia wasn't either. Persia would leave the local kings, right, intact, right? Like, so your religion would stay intact, your local kings would stay intact. You feel me? Like,
well, I'm asking
right.
It was imperialism.
Yeah,
it was imperialism more than anything.
And
these was vast territories. Smash, like they didn't have airplanes, and the movement of troops sometimes took years, right? To come back and conquer or reconquer. So they ain't do it like that most of the time.
Okay. So then they still control Greece from Egypt, basically.
Yeah, I don't think they had the centralized power like we thinking of it now today, right? Like, I don't think the power was centralized like that. Like you see how the Kushites had to completely come north to keep that shit intact. Like, without that, the Libyans would have kept taking over. Like, it was hard to move troops and stuff like that. Like, you know what I mean?
The funny question is, people say the Egyptians were the Egyptians, but if we go to each dynasty, we damn near can identify where the ruling family was from. And you only got a few dynasties where you could say they was actually from right there. The majority of the earlier ones descend from the South. You see, we know that with the Bible. Go ahead.
Is the South Egypt or is the South Nubia?
South more of Egypt. Like, when they prayed for a savior to come from the South, it was Egypt praying for a savior in the 16th dynasty or whatever to come from the South of it, not from the South like Mississippi. We be talking about coming from Mexico. You know what I mean? I'm just giving an idea, because they was in Egypt in the South saying that someone will come from the South to take over and get rid of these Hyksos.
So the Southern Egyptians was praying for people south of them from a different nation to come and save them.
If you want to pinpoint that, I don't want to say the Southern Egyptians. I'll say it was Kamos. And then Amos finished, or did Amos started and Kamos finished it with the Hyksos? Whoever started it, wherever he ruled at, was saying I think the Stela of Kamos says that Pharaoh would come from the south. And if we look and see that he was all up in the Mediterranean and that shit, then it'll discredit what I'm saying. But
the Hyksos, their kingdom was definitely in the Delta area.
Yeah, the Hyksos was, and so they had to go north to fight the Hyksos. Remember?
Mm-hmm. So south of the Hyksos power would have been anywhere in Egypt.
Yeah, it sure could. But those people south of the Hyksos was saying somebody gonna come from south of them.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
So was these people in Upper Egypt or Lower Egypt that was saying this?
Well, almost real quick, see where their hometown was from on Wiki, and that'll give us some. Even though we literalized it a lot, but it's still good information.
You said pull up what, man?
Kamos, Pharaoh Kamos or Amos, or whichever one was the older of the two brothers is the one who said. I think
it was Amos.
One of them said a Pharaoh gonna come from the south on his Stela.
Smash, let me ask you something. So there is no Egypt before Taharka unites the two kingdoms, right?
Huh? You mean not Taharka?
You mean Norma?
Norma. I said Taharka, yeah, Norma.
Well, that's a trick question, but I would just say
is.
yes in the way that it sounds. Yeah, there's no Egypt before that.
Right. But Norma has to be fighting somebody, right? Like there's actually has to be somebody already there for him to engage with them.
Yeah, they proposed it was two separate kingdoms.
See, that's a good word, propose.
Yeah.
Because all this stuff is it's real murky when you read the language. It's real murky how they talk about that.
It was almost.
If he united the two kingdoms and made it one, then
he invade?
Watch this. What two kingdoms did he unite?
No, that means that he's actually invading. That's what it means.
But no, watch this. What two kingdoms did he unite?
Upper and lower.
Upper and lower.
Upper and lower Egypt.
If he was not from either upper or lower, then you'd be right. He invaded.
No, I believe he was from. Look, he was. You remember they had just retreated to the south. What would have been?
It's not.
He was from Upper Egypt.
Yeah, they just retreated back. They pushed him back.
Yeah, he was from Upper Egypt around what's that? Was it Luxor or somewhere?
Thynis.
The Thynis Confederacy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's proposed to be around somewhere near Luxor, right?
Yeah, it hadn't been united yet.
They haven't found it yet. They haven't found Thynis yet, but they are proposing it was somewhere near Luxor or something, I guess.
Probably about 400 miles underwater.
Why would it be underwater?
Because they built the Aswan Dam and flooded out 400 miles.
No, it wasn't that far south.
Right.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? We don't know where
Thynis wasn't that far south. What do you want? That ain't my fault. Like what? That's crazy. Like yo, oh man. What you got on the screen?
I was looking at almost shit. Just to get it.
It should say right at the top on the right hand side in his little box on the right. It'll say where all of his information. If you know they have
right
that
over
box
to the right here.
Yeah, to the right. I can't. Your screen hella too big for me to see. Y'all see his whole screen? Oh, I gotta turn my phone to the side.
Yeah.
I'm tripping. Oh, go to the right. Scroll to the right.
On the right.
You know where his picture is. Under his
yeah, he's right there.
Oh, for some reason, you can scroll yourself on the screen. My bad. I forgot. I didn't know you could do that. And so doesn't it show where he it says his reign? It shows
his Carlos was his percent.
can you go down a little more? Or I gotta do it myself.
Yeah,
Huh?
it
No,
says he's from the
don't-
Theban house.
Okay, thank you. Thebes.
Yeah,
So
he's a Theban
where's
house.
Thebes? I mean, how y'all
Thebes,
calling that?
Thebes is in the south.
I know.
That's in
Thebes is in Nubia.
Yeah, y'all calling that north?
No, that's not
Yeah, it
Nubia,
is,
dude.
bro. I'm trying to.
James is having shit
Thebes is
fucked
in
up.
Nubia.
Hold on. Let's pull
Thebes is
this.
in upper. Thebes is in
Bro,
upper
I'm
Egypt.
telling you,
Top,
Thebes
yo.
is in Nubia when
Stop
the
sharing.
deception
Stop
of the
sharing. Stop
civilization.
sharing right quick. Let's pull this
Yeah,
up.
James, man, come on, man. We gotta.
Yeah, I know
the
y'all
whole
don't
point
want
is
to
to get
hear it,
correct
bro.
information.
I'm trying to
You
help
gotta
y'all.
be honest.
No, we're not gonna do that.
Yeah, we gotta be correct with the information, man. Come on, man.
Home map real quick.
Right,
You know
you
we
see-
got all the tools.
Yeah, we're
You
trying to
see-
exercise our blackology, man.
Right, you see right here in the middle, this block here. See where it says it says the capital, the kingdom capital in Thebes here, sitting sort of in the middle here.
Yeah.
Right below.
Aswan is sort of the border though. So how
Right
far
below
from
Karnak.
Aswan? How far
It's
from
way
Aswan?
down there. See, that's what I'm saying. South to them meant around Thebes and stuff.
No,
And
that
look
was
how far that's
Thebes.
away.
You messed that up. They ruled from Thebes, and they said somebody gonna come from the south. That's what I'm telling you.
No, the Libyans?
No, he just showed you that was Kamos who ruled from Thebes, and Kamos or Amos, they both ruled from Thebes. They Kamos said his brother said on his stela that a king, or one of them said a king will come from the south. We can look it up if we need to, but we see where he was at when he said that.
Let's get that quote. Let's see.
I got to see where the Hyksos capital
All right,
was at.
you want to see the Hyksos or the quote?
Yeah, both of them. Get the quote though, man, so we can see what the actual quote is.
Are you at the house? Are you at the house, chef? Or are you driving?
I'm still in the car.
Oh, because the TLA, I got to go to my other computer. I will do it.
It's all good. I can't work that TLA.
Where Reggie at? Come back, Reggie. Come back, Reggie, and work this TLA. I know you watching, bro.
Yeah, motherfucker got chef up in the TLA like goddamn. I'm like, this motherfucker's up in the TLA.
Yeah, Saber.
See, stop, y'all. Y'all he must have put the wrong person name in, yo.
Yeah.
The Hyksos capital was Avaris. Like I said, it was in the Delta.
Oh, no, you're right. See, he looked up Kamos, the people who fought the Hyksos.
Yeah,
so
Amos.
Look, this is the story. Amos and Kamos wanted to get rid of the Hyksos who were to their north. And they had a premonition that a king will come from their south. They was
now you cooking. Now you cooking.
Yeah.
All right, now you
Let's get that.
Were we
that
looking at the wrong person?
No, we was looking at. We had it twisted.
Go ahead. Well, let's figure that out. Somebody with where the Egyptian homies at? Because my memory is just so foggy. But I think it was Amos on his stela, and Kamos was talking about the defeat. But we can pull it up when we get to the TLA. But they both ruled from Thebes. If you want to check Kamos too, you can pull them up too.
But Thebes is damn near in the middle of Egypt.
Yeah,
so
that's why these maps are important, right? When we say that Thebes is in the south, right? Without a map, people think it's way down in the Sudan area.
Exactly.
Right?
You have to think it's near the
right. So
it's in the middle of Upper Egypt. Would we be fair saying that?
Yeah, it's right.
And Upper Egypt is the southmost portion of Egypt, right?
Right. But when we say south, right, a lot of us think it's way down in Nubia somewhere.
Yeah,
right?
definitely not.
Just like Pan African just mentioned. So we have to.
Yeah. No, we wasn't saying that, but they did say whoever was going to be their pharaoh would come from the south.
Well, okay. Let me pull this up again so you can see it, and let's see if it is what you kind of. All right, but you see, if you can see it, it says, while in the past, they're talking about that they're analyzing the different papyrus, right? And it says, while in the past, the regnal year date was assumed to refer to Amos, but today believed instead to refer to Amos's Hyksos opponent, Kamudi, since the Rhine papyrus document refers to Amos by the inferior title of Prince of the South, rather than King or Pharaoh.
That's cool. That's even more a dagger for us. Keep going.
All right. So Amos. So Amos would have been considered king of the South, right? Basically, that's what they're saying.
To the Avaris people that Chef just pointed out. Think about it. Geographically, the Hyksos only really ruled that wet Delta E area in Avaris, and they was in Thebes, so we got that down pat. While they was considered the kings of the South.
I'm trying to find that quote that he was talking about.
Okay.
So you're saying that before Amos rose to power. But I thought Amos was supposed to be the revelation in a sense.
What do you mean?
When they talk about somebody will rise from the South.
Yeah, I think it was actually said in his Stella though. In the Stella though. I don't know if he was the revelation. I think they were saying his brother. But see, when we get it from the Oxford Quasi, because that's where I first learned about it, and it was more romantic. It don't really go all the way down like that. You know, like it's just like nobody really came from the South, basically. So I think it was just his brother who finished the job. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think because I might be mixed. I got to go back and look. I haven't looked at this in a while because I thought it was Kamos that tried and failed, and it was Amos that did the job.
Yeah, I could either of the two, but I could be mixing.
His mama was in charge until he became of age, and
you
then
could be possibly right.
Yeah, and then he went on did what he did.
We should figure that out, but the point still stands.
He's the one that defeated the Hyksos. Yeah, he's the one that defeated the Hyksos and brought everything back under control.
Who did they say the successor was when you just looked up at the top of the screen? It'll clear it all up.
The successor after Amos?
Yeah, what does it say successor right there?
Amenhotep the first.
All right, well, that means Kamos was his predecessor. So, yeah, there we have it. Kamos was first. Kamos was first and said Amos was going to finish the job, I think.
All right. Right. Yeah, I ain't looked at the Hyksos shit in a while. Which I was, because now that I looking at this shit with more keen eyes than before, because most times I just, you look at that shit, you get a little bit off History Channel, you get a little bit here, you know what I mean? You're not really in some kind of a deep dive, right? And it was funny how the Hyksos, they elevated Seth to like his primary deity.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So my question is like, how did the origin of Seth form? Because Seth, like when does Seth become to be correlated with the people from what is it? People from the desert, some shit like that?
Avaris.
But the reason they took a liking to him is because he kind of referenced the area that they were coming from.
That might be so, but he originally was down in Tarseti with the Tarsetians, the Nubians. You got to think about
what was his original form, right? Like it was his original state, and then at what point did he then change and be associated with a different group or people from the desert?
Between the 12th and 14th dynasty.
12 and 14. All right, for sure.
Yeah, and a good document to read upon that is one from a different time period called The Jew, a Typhoonian. If you just like Typhoon, like a roller coaster ride, or that old fast ass Jeep called a Typhoon. The Jew, a Typhoonian. Now, why a Typhoonian? Because we know Greek mythology, Typhoon was Set. You see what I mean? And so we got Josephus arguing against a person trying to say the Jews wasn't Typhoonians. He wrong. In Contra Apiam or whatever, arguing against some guy named Apiam who wrote text saying that the Jews were considered Typhonians, or they was, because they was associated to Sutek and they had leprosy. And he said they really were original Egyptians. And I'm saying the Jews, but this is what they say. I don't want to confuse y'all. and I'll clear it up in a minute. He say that they were originally Egyptians that got banished to Avaris because they lost their skin pigment. This is a guy named Apion, and Josephus refutes that, but it ties into the real history of the Hyksos actually living in Avaris. It maybe just been their religious twist on it. You feel me?
So we do know that the Hyksos, or the foreign rulers, they took on Seth as a deity because deity was in affinity to Baal, which is the god of storm. Seth was the god of storm and desert. Baal was the god of sky, or El was the god of sky and desert. So when they come into Egypt in at the end of the 11th dynasty, before they take over in the 15th dynasty, when they come in as they intermingle with the Hurrians and brought those chariots in for war, that's when they learned to beat the Egyptians. They found or seen the affinity between Baal El and Set. Set was the god of storm and desert. So in position, he was very similar to the Canaanite god, El, which was the god of storm and sky.
Makes sense.
That's why they took that on. You know, if you look up the characteristics between the two, that's why they took it on.
That's a lot of good information, and I appreciate that. It reminds me of the old days. And also we got to remember that it made the fact that they adopted Sutek is what gave Sutek his negative connotation from the Egyptian perspective, because then he went to start being involved with all the chaos with Horus, and look up any of those stories.
Sutek, like smash break. You look Sutek.
Set.
Okay, yeah, don't switch up like that. You throw me off.
My bad.
Like you ain't going to set the Sutek. Like, hold
on. That's just another name for Set.
Okay.
And so that's when they start vilifying him, and he became more of the Set that did all this mischievous stuff. And if you want to corroborate, I'm saying, you remember all them bad stories they were saying about Horus and Set? Look up the time periods when Set was trying to do all this foolish stuff, and it's going to corroborate with the time periods
that'd be dope. Like, well, yeah, because I thought, my ignorance, I thought all that shit was in the original beginning. So you're saying that storyline, like, what is the time frame that storyline develops? So I'll look into that shit too. Put that shit on my note.
About that same time period,
around the Hyksos when they came in around 11th dynasty.
12th dynasty is one Horus and Set story, and the other one is wrote on the Temple of Edfu, which is that's the Ptolemaic period. But my point about that was, Set was good at first. He what did he do? Slaughter Apep and defended Ra. You know what I'm saying? And then they had some Set down there in association with Taseti. But then the Hyksos liked him for the reason Gozer cited, and that made the Egyptians who wasn't fucking with the Hyksos start being like, fuck Set and associate Set.
So the story of what is it? The ISIS having to restore the penis, that is basically of Hyksos origin, or did that parallel exist before the Hyksos?
Well, no, a lot of the Egyptian deities, their storylines change. It was based off gnomes. You found Set in earlier dynasties. He could be more older in the region of Egypt than even Asar, or even, I hate to say it, even Horus. Before they changed the story, Horus is actually more older in Egypt than a story that's inserted in about Asar. A lot of their stories change, especially when you hear about the early Agdad and the Ennead. There's a whole nother storyline than the later dynastic stories. Their stories kept changing based off, timeline.
Yeah, but I'm saying, do you know what period how old is the one when, when ISIS retrieved the penis when he chopped them up?
We see Wasir or Asar is early in probably the 4th dynasty. Then you see him in the pyramid text, and then later on you find that storyline about Asar when his penis got ate by the fish. And I went looking for him. That comes way later. That later storyline.
Okay. All right.
The stories kept changing.
For sure.
At least
it's even a time when the Berbers came in Libya, and this is why the Hebrews was getting at the Egyptians so bad. When the Berbers came from Libya, because they ruled the 24th dynasty before the Nubians took over the 25th dynasty, they kind of created a lot of graffiti in Egypt with a lot of the homosexual stories about Set raping Horus. That came in when the Libyans came in, or the Berbers came in, because they took over the 24th dynasty. Their stories kept changing. Follow that line.
Okay, that's a good point. I'll go in that rabbit hole.
Yeah, because don't they call it like they have one called the Theban cosmology, and then they have the Memphite cosmology.
Right, yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
So think about what.
Slightly different.
Go ahead. Think about what we just described real quick when we identified that the Hyksos was up in Avaris and that the Cushites was in Thebes. So think about the difference of their theologies running concurrently. You know, Set wasn't bad. We just identified Set was good to the people in North Egypt. They was really, we got them as rulers when we look in the shit, and then Set was bad to the people of the South. Also, like you said, it went by different nomes. You will see a different quote unquote nature on each different nome, and they all had different theologies behind them.
Storyline changes. I mean, even when you look at, you know, when Narman unified Upper and Lower Egypt, it's an old deity. That goddess Bet, which is the cow goddess. You see it on the pre-dynastic walls. And even before he become like the Horus king, the whole idea of Horus or Haru changed in later dynastic periods, and they made Horus the son of Asar or Wasir. You know, you got to study the timeline on the chronology of ancient Egypt. Egypt is very old, you know.
One thing
that's what I'm trying to bring home to Ngozi. It's how old it is. You got to be careful and really try to just follow the chronology. What was going on at this particular time? That's why I try to stay stuck with the basis of it first, so we can understand that before we move out to what was going on. What 2,000 years later, maybe, or 1,500 years later. There's a lot going on.
In the beginning, the first dynasty kings all took on what we call a Horus name. Everybody heard of the Horus name, but if you look into the second dynasty, it was some kings who took on Set names.
Exactly.
And they rocked the Set name for a moment. And this is another indication that Set wasn't always something negative to come up.
Peace, Melvin. We've got another powerful brother from Team Osiris on. Peace, brother.
That was good.
It was on, man. It's on, my brothers.
One of Set's earliest images, his zoo type before he became the other animal, was a damn giraffe. People don't know that phase of Set. In the earlier it was a giraffe. Yeah, in the early pre-dynastic phase, Set was depicted as a giraffe.
And he kind of looks like a mix of a giraffe later too. That's how, because I'm wondering why his head looked like a giraffe still. And now that you said that, because I was wondering
why is he looking like that?
Yeah, but he looked like a giraffe, but they just changed him to, I guess, a giraffe and a dog or something. I don't know what's going on.
A lot of those.
I'm looking at it now, and it said one time he was associated with Mercury.
There's an Egyptian
I'm gonna share
animal.
my screen with you see it while we're talking.
That's an Egyptian animal called the Set animal. I mean, it ain't called the Set animal, but it's specific. I forgot what it's called, but it's an animal we don't have in America.
It said he was Lord of the Red.
It ain't an aardvark. It's like the Set. It's a dog with a face that looked like that. Something. I'll look up. It should say it on the wiki which animal that is.
Yeah, you're talking about the Saluki with the big tail and shit.
I forgot what the name of it, so you could be right.
Yes, it's a Saluki. It's Saluki.
I'm still looking at some of it. He was Lord. I guess at one point he was the Lord of the Red Land, and Horus was Lord of the Black Land.
Exactly. They used to call Set the Red and Horus the Black, like Gozi said.
I see there's an old copy here. OKAPI, kind of brown, black.
That staff again. That's that staff that I saw Watch wear was holding. That makes me think that our man, the Great Green, is a deity.
Who's sharing the screen?
Me.
Hey, type this in Google. I got two of them. Type in.
Oh, if you want to share, you can share. I just figured. I just think it's good sometimes when we talk about to share that way. That way, the people they can just look. Instead of looking at us talk, they can see. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
No, you can't. I'm looking at it on a different device, so I wouldn't be able to share without logging in on my iPad. But if you just open up on Google, you can type in OKAPI.
Okay. Okay. PI?
PI.
Or the animal?
Yeah, that's animal.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I remember looking at that one time too because of the goddamn the zebra shit. That shit was crazy.
Exactly.
Got the zebra shit and the goddamn
Right.
Yeah.
Horse and a zebra or something.
Yeah.
Like it's mixed with an
A
antelope
donkey or
or something like that, like a donkey or something. But yeah, it's weird.
That's
And there's
dog?
another one. I read the other one.
Let's see what
It's SALUKI.
call it known as a forest giraffe.
Yeah.
Giraffe or zebra giraffe.
Congo.
Yeah. What else you said?
The other one is Saluki, SALUKI.
S-A what?
SALUKI. Yeah, right there. It's a dog.
Sosa with the all caps. He always
I know, right?
all caps in the chat.
I know, right?
King shit. Persian Greyhound, dog originally bred in the Fertile Crescent. So you're saying that the set figure is a combination of the Saluki and
No, I'm saying he's identified with or resembling with those animals. So it's not a combination. It's just his resemblance with that animal, specifically the head. If you look at the head shape structure of the dog.
Yeah, being that it comes out of that would either give them more of a reason to identify with it.
Right.
Ixos, them coming from that region, from a particular region.
Right.
Yeah, Fertile Crescent.
And then we all know the aardvark and hyena. I think a pig at one time. He's associated with a lot of animals.
Yeah. I think a lot of times when we hear these stories, especially Seth and Osiris, we don't really unpack the time frame these stories are coming out of. No. You know, since we think this all the stories are ancient from Eve's early beginnings. You know what I'm saying? So
right.
We don't see the influence of a shit. But I thought that was interesting. I'm like, why would they identify with the whole shit? But it was there but Set was there from the inception, right? From pre-dynastic, right?
I don't think Set was pre-dynastic.
It wasn't maybe like an adaptation of Canaanite or some shit. You know what I mean? People come from that region, some shit like that. I'm asking.
Set was there since pre-dynastic times. His storyline just changed. Set and Horus may be older than the idea of Osiris before he got in there. At one time in pre-dynastic Egypt, according to Gantadria, you guys can look it up, they used to worship a big white baboon. I forgot the Neteru name.
Big white baboon.
A big white baboon god. That was one of the greatest before Jehuti or Tahuti, that was another zoo type for Tahuti, because outside of the ibis birds you see, another zoo type was a baboon. But that baboon had another name. I think it was
Is it Bobby?
No, not Bobby. Not Bobby. It's another one.
Because I see Bobby on the walls a lot.
No, and it wasn't Bobby. Bobby is also old, but a lot of things were rejected.
Is it the one with the wizard eye?
I'm gonna figure it out. Just type up pre-dynastic ancient Egyptian white baboon god. That's one of the oldest deities that they used to have over there. It was like very similar to Jehuti before Jehuti changed his position or name. So, but Set is old. Set is really old. But they did have an element that came from those late Neolithic populations of the Levant that was also inserted in a long time ago. You got to remember, the Levant was the Levant was the territory of Egypt. The Egyptians had more, No, not Bobby. It's another one. Bobby is one deity, but it was another one. His name is something else.
All right, no, I was trying to look and see if but that's the little sim you talk about. You look white.
Yeah, but it's not.
I get
It's not Bobby. I'm gonna find it.
I got you.
Type up ancient pre-dynastic. His position, Bobby's position, was very similar to that. But type up ancient Egyptian pre-dynastic baboon deity. So a lot of this stuff, man, you know, there is an old late Neolithic Canaanite element to Egypt. The Egyptians had more of a hand in the Near East and Mediterranean world in the interiors of Africa, because that's who they did. You know, that's what they did. They commerce with. They trade with.
You talking about Hedgeware?
Is that his name, Hedgeware? I think it's something like that.
Yeah. So let's put in ATDJWER.
Yeah, that's him. Yeah, that's it. Hedgeware. That's his name. Absolutely, that's it. That's one of the oldest deities that they used to have.
Late pre-dynastic, 3000 BCE.
Yes.
Old as a baboon god.
How old is Amun? That Amun god.
How old is Amun?
Well, we see Amun. You see Amun in the pyramid text. If you got the Copen text or pyramid text, you see him, and it means the invisible. But he becomes a major deity in the 18th dynasty when Amos kicks out the Hyksos. Well, he didn't really kick them out before he kicked them out for rulership, because a lot of them still stayed in Avaris, and some Hyksos even went into the western part of the Sahara, believe it or not. That's why on the Sahara walls you find chariots over there. Those chariots they're not from Africa. The Hyksos got it from the Hurrians, who were near the Caucasus, and the later Hyksos brought it in. So some of those Hyksos, the foreign rulers, also went into the Sahara, believe it or not. But Amun, you find it in the early 4th dynasty, but his position wasn't major until the 18th dynasty. And then he becomes the hidden one, the invisible one.
Yeah, because that was big down in Nubia, right? Because they had that temple to Amun down in Jebel Barkal.
Yeah, and Jebel Barkar, when the Egyptians took over that border and expanded Egyptian territory, which they did, they gave them Amun. But see, the Nubians was very sharp, because the Nubians, when they started getting in power, they rejected Osar, kept Aset, and gave their own god called Epidemic, which was a lion god who was married to Aset or Aishat, which is the actual name. They rejected Wasir. But they kept Amun because of his position, the way he functioned as the invisible force or the hidden one.
Yeah, they were worshiping Amun in Nubia, specifically, I think it was Meroe.
Yes.
Where I think the name for him is a little different, but yeah, they still worship Amun there.
His position was dope. Amun was very important to them. The actual name is Yemen, but it pronounces to us as Amun. But they definitely did venerate, Amun because of his position. But the Nubians also kept a lot of their own deities. And they also kept Aset or Aishat. They kept her.
Man.
Which also shows that the Nubians delineated themselves from the Egyptians, even when they were Egyptianized. They still kept a lot of their customs and culture. But the Egyptians did expand their territory in some portions of Sudan. The same way America expanded its territory, and now Hawaii is part of the United States and Puerto Rico is part of the United States.
Right.
I don't know where these guys put all this information, man.
They've been dealing with it
to all of this, right?
They've been dealing with it for a minute. You know what I'm saying? Like, we were rookies on this shit. Like, they've been dealing with it for a minute.
Yeah, like I said, that chronology, man, that's when we jump around like that, that's very dangerous.
Yes,
because you got to slow this down. We talking about really about 34 to 45 years, 1,000 years, 100 years worth of history.
Yeah, because even the Berber, even our Amazigh cousins, because they are cousins, they're African. But even the Amazigh, they actually worship Amun too. They took on Amun too. You find monuments for Amun in Libya and ancient Libya and ancient certain portions of Libya and the Siwa Oasis and different things. They venerated Amun. That's one of the Amazigh deities as well. So now
I went back and looked at that Badarian culture we was talking about last night. And you know what? I had already went over that before, but like this is so vast, I actually forgot. But now I know exactly what you guys, I think Melvin and you were talking about the Badarian culture. I get that. I've actually already went over that before. But you know, like I said, the history is so vast, I kind of forgot it. But I looked over it last night after we got off, and I refreshed my memory on it. You guys are absolutely right. But when they show an affinity more to the Nubian side than the Levanian side.
Correct.
So it's as simple as that. It's more so of an African culture than anything.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
we have, but we, but,
all of it is
but
African culture.
all of it's African,
All of it
including
is.
even including light-skinned Amazigh brothers west of
Yep.
Egypt, Libya, Morocco, Tunisia. That's also African. But the thing is that Africa is diverse. We have different cultures, different ethnicities, different things. So the thing is that we have to accept the diversity of Africa. There is no true look to an African. And to be honest with you, we don't even have a true look of what Homo sapiens sapiens should look like, because all of us have developed different traits from what we used to look like before we started out as a species. We're all similar to what we used to look like as Homo sapiens sapiens. If I told you right now that European people, I'm talking about Nordic European people, actually have in some of their traits phenotypically older traits phenotypically in some layers of their face than tropical Africans. But then I can turn around and tell you tropical Africans have some old traits that they retain from an older phase of Homo sapiens sapiens. So what I'm saying is that we have to accept,
or even certain modern day Egyptians today that give off that look like they're from, they're Arabs, but they're not really Arabs, but they've been there for so long that they've mixed in and fit in, and they have a high percentage of African DNA.
and we also have
Right.
the Egyptians, modern Egyptians are more African from their region than
Exactly.
a lot of northern Sudanese. This is what I'm trying to say. See, skin type is totally different than when you start getting into genetics. Skin tones can go backwards and forth, bro. Phenotype can develop later. Phenotypes can also be a result of polytypicity, throwback polymorphisms. Sometimes you have back mutations. We have to understand all of the stages of different mechanisms that makes up for evolution. And also based off, you have parallel evolution, you have convergent evolution. It will make sense that a North African will look like other people in the Mediterranean world phenotypically than populations south of the Sahara. And even amongst the people south of the Sahara, I could not say a Wolof living in Senegal is a Bantu living in Cameroon. Even though they may look similar.
Got muted and goes.
Yeah,
but James, that's why that genetic piece is important. You know what I'm saying? Like we talk about that multidisciplinary approach. Like you be learning a lot of shit when you put all the disciplines together.
Yeah, let me just say this. Let me just say this real quick. Black or dark skin should not be the determining factor of what makes a true African.
Right.
That's what pseudoism comes in at. Listen, the same law that applies to people in Southeast Asia, right? That's tropical adapted, but genetically far from Africans, is the same rules that apply for people in the northern portions of Africa and the Mediterranean world. It will make sense that those people look very similar to other Mediterranean people because of proximity, because of diet, because of environment, because of cultural exchange, because of genetic exchange, and all that. It would make sense that they have that look phenotypically than populations south of the Sahara. Look, evolution is not a continental thing. Evolution is a global thing. You get what I'm saying? It's a global thing, bro. So what I'm saying is all of us as Homo sapiens, first of all, we haven't even been around or separated from one another long enough to even be separated as a subspecies of human. We're all the same species of human that have recent developed traits based off the selective pressures that we were in. We should accept that.
Yeah, I think you're spot on with the idea about how skin color can change back and forth, because we was watching the video from Dr. Soy Kita on Sunday, and he talked about that, how skin color can change every 10,000 years or so, right? He was saying that it doesn't take millions of years like some of the other evolutionary changes, right? He says skin color that can change fairly rapidly.
Yeah, if y'all want, we could come through and read the book, Skin by Nima Jablonski. That's a very, very good source to understanding how skin functions. It takes it back to, I guess, like an academic stage to where you gotta learn the functions of the skin, the features of the skin, and why certain people have a certain type of skin that they have in certain regions. And I think it's critical that we know that information because that'll stop a lot of the pseudo talk when it comes to try to blackify, everything and everybody from Africa.
If King Tut exists, Tut Amun, he would have looked like this modern Egyptian boy from Luxor. You see that? He would have not looked like a person, the Nigerian child. He would have looked like this baby or this child from Luxor. You know what I'm saying? We have to accept the diversity. And in the northern portions, Egyptians can get even lighter than this.
Yeah.
Do the community accept people that look like this as African, or the lighter brothers and sisters up there? They're all African.
And Gozy, the thing they don't realize is that type of skin color is actually common in that area. Even lighter is common in that area. That's not even at the apex of where the sun sits on the equator for them to get that done.
Look at this. You're absolutely correct, Melvin. This is a present Egyptian. This is an Egyptian in the Ptolemaic period, first century Egyptian. Still look the same to me.
Look the same.
Yeah. Here's another one. I mean, you could talk, Melvin, but I'll keep showing pictures.
No, you're on point. You're on point. You're making a connection.
Yeah, another point should be made is that's thousands of years after the fact.
See what I'm saying? See, James.
See, I'm going.
And we right back.
And
we right back, James.
I mean, I'm sorry.
You see,
what about 2,500 years?
Are you listening? Are you listening?
James will not let it go, man. I swear.
Nah, bro, you can't do that. Because you're talking about other people that's interjecting their bloodline off in there that never was there. So
you see, Ramesses?
The Greeks wasn't always interjecting there.
Nah, but that type is like when
Hold on. Let me
Ty and Gozy keep saying like these folks been there, they've been mixing books.
No, but
30,000 years going back.
What I'm saying is the Greeks and the Hyksos, they wasn't always interjecting their bloodline off into that civilization from the beginning.
That's Ramesses, and that's a modern Egyptian. I'm gonna show you another one.
You say the Greeks. Who's saying anything about that?
James got it.
No, because
I guess he figured these folks just was chilling. They ain't want to go nowhere. I ain't gonna go all the way over there.
No, but when does the Greek civilization
that's a modern Egyptian? Listen,
you're talking about Greek civilization, but those people have been moving about and going about for thousands of years, bro.
These people will be classified as Caucasoid in morphology, but they are completely African. And again, and they can also get lighter. And some can get a little darker, but morphologically speaking, they're the same. They're Africans.
Right. And when it comes to America, they're classified as white.
They could be classified as white, but if they was here in the 1960s and the civil rights movement,
they'd be black.
This nigga right here be sitting on the back of the bus.
Yeah,
but in today's time, he's North African. He'll be classified as white, regardless of how the skin tone is.
Right.
Okay, so watch this. So the Berbers are African. I agree with that. They're from North Africa. But when the Egyptians classify them, they don't put them off in their civilization. They don't put them outside of their civilization.
They don't put them as Egyptians.
Hold on. I'm just saying they mark them as outside of their civilization. That's all.
Outside of Africa?
Out of the Egyptian civilization, they call them something other.
Let me ask y'all a question. This is created by archaeologist student Colby, who wrote the David Reach and Mr. Stringer, right? He wrote to Max Planck Institute. They accepted this image of a reconstruction of the Ibero-Maurusian. This nigga looked like a more robust Gaddafi. This is an image of an Ibero-Maurusian. They used to do the teeth. The Ibero-Maurusians used to knock their front teeth out. This is what an Ibero-Maurusian would have looked like. Look at him. Dark skin. They had the variant of the allele for straight hair, wavier hair. And they would have been dark skinned, and they would have looked very much like this. And if you look at him, you don't look that far from what Gaddafi looked like, yet and still he was darker than Gaddafi. But this is a more robust Caucasoid phenotype when you hear the term like that.
Mike wants you to show those the Fayum portraits. The Fayum.
Oh, I'll go back.
Fortress. Yeah. So people can get an idea.
What region do the Ibero-Maurutians actually lived, or where were they?
And they can get lighter than this. Some of the fam. This is just one of them, but they can get lighter. Oh, the Ibero-Mauritians was all through Morocco, Libya, but most of the DNA that they sequenced was from Morocco. But they were all through early North Africa before the Capsians came in. I'm going to give you an image of their.
Hold on. You accept that, James?
Accept what?
Show that. Put that nigga put him on the screen again and goes. Put him on the screen again and goes.
I was trying to get this man set up, yeah.
No, we gotta walk. We need to go slow. We need to go slow with that. We need to go slow. No, not the other one with the.
Yeah, we got the dog. We got
his teeth knocked out.
Oh, hold on.
With the teeth.
Oh no, hold on. Yeah, I seen that picture. Now I don't accept that. I'm just
see what I'm saying.
Like, how can you just like people is drawing something, but they wasn't there.
You know what
so like that's like conjecture. Like
your ancestors, bro. That's our people, James.
That ain't how that works, bro.
That's our people,
I don't
James.
know what's going on. I wouldn't accept anything besides something that the source people put together. I don't know.
You want niggas to go back with the you want the iPhone.
Let me show you.
I'm just saying that just for me personally. I don't accept reconstructions.
James, let me show you. Hey, James, let me show you a reconstruction of the Natufians, the cousins of the Ibero-Mauritians, which also archaeologists Chris Stringer and what's her name, they agree with it, and he reconstructed or made the images based off the Natufians around 13,000 years ago. They were starving before they went to Jericho. But I have 3 depictions of Natufians that's been accepted. I'm going to show you right quick. The cousins of the Ibero-Mauritians. Tell me what they look like to you. Well, you guys can build as I show it.
Hey, James said if you don't show Patrice Lumumba, he ain't rocking with none of that.
No, I'm just saying these people were doing art, and I think they did really good art back then. If you look at the funerary mask of King Tut, I mean, these people were expert artists, so I don't think that they wouldn't be able to draw themselves.
Do you accept this?
It's just a reconstruction, brother. I don't really know what that looked like a damn monster. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck am I supposed to do? But he showed a picture of a monster and say, am I supposed to accept it?
Yeah, and goes, he don't accept forensics.
No, it ain't got nothing to do with forensics. You can't reconstruct a dead person to show what they look like. It look like almost a half dead. Look at that. That look like a half dead person, like a skeleton face or something. You can't go. I accept.
So you can't get that. You can't get their eye orbitals and their nose and all that shit and reconstruct what their face would look like. You don't think they can do that? Like, you don't think they can do that?
So you don't think Ramesses look like this modern Egyptian man more than Patrice Lumumba?
I'm not even putting Patrice Lumumba off in this conversation.
But I'm saying, look at Ramses though, James. Look at Ramses. That's how people.
See, that's being selective. You got another.
So I'm saying, but is Ramses? But I'm saying, is Ramses African though?
You want to pick and choose which mummies you.
I'm saying, James, do you consider
like, what's going on?
You consider Ramses as African though, right?
Well, I have from what my DNA says, Ramses somebody's in my DNA, so I would assume that he's an African lion.
But do you think he looked like that the dude he was just supposed to?
Well, I don't look like.
No, I'm not talking about you, because you're not a direct descendant of Ramses.
This is what happens.
Look at the phenotype.
This is what happens with the possibility of Ramesses III. Ramesses III was not Ramesses II's son. Ramesses III was related to Ramesses II through his granddaughter. Ramesses II's son had a daughter, and that daughter is who married Sennacherib. Sennacherib was a soldier in the Egyptian army. Now, and he married or inserted into Egypt through through Ramesses II granddaughter. But here's the thing. The E1B1A thing, our Y chromosome is not from sub-Saharan Africa. And this is why on 23andMe, it says that you and Ramesses, or me, all of us and Ramesses share paternal lineage that either split from the Middle East or North Africa. So what I'm saying is that just because he had, we share a Y chromosome and mutation from EB38, even though we formed into EM2, we just share that because sub-Saharan Africans have an early basal North African component that's been inserted into the population that we mix with and became what we are. So our Y chromosome that we share with Ramesses III doesn't mean that we are from him, or we look like him, or we even look like the original E-carrying men before they inserted south of the Sahara and mingled with other populations, becoming our own cluster today. You get what I'm saying? Right. And even with E1B1A, that's in question, because when you put it in NABJEV, they don't know if it's EB2.
Yeah, you broke up.
It's really a clade of EM said DYS390, because it was 16 SNPs. It's the difference between a big SNP and a big ST and the STR, short tandem repeats. The big SNP single nucleotide polymorphisms go deeper. But based off that DYS390, it puts it at a high rate of being EB38 because it's shared with populations south of the Sahara. But we got to remember, EB38 is not from south of the Sahara, west of central, before crossing from the northeastern part of Africa.
Yeah, Jay, hey, baby, Gozi though.
That's
Jay
crazy.
ain't accepting that look. He ain't really accepted evolution, because when we show him them damn early hominids, that shit, he could be like, get the fuck out of here.
Well, you heard what he did earlier. We poured our heart out about the Mediterranean, how it was impacted by racism, and we should put Egypt as an African civilization back into the conversation. And James said, I ain't buying it.
Well, you know, like I said, I went back and did that Badarian culture, and they pretty much just, that solidifies the origins of the civilization being from the south as well.
But they just one minute.
I mean, even when they did the analysis on the cranium that Amir was talking about, they said that they had an affinity to the people of the Neolithic cultures. So, bam, what are we to do? That's the earth. That's the nuclear. That's the beginning of the civilization. And see, then when you start talking about Egypt, see, Amir, he'll tell you that when did they the first attestation of the word is even mentioned? It's like the 11th dynasty. So how are you calling it Egypt if you don't have any record of it until the 11th dynasty?
You hear the term Kemet in the 11th dynasty. You hear the term Egypt in the Ptolemaic period. They named it after Hekapatah.
Yeah, that's later. That's way later. I know. I meant Kim.
Yeah.
Thanks for the correction. But you first heard it in the 11th. So what were they calling it before the 11th dynasty? Watch this. And how many years was it when the 11th dynasty had until the 11th dynasty? What were they calling it before the 11th dynasty?
They called it Tawi, the two lands. Some people called it Desert, where you get the term desert from. They had a lot of names for it based off the region, but one of the major names was, especially when Narman unified it, was Tawi, the two lands.
Right. Okay, so now watch this. So when you get to that point and Gozi, then how do you solidify, or how do you get any type of record of where this unification border was? Like, how far north did he go? Do you have any type of way to do that?
When Narman unified Upper and Lower Egypt, it was already not Sumerians. When we say Mesopotamia, we got to understand there was a lot of other people in the Mesopotamian world outside of the Sumerians, more of a Proto-Ubaid people. And the Levant was a corridor, or that Levantine area was called Tel Aksakan, which was a trade route port. So the thing is that when a lot of people have had a cultural exchange, if you control that delta, which is north of Egypt, they gave you power over the resources over the Middle Eastern and Mediterranean world at that time. The known world in ancient times financially, especially at Habark when it comes to numbers, was the Middle East, North African world because of its area, its location, and the cultural exchange that was able to be continuous. This was the known world at that time. So if you control the northern part of Egypt, that means you got more control of the Middle East. And not to mention, Egypt is shared with the Middle East. It's shared with the Middle East. I mean, when you look at that Gaza Strip, it connects you to the Levant. You go past the Levant, it puts you in the Arabian Plate tectonic. The Arabian Plate tectonic puts you in Southwest Asia. You cross through there, you're going into Iran and Iraq when you go a little bit further east. So that northern portion of Egypt had and even Anatolia, Turkey. You know, when you look at Crete and you look at Anatolia and you look at Greece, bro, that shit was a known border for finances. So when Narman unified Upper and Lower Egypt, it wasn't a black thing. Like he wanted to invade.
I'm not even worried about whether it was a black thing at this point.
No, I know you don't.
What I'm talking about is what I'm trying to do is just find out if we have any record of where the border was when he unified the two lands. Where was that? Just like because like you will have America where we'll know that they didn't even go past the Appalachian Mountains, and they only had 13 colonies. So we
it
know
start-
where the
it start-
region was when they.
It start from Aswan. Narmer was born in Tetin, next to Luxor, or in Luxor. So it starts from Aswan all the way through Luxor, Tetin, all the way to Avaris, all the way to the Levant, the Gaza Strip and Levant. That was all included with the early Egypt when he unified the lands. That's
Right.
even
Okay,
portion of the Levant.
now what I'm asking for is, do we have record of that?
Yeah.
Where we can find, like,
yes,
that's what we need.
Yes,
like,
if you
to
look
find
up
out where the territorial, like, what did he unify?
If you look up Narmer and look up what he unified, it tells you the regions of Tawi, the two lands. It tells you how far the border stretched and what was going in. Absolutely.
Right. And can you guys see my screen here? I just shared something here. This is a new source coming out of Oxford Press. This is, I think it's called, comes from a 3-volume set. It's the Ancient Near East, right? It's called the Ancient Near East. This particular chapter deals with prehistoric Egypt, right? This volume came out in 2020. So this is some up-to-date information talking about the origins of pre-dynastic Egypt and in the prehistory and the formation of the Egyptian civilization. And we talked about this a bit earlier, saying that you have to be careful when you're saying, okay, well, the origins of the pharaonic civilization came from the south. And this is sort of how they're describing it today, right? We talk about how, the drying of the Sahara, right? What we call the Middle Holocene, right? This is when the aridification started to happen, and then those populations moved from the oases inwards towards the Nile, right? So this particular passage sort of talks about that. It says this is during the drying of the Sahara here. So as the desert population decreased, the few sites where human existence was still possible, for example, the oases, became increasingly isolated. It says, nevertheless, the groups there were both well adapted to their environment and reasonably self-sufficient. Thereafter, subsistence, lifestyle, and material culture barely changed at these sites over long periods of time, while developments near the Nile Valley followed very different paths, right? So we're talking about the differences between, right, some of the cultures that were out in the desert areas inside of the oasis and the differences between, those populations closer to the Nile. So it says the desert and valley now developed along separate socio-cultural trajectories, and only much later did the inhabitants of the Nile Valley again take interest in the oases, right? So this is sort of that divergence during the Holocene. But it says, in any case, it is relatively certain that the origins of pharaonic civilization are not to be sought in one particular region from which it was spread via migration or exchange, but rather from complex and multi-regional cultural processes, right, caused by climate change and ever-evolving mechanisms of contact between different regions, especially within the valley. So it doesn't necessarily talk about, right, this culture emerging from a single location at this point, right? They describe it as being a multi-regional sort of emergence of the pharaonic civilization.
Right. I think you get that, James. You know me now, but yeah. I think that was good to bring out, because we kind of keep pointing to one locale.
One location, right? They don't say that anymore, saying that it just came from the south. It's more of a multi-regional, right? There was sort of a culmination of populations throughout the region that actually together they brought forth that civilization, right?
Okay, let me ask
and then you can see this.
Hold on.
Let me just say this too, James, and then I'm gonna let you go. And then you can see the spread of it, like what Anka brought up, through the cultural changes happening when they started encompassing more of what would be Lower Egypt. The housing styles changed. You can see a change in total culture that's happening and spreading northward.
Yeah, Yeah, but let me ask y'all. So
This is
y'all saying
after,
that
but this
is
is
a
after
multi.
all the multi-regional exchanges and all. You know what I'm saying? It's after all that.
I'm gonna
Okay,
show
so
y'all.
watch this.
I'm gonna show y'all Amo's son, who created the 18th dynasty, and his son that died. I think he was slightly handicapped, but if you look at the reconstruction, one of the art monument, you can see he still looked like those people. I'll give you an example of what he looked like. If you guys, whenever you guys ready.
Yeah, but check this out. Let me ask y'all something. This is a
Yep,
serious
you can go
question.
ahead and share.
What civilization outside of Egypt? Okay, y'all saying that if you just want to subsuppose, I'm not saying y'all saying it, but you just want to subsuppose that this is a multicultural civilization that came together, right?
You accept that?
What civilization that is outside of this civilization that we talking about, which is Kemet, has done this before? Like when the Greeks did it, did they go and get some different type of? They had the
Rome did it.
So you saying
Rome
they
did
had the people over in what we call
does it.
What you think
Great
about this,
Britain?
brother?
They had those type of people. They had all
Rome did
these
it.
type of people, and they all mixed together to form that civilization.
What you think about this brother though, right here?
He don't
Amo's
accept,
son.
he don't accept it.
That must be a late period.
See, he don't accept it.
Yeah, that's late period.
Almost was what?
Man,
Almost
you out of control and goes.
almost would be the one. Yeah,
you over here
almost.
playing. Because you know
Almost.
good and well them folks wasn't accepting them folks like that.
See what I'm saying? Because you think because of race, right? You think they saying because of race.
I mean, but I don't understand why y'all act. See, y'all act like if a person doesn't want to associate with somebody because of a different phenotype, that it's a bad thing or it's something. Like most people, most species retain to try to keep themselves self-sustain themselves.
I mean,
let's
but
just
if
take
you
it
agree,
outside of a human aspect.
but everything
when
they tell you,
when you see something that look like what Ngozi just showed, you know that that's something other than you.
but what I'm saying is like if you accept the idea and they keep telling us that it's multicultural.
Yeah,
why
but what
are you
I'm
looking
asking
for
you
one
for
look?
an example, I'm asking you for an example of any civilization that doesn't do it based
I
on
just told you,
something,
Rome.
a common phenotype. I
America,
don't believe that.
you know what?
Now,
You know
y'all
what,
can
James?
believe it,
You know
but
what,
I
James?
don't see no
I just
nowhere
told you,
in
Rome.
nature where
I just
something
told you,
mixed up
Rome.
does
You know
that.
what, James? America, a New World America that was established in 1776 was done by the hands of Northwestern Europeans, Black Sub-Saharan Africans, whether they were slaves or not, and in some components,
Man, you crazy,
Native
dog.
Americans.
You is out of
Americans,
control.
the true American is the Western Central Africans who were kidnapped, the Northwestern Europeans who set up the blueprint, and some of the Native Americans that was executed and destroyed. We made this country. You get what I'm saying? So it was a combination, and we are all Americans. So every Nigerian, every British, the people, even when America broke off and fought for their independence, and Morocco was one of the only African countries that looked at America for its independence as an independent country. That's what the peace treaty was when you look at the treaty. But that's another story. But the African American or African American Creole, Black people, us, the Northwestern European, and even the Native
Hold up, you
Americans.
said we came together willingly to
No,
forge this country.
He didn't
No,
say
he didn't say
nothing about willingly. You just insert words.
So I'm just saying. So why would you suppose that Egypt would just do this just willingly?
No. What I'm saying is, you talked about a nation with different phenotypes that created a nation. All of us created this nation, whether we were slaves or not. This is the only world we knew when we were kidnapped from Western Central Africa. Our identity was reset. We created a new identity for ourselves. We have our own vernacular English, AABE, African American vernacular English, our own dialects, our own culture, our own customs. It becomes unique, and we cannot denounce our flavor that played a role in this hybrid cultural society that we live in.
Okay, but what I'm asking for is an example outside of this where we can see this same behavior. That's all.
We don't even have to do that.
Human history, show another civilization that did what you guys are supposed to do these people in Egypt.
He's of the mindset that all society, even before what we consider American, made differentiations along phenotypical and maybe sometimes racial guidelines.
And I want an example to show me the otherwise.
I'm saying you would have to give an example to prove that point that you're making first.
Well, let's not deal with examples. Let's not deal with examples.
You make the claim that that's what they did.
Let's deal with what the experts say about the formation of Egypt, right? We don't have to deal with examples. Let's deal with again. This is the Oxford source, and it talks about the state formation of Egypt, right? You guys were mentioning Narmer earlier. This is an interesting piece here about Narmer, but it still talks about the early formation, right? So I'll read from the beginning here. It says, as already emphasized, it will probably be inappropriate to search for a narrative to describe Egypt's path to civilization and pharaonic kingship in the prehistoric era, given that there just is no simple, clear-cut linear development in the region. Although there are several prehistoric sites in Egypt, such as Heracleopolis and Abydos, where the archaeological evidence exhibits an enormous degree of chronological depth and continuity, and where significant developments can be observed, these will only ever illustrate one aspect of a much more complex web of stories, because ultimately the early Egyptian state was the product of a multitude of processes and actors. And although prehistoric Egyptian art is rich in artistic motives and media, and is sometimes intensely searched for any piece of information in lieu of written records, it unfortunately does not convey an illustration of postulated historical events leading up to the unification of the two lands of Egypt, achieved by a victorious Upper Egyptian king called Menes or Narmer. Egyptian civilization was also not the result of a single dominant culture, race, or polity migrating from the east to west or from the south to the north that conquered or assimilated whatever cultures may have been in its way. Basically, what we know today is how the process of the state formation did not unfold. And this is a really good source here in terms of reading and getting some really good up-to-date context on how the experts say the formation of both the Egyptian state and the Egyptian culture actually happened. They no longer talk in terms of, this culture emerged from the south or the east or the north, right? It talks about that complex web of interactions, right, and processes that led to the emergence of that early culture.
That's right. That's right. Hey,
Right,
hey,
and-
I want to show you. I want to show my brother.
This is a 2020. This is a 2020 source.
Yep.
So we got to update our information.
Right, and based on what they was going through, like pastoralists is going to link with pastoralists, and agriculturalists is going to link with agriculturalists. They're not going to necessarily be concerned with phenotype. It's like, are you on the same cultural trajectory that I'm on?
And this is an African man. He's from Egypt. This is an African.
James don't like you finna make James.
Crazy
You finna make James lose his goddamn mind. Like this man going crazy as hell.
What was that?
Boy, you something else.
Right, but
you gonna put Brad Pitt
see,
up,
hold
James.
up. I'm gonna agree with you.
This is an African.
We go back to 4500 BCE. I'm gonna say that's a Berber that lives in North Africa, north of Egypt. That's what I'm gonna say. I agree that person could be indigenous to Africa, but he would be considered a Berber in the earliest text or the earliest whatever they called them. That's what they pointed and said that this is what we call these. They call the Libyans whatever they called them, and they depicted them looking like him.
Now,
that's what they did.
This brother right here is a Sadi. He's an actor in Egypt. I think his mother's Felahin and his father's Sadi near Luxor. I think he's a mixture, but yet and still he's African. He's Egyptian. He's an Egyptian actor, and he also raps. I'm sure Egyptians who, if they've seen him, this is an Egyptian. This is you. Would you agree with him?
Right.
All right, one more. I just want to hear y'all opinion.
James said, "Yeah, I can rob with him a little bit better."
This is also an Egyptian, and this is you see the art. Would you agree with this brother?
Looking like Tiger Woods.
Yeah, for sure. He looked like Tiger.
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree that he falls up under the African that's how this goes. But see, you know what? This is a great conversation.
So James,
we're totally confused on what black is right now. We don't even know what.
No, we're not using black. That's the first part.
James, so this brother not African right here?
he could be of Berber descent, but he wouldn't be what we call sub-Saharan African or even an Ethiopian
but he is African, and he do share morphology with a lot of Ethiopians in the morphological.
Okay, but watch this. But so hold up, you act like classification don't matter in Africa. In Africa, would people today call that guy an African?
And he probably has some sub-Saharan.
I'm talking about that look like us, the people that's in sub-Saharan. Would they consider him an African? Would they consider him something other? Just like the people that's in South Africa, the Dutch that came down there, they've been there for 100 and some years, but you still ain't gonna accept them as an African, South African.
Well, the thing is about this brother that I showed is that those people, they've been looking like that for over 7,000 years. The Dutch, those white people just got there like what 200 or 300 years ago. That's recent, and not to mention they delineate themselves from the other continents of Africa. They call themselves Afrikaners, but they still give reference to their European roots. Like if you touch one of those hunkies down there, and I'm just gonna say that because they do not all of them are like that, but a lot of them are racist. You touch one of them motherfuckers, the Europeans gonna get on their ass because they still back them. They're still backed by the people that they descend from. So I mean that's a difference. But when it comes to these people, they've been there. These are Africans, bro. We have to accept that, yo. They are African people.
And you have to remember too, James. Remember during the video we watched with Dr. Soikito, and he talked about it. He says there isn't one way to look African. Right, there's a lot of different looks. Right, you can end up tricking yourself if you go by just the eyeball test by looking to see if a person is African or not. Right, so there's not one particular African look. So we have to get out of that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the key thing of what he was saying that people don't really pay attention to is that when he said he starts off with saying, okay, what I consider an African, right? The reason he's making that statement is because he's acknowledging the admixture, right? And he's acknowledging a back and forth flow. And he says the reason I consider them African because the culture developed there, and everything else was expressed in Africa. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? So he's acknowledging the diversity, the back and forth, the mixed look, and not separating those different phenotypes and look. And he's saying, yo, they're still African. The same thing Ngozi is saying.
Right. Right, because remember when the guy in the audience asked the question, he said, hey, when did those Mediterranean people come into Africa and started ruling? And he said, I don't know what you're talking about. Right. He says, what you're calling a Mediterranean type is just another African. He said, that's just these people have always been there. Right. Is that no one came from the outside. Right. He said, that's just he told him directly, he says, you're going to have to wrap your head around that. Right, what you're seeing, right, isn't something from the outside. This is something that is African. There's no one way to be African, for sure.
There is not one way to be African, and even with us in the New World, like, I mean, I want to give pay homage to us. African Americans are all Africans of the diaspora. We represent an exterior African culture. Like what I'm saying is that we descend from Yoruba. We descend from Igbos, but we're not that. We have our own ethnicity now, but we do have an exterior African culture that's been, creolized. So I think that it's okay to accept differences, changes, and diversity. Even though I share a lot of affinities genetically with Nigerians in some layers of my DNA, I'm not that. Like, for example, my mother is a recent continental African. I still eat a lot of the foods. I still practice some of the customs. But I'm not that either. That's what she is. But I'm, culturally, I am what I am. So there's a delineation now. You get what I'm trying to say? We have to accept the differences of what makes a true African. There's more than one way to look African. We can't say because someone isn't dark enough that they're not African. You believe it or not, you got some North Africans, because I want to have an interview. I want to ask the pseudo killers that's on a panel soon. I have a Coptic sister from Egypt that wants to have an interview with you guys to explain the language family. And believe it or not,
shit, we welcome that shit.
Oh man!
So yes,
fire.
Yeah, she says she wants to come, but I wanted to tell you guys this: you have a lot of North Africans who don't identify with black. Some identify as white. Some identify as brown. Some identify as Mediterranean. But this lady looks like the average North African Egyptian. She's highly light skinned or fair skinned, and guess what? She calls herself black.
Yeah. See, I want all of them on the show, man. I
They are.
want to have the I mean, like even the ones that have an issue, because I know, like I said, we do have the North African. We gotta admit that we do have the North Africans who deal with a lot of racism from African Americans.
Yeah, yes,
Right. We got to hear them out, so we, you know what I mean, and let them know. I mean, just get a understanding of their viewpoint, let them express themselves. You know what I mean, so we can see like there's a delineation between what we do and what other African Americans do, and what we're doing, and we're trying to erase some of the old stereotypes. That's the purpose of what we're doing, the things that we're doing.
Correct. And I wanted to say that this black thing is used because most North Africans don't identify as that, but you got some that do, even though they're not. A lot of this shit is made up. Some continental black Africans don't identify as black. I have met Nigerians who say, "Oh, I'm not black. Don't call me that. I'm Yoruba or I'm Igbo."
Yeah, you get that. Yeah, for sure.
So you know,
I was saying that those black Africans can be just as racist to African Americans.
Yes, they do. On Clubhouse, we go backwards and forward. Yo, it'd be funny as hell. And what
I experienced it here in Atlanta with because I was on that same like naive shit. We brothers. They're like, nah, nigga, no.
Yeah,
they not the same. But like, you can't date my daughter. I don't want you. Like, nah.
If we was in China, and there was a white boy from Texas and a black American from Georgia or Chicago, and I'm talking about the white American wasn't racist. I'm talking about he was a cool white American, and we was in China together. That white American and that black American will have more in common than a continental Nigerian and a British man. That Nigerian is gonna link with that British man, white British man, in relation culturally than he would with a African American and a Texas American. You get what I'm saying? There's a difference. It's just, it is what it is, yo.
Peace, Unc. We on here. We got to get brother Pan African some new sources, man. We got to bring him into the fold.
Yeah, we working on it. We working.
No, you don't.
You working on
got to
it.
bring me in the fold.
You know what I'm saying? He's like, come on.
Because you still ain't answered.
But Pan African, we got to keep the scientific mind perspective. Like, if new information changes your presented, you got to change on the spot with the new information. Like,
I'm gonna need another example of a civilization that mixed with another phenotype to create a civilization, like the Ming Dynasty. The Greeks, y'all not gonna be able to say.
Show me one that did.
The only reason why the Indus Valley is different from what happened in Mesopotamia because of the phenotype started to change. That's how they differentiated from each other. I don't understand why y'all discard nature to try to explain something that's in nature. And then y'all act like it's racist if you use nature to gain an understanding of what may have possibly happened.
No, I'm saying you make
because in nature, this is not nothing that's bad. It's just the way nature works.
You make
Pan African design.
That's the truth, bro.
We
didn't make up
example.
Huh?
Hey, Pan African design, man. You see the screen, right?
Right.
So you letting them fuck with you, yo. Just stay right where you at, yo. Remember, they just showed a whole bunch of pictures, right? What you looking at is the Egyptian Empire. Look at the different skin tones. They only showed you the top skin tone, bro. If they was being real with it, they would have showed you the different skin tones. They wouldn't just went with the light. So that's disingenuous for me. And they fucking with your head.
Nah.
Something was that. Nah, yo, it wasn't just one type. It wasn't that. I watched the screen. All y'all showed. Matter of fact, y'all didn't even show the light skin like that. Y'all basically just showed the one that wouldn't even be here, right? Them Egyptians wasn't that. You showing people that's in there now, but yet you won't show the variety of people that's in there.
Well,
and even when you Google Egyptians,
have more genetic affinities with Africans.
No, that's not the point. That's not even the point. We talking about that's not.
Hold on. You said more genetic affinities to what did you say, Melvin?
With African DNA than Arab DNA.
So hey,
Melvin, that's not my point, though.
Yeah, Unc, I think you missed part of it. I think you missed part of it, bro.
Like, I didn't miss nothing. I sat here and watched it.
No, but what we were trying to like the other African. Let's just get. I'm just trying to get you up to speed so you don't.
No, I was up to speed. I was watching.
Go ahead, bro.
Shit.
Go ahead, Unc. Go ahead.
Man, why you fucking with me today, Sosa?
No, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
You was seriously fucking with me, yo. Come on, yo. I'm saying the pictures that were shown is not indicative of the pictures of the people that's over there now. And the people that's over there now is that lighter. They wouldn't have been that color 2,500 years ago. Gozy know that. Melvin know that. Come on, Melvin.
How would you know?
That's easy. Come on, Melvin.
Well,
do I really got to say it? Gozy can tell you right now what the indigenous skin color was in 2,500 BCE. There's a clear scientific study on that. And ain't nobody came and debunked it yet. Come on, Melvin. You think I'm tripping? Am I making this up? I don't even got to say what the study is. Goldie know what the study is.
Cedric. Peace.
Goldie clearly know what the study is. Am I right or wrong, Goldie?
That's for sure.
No, that's in your head. I'm saying, so
That's not in my
why?
head.
So here's the thing right here. This is the thing right here, right? Why y'all doing that? Think about that. They wasn't Nubian black. You get my point. Like, why it's got to be they not Nubian black? It's like too much emphasis. How you know?
No.
No, I'm asking you. You asked me how I know. I said I got a scientific study, and I asked you how you know, and you said you just know.
Okay,
So just prove it.
Can we pull a study up?
Yeah, pull the study up and
Let's
let's
look
show
at
the
it.
genetic affinities of each.
No, I'm not. No, y'all overemphasizing genetics, bro.
How are we overemphasizing it?
Because no expert does this. No expert. No expert does this.
No expert
That's
sits
not the
back
truth.
and starts complaining about the true color of the Egyptians being something much darker than what we're showing. Who's debating
You
that?
keep showing something that ain't that. You can't show something that's not that.
No expert does that.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
No, they don't. They use the current.
Yes,
they
they
use
do.
the current culture there.
No, they don't, dog. We talking about ancient Egyptians in the time of the pharaohs. When you talk to the people, you show them what they would have looked
with the
like.
living culture. With the
No, that's not but the people that's there now aren't ancient Egyptians.
Melvin, you got that
exactly.
Study?
That's what
You got that study, Melvin?
And everybody keep acting like that the current population of the
I don't know what
ancient
study you're talking
Egyptians.
about. You need to go ahead and talk.
Not the ancient Egyptians, dog. They might be.
I want to see the study,
but they not
we
the
even
ancient
debate it. I want to
Egyptians.
see the study. I want to look at the study.
Melvin know they not the ancient Egyptians.
Not 5 minutes.
Melvin know they not the
5 minutes.
ancient
We can cover
Egyptians,
a lot.
dog.
We'll go ahead.
Yeah, they know. Melvin know
just-
that. Melvin know they're not the ancient Egyptians. Yeah, come on.
I just wanted the floor for 5 minutes because
don't do 5 minutes.
in the
Don't do 5 minutes, say that's like
don't do 5 minutes.
just time me.
We covered a lot of information. We covered a lot of information.
I ain't even get 2 minutes back.
Yeah, not 5 minutes.
Not 5.
Yeah, you go because you're gonna go over. Because I'm sure you're gonna go over. You're gonna go over a lot of what we already covered. I'm sure.
If I could just have 5 minutes.
Can I finish my statement and then you go as long as you want, Joe?
Let
me finish up, Joe. You can do what you want to do. Right? So I'm going to come to Penn State real quick. Right? And see everybody playing with me. So they can play with y'all with the genetics. You can't play with me with the genetics. I listen to geneticists every day. I'm in contact with 5 geneticists. And there's a lot of things that being said that they just don't say that way. We listen to Samantha Kiata, and he don't be saying none of that. And we act like that's what he's saying. And it's a little running joke, and everybody want to play and joke. I don't be playing with this. Come on, yo, you know that the ethnicity and genetics don't fly. So I'm trying to figure out why is that the lead component in any conversation when it's not flying. Genetics don't tell you who an Egyptian is. You supposed to know that, though, Melvin. If I'm wrong, Melvin say I'm wrong, and then show me how I'm wrong. Prove me wrong, and I'll shut my mouth up, dog. We're talking about the study on the skin color.
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about, correct?
Yeah, show it.
Show it. Come on, man. Y'all know that, though.
And drop it. Drop
Like
it
this
drop in the back chest so I can
No,
snatch.
man. Come on, man. This is the Penn State.
Go ahead, just share it. I'll figure it. I'll pull
I'm
it.
sharing it right now. Man, come on, man. Melvin playing with me. You fucking with me, Melvin. You trying to be funny.
See, and then we'll do a show on. We'll go over this more in detail.
On skin color, yo, on 2,500 BCE skin color.
Yeah,
that ain't nothing to even go over. We've been talking about that forever.
Write it up. Let's go. Yeah.
I'm not. It's right here on the screen. Y'all know the study. We all know the study. Here what I'm at. Gina Dabrowski, here you go, Penn State University. We know this is the indigenous skin color at 2,500 BCE.
So I got her book. That's not in her book. Neither, right?
Man, no, she got an actual scientific study she did. I got the book.
All right.
It costs $4 on skin.
Right.
But this is the actually the map between her husband and well, hold on. What's your point of saying you got a book that's not in your book?
I'm saying
asking
that
why
map,
you directly
that
said
skin
that?
map, that skin map right there that you see on the screen, that everybody sees on the screen, is not in her book.
I know, but what does that got to do with that being her work?
Because it's misrepresentative of her argument.
No, man, you make now you being
That's called taking the source.
I mean,
now you being disingenuous because the study was done by Chaplin.
Disingenuous.
You are, bro, because just because it's not in her $4 book, she the one that came up. Chaplin, her husband.
There's no way you can name drop a scholar
man,
to talk about something that they proposed.
Melvin, put some money on this shit, Melvin. Come on, bro.
Why
some
do I
money
need to
on
put
that.
money on something that I know?
No, you don't. You're talking about her book, Melvin.
But you brought her name up.
Why did I bring her name up, Melvin? See, this is what I can't do. Look, it's right here. Look. This how either you lying or you fucking with us. I'm thinking you fucking with us. Okay. Right here, it's right here. It says credit, right? Cut paper illustration by McCormick. They say from the map by Gina Dabrowski and George Chaplin. She made the map, bro. And the first thing you say is, it ain't in her book. Wait a minute, dude. She wrote scientific papers on. She's the one that actually figured out, right, that the skin actually has something to do with the reproduction and the blocking of the ultraviolet rays. So then you would know that's her work and that's her map. And you made it seem as if that's not her map when it really is. And I just showed you that. So like I said, either you were just lying or you was fucking with us. So I'm saying you were just fucking with me right now. You know that I know who made the map. We don't know everything. We all make mistakes, Melvin. I'm saying this is shit we was talking about 7 years ago. That's all I'm saying. That this is the indigenous skin color. Where the fuck is the people y'all was just showing? They're not there.
I'm saying
but
go to the 2500 shit you was talking
that
about.
doesn't mean they skin color couldn't have changed though. So I'm not arguing that. I'm saying like we keep playing the game. And it's almost like either I'm just the silliest nigga in the room and I just need to retire out the room, or somebody know what the fuck they talking about. I'm thinking somebody know what the fuck they talking about. Because this is easy, available information. That the people that's in there right now, their genetics might be the ones there, but the actual culture and ethnicity, it's not them. They don't act like Egyptians. They don't pray the Egyptian gods. And that's not what makes you an Egyptian. It's not your genetics, nor your skin color. And we keep riding past that stop sign like that ain't the truth. And it's crazy to me.
So basically,
that's not what makes an Egyptian.
So basically, what you say
back to
an Egyptian is the culture.
Yeah, well, yeah,
right. And then
now we're back
on
that.
Saying,
we weren't even
now back.
about.
No, but that's the only. If we talk about the ancient, okay, watch this.
Were we having a conversation about Egyptian culture, or were we having a conversation about type of skin?
Okay, so if we having about skin, look at the map and understand how the river itself goes through like different tones, and then know that people aren't static and they would move back and forth. So to continue to show pictures of one light skin type is disingenuous when the truth is you would have a different mix of skin tones ranging from right here. If you look at Morocco, they're a little bit lighter. If you look at South Africa, they're definitely lighter than the Egyptians. So I'm telling you that people in the tip of South Africa will be lighter than your fucking Egyptians. And I'm saying that's what they would look like in 2500 BCE, Old Kingdom. And then I got the Old Kingdom book right here.
That map is not necessarily telling you what necessarily people would look like. It's an indication on tone. It's an indication on tone based on the UVA rays, but it cannot account for mixture. It cannot tell you that those people in there look like that, because how can they determine that based on mixture? That's impossible.
You see what you're doing though, right? You see what you're doing though, right?
No, I'm saying you saying like they look like that, but not everybody
I
like
said
look
the
like
skin
that.
tone. What look like what? The map's not showing you people. It's a
Right.
basic representation of what their skin color would have been. And no, it's not perfect.
Based
A
on
basic
UVA rate.
representation.
Got it.
UVA and UVB. It doesn't mean everybody look like it, but that's the basic representation. And to somebody write a study to knock that off, we got to go with that. So I'm wrong, Melvin, and I'm wrong, and I'm wrong, Sosa.
No, because I'm
just a
looking for the
nut.
article to see where it said, like you said, like this is what said that the people look like at 2500 BC.
You keep saying what the people look like. It's just the skin tones.
No, you said that Gina Dabrowski has a map and it shows what people.
That is the map. I just read it. It said created by Gina Dabrowski. You don't see that? It's a map by Gina Dabrowski and George Chapman.
Sosa, I can't post it on. I'm on my phone, but I'm about to send you a screenshot directly from page 121 in her book. That is not the map.
Go ahead, send it to me.
I'm gonna send it to you on Facebook.
Wait a minute. So you being funny, Melvin?
Can you email it to me?
I'm not being funny.
I mean, are y'all
being
serious?
Email it to me. Email it to me.
So wait a minute. So hey, Sosa, you trying to be funny right now?
I mean, I just want to
You
show
ain't
it.
reading what this say right here, what Penn State is saying. You can't see that.
I can see it.
What it say? What
No,
it say?
I already got that pull up on my separate screen. I'm looking.
No, I'm asking you. So what did it say? What does it say? The map by who, yo?
Yeah, Gina Dabrowski.
So I mean, so Melvin, why is you saying that?
So there's another one in this book. Let's see what the book says. I don't understand
He
why.
said the map. I mean, so you saying that map got to be in that one book she wrote? Why it's got to be in that book?
Because it's got her name on it, and it's accredited to her.
So it's got to be in every book she writes.
No, doesn't have to be
Man, I
every
don't
book she
understand.
writes.
You
That's
fucking
the
with me,
logical
yo.
fallacy. It just has to be in the book that she
Now,
wrote about the subject.
now you hit me with intelligent terms. I am presenting an illogical fallacy because at Penn State, they give credit to the map to Gina Dabrowski
Penn State
and
gives
her
credit
husband.
to a cut paper illustration, not the exact map that's on her book.
Man, the map is representative of the scientific map that she put together, bro. Chapman, her husband, did the measurements of the UVA and UVB rays. So if you're gonna gig me on the exact map, then you playing games. The point is that she developed a map that dealt with indigenous skin color at 2,500 BCE. I'm not even trying to win the point. You saying I'm wrong with that, Melvin? Or you just saying that's not the exact map? Because I got anthropology books right here that got the map. So I'm asking you, bro. I'm trying to keep us right. So you don't think I'm trying to get out on you. That's all I'm doing. I'm trying to figure out why you pushing back on that. Yeah, give me your point, Melvin.
My whole point is that the map you're showing, while it's crediting Nina Jablowski, it's a cut paper rendition. That's not representative of the map that she has in her book. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so you could have said that. You hit me with that's not the map.
I did say that.
You said that's not the map. You said that map is not in her book.
No,
right?
it's not.
So I could take it two ways. I could take that map is not in her book, or that map is not in her book.
Let me show
now,
it.
If you say, well, wait a minute, that's not the exact representation. Yeah,
Can
come
I
on.
show
Yo,
it?
if you say that.
Let me show it. Let me show it. Let me show it.
I sent you both on that same page.
Let me show
She
it.
has it's a 300-page book, and those are only two skin maps on that book regarding the globe.
She got the UVA rays. She got one with just the rays. Go ahead.
Yeah, I got both. I emailed them both.
Yeah, when you say that's not the map, it make it seem like you saying that map ain't in the book in her book. You know what I'm saying?
No, I mean, I said
that's an
what
artist
I said. I
rendering.
thought we had a mutual understanding when
No,
I said that
saying
exact map is not in her book.
Oh, you do that word exact map. You just said that map, and you was probably trying to get it.
Can you see it?
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, I see it. Can you make it bigger?
I'm gonna have to go back.
It says zoom at the yeah, there you go. That's page 121. There's two maps on there. It's that one, and then there's the UVR levels. I'll send you that too, Sosa.
I'll go back.
You wanna go back? You wanna go back?
Yeah, go back. So what's your point? I'm looking at Australia.
The difference is
Right.
with the color rendition of it gives it a totally different appeal than when you see it this way.
Correct.
Look
But
at
still-
the blend.
no,
look
but
at the blend. Look at the zones. It gives a different appeal than when it's an artist rendition with the color in it, right? Making this part right here like jet black, it gives a different feel when you see it this way in terms of tone.
What's the difference though? But it's still not though. Look at Morocco.
I get it.
See Morocco, right? No, see Morocco, right?
Yeah.
Those people aren't in Egypt. Those skin colors aren't in Egypt. That's the point. So no
They
matter
actually
how
are.
we,
Yeah, we're not saying that. That's
Yeah, he said they was.
we're saying that that's there. Like it's a mixture. We always said there's a mixture.
no, yo, look at Morocco.
It's the same shade.
Yeah, I don't understand what you.
No, it's not. Oh my God, man.
Are you
Y'all
looking at
wild
Like
out,
maybe
man.
you gotta zoom in
You-
some more.
Are you looking at
Yo,
the
you trying to say that the South African ain't lighter than
No, I did not say that.
Egyptian?
Did I
So
say
that's what I'm
No,
saying.
he
did
said
those
South
words
Africa.
come out of my mouth? I didn't say that.
Yes. I know, but Melvin, that still makes my point that
No, it
people in
doesn't.
South Africa are lighter than the Egyptians. I said that. So no matter how the map do it, it's still gonna have the same ratio. That the people in South Africa is my measure are lighter than those in the Nile Valley. And the people that
They
y'all
look-
showed on the screen definitely wasn't darker than the people in South Africa. That's a fact.
No, but
So those people, although they could have been the people that was there, their skin color definitely has changed. And so when we're looking at it, we say, man, they ain't that. They kind of real light, right? And the reality is they would have been darker than that in 2500 BCE. That doesn't mean the genetics would have changed. So we're not playing that game.
I don't understand how. That's what I'm trying to pinpoint. That
I'm saying visual is
Who
power.
is saying that they would have been darker at 2500 BCE?
All right, man.
They are.
Like, if you could just get me that, I'll accept it.
so-
But like you're
so what
saying
do you-
that,
okay, so what
but
do you
she
look
didn't
at
say.
themselves?
I read the
No, what do
article.
you look-
She ain't said that in the
No.
article. So I'm
So
figuring.
you saying that that's not Melvin though? Hey, Melvin, what the map represent? Seriously.
The map represents the predicted skin color for humans.
At what time?
This map?
All times, right?
At what time? No, it's
This
not.
map,
At
this
what
map
time,
didn't
Melvin?
give a time range.
It's just laying out the zones.
Right.
It's not specific to a time. You're just laying out. This is what it is. It's not laying out a
Wow.
time period.
And
That's
where
why
the
I'm
hell does it
confused.
go? Where does it go? You just drop off when I get on something.
Predict the skin color map of modern human based on relationship between men. It's just this is not for a time period. This is just what it is. That's why I'm confused.
Right? And so y'all know, or y'all just talking right now? Melvin, do you
I
know,
just
or
read
you
it.
just talking?
See that map
I'm
right there,
asking
the
a
The
question.
author
2005.
did not provide a time reference for this particular map.
Make no sense.
But that map that Unc showed was an updated
right
map.
here,
It was 2015. See, that's
Not-
2005,
It's
y'all.
the same. It comes
I
out
ain't
of the
gonna
same
argue that. I'm
word.
not arguing
And that
that
map
point
is
right
not
now.
talking. I read the art. It's not talking about a time period. That shit is the same.
So where? I'm
Hold
asking you
on,
one more
pull up
time.
the one you had. That one show a
No,
time period.
no.
Just give me the part that said the time period.
I'm saying.
Stand corrected, bro.
Hold on. Melvin dove out the window. So Melvin, I'm asking
How did I
you.
dove out the
Do
window?
you understand? Yeah. Do you understand the study? That's what I'm asking you now. If you understand the study, you know what it represents.
Go to
That's all
study,
I'm
because you didn't even go over the study. I was just showing you that the map was wrong.
I know, but
You
I'm
went on a
at.
whole
Come on,
tangent.
Mel. Come on. All right. I went on the tangent.
Even when you read the article, up under the map, artist rendition of map created by Penn State
Man, where the
Anthropologist
fuck is my
Jablowski
book at, yo?
and George Chaplin, showing predicted skin colors of indigenous people based on levels of ultraviolet radiation from the sun. It's talking about that's what it is.
What time period of indigenous? They give
This
you a
shit is
time
not.
period, yo.
Show me where it's given a time period. I don't see it, bro. That's not what it says up under what you read the map. That's not what it's saying.
Where the fuck is my anthropology book at, man? This is crazy. Come on, man. Y'all bugged out, man.
Nah, because
What's time, yo?
You tripping. Ain't no
You
way.
know I gotta go through way too much, yo. First of all,
Unless you
Melvin
showing me
Holler.
goddamn the
First of
earth
all, Melvin
rotated
Holler.
some way now and the sun is
First of all,
shining
Melvin
differently.
Holler is not the map. And then he realized that he wanted me that way. He was asking me, well, that's not the exact map, but that is the map. So you're
That's what I've
supposed to
been
start off
talking
with
about
that.
the entire time.
I know, but you gotta start. You hit the shock value. That's not the map. What you gotta say is, wait a minute, that is the map. It is, yo.
Artist rendition of it. Yeah, but it's
You know
not.
what?
You gotta say
It's
that,
that
Melvin. You know what I'm saying, Melvin?
Yeah, but
Melvin,
he
you get my
said
point,
that's
though,
not the map that's in the book. That's all he said.
You said
Yo,
that.
what else
No,
I
he
gotta
said
say, yo?
Yeah,
no. He said no. He come on, yo. You just trying to take up for him, Sosa. You've been doing that all night.
No, you got to show me something that says that
No,
map.
Melvin. You know what you said? You said no. He said that that's not the map that's in her book.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said he said that.
I
That's
know.
not
So
the map that's in
listen.
the book.
So when you say that's not the map in the book, I'm thinking that he's thinking that map right there ain't even in the book.
So
that's what I'm thinking.
So
we gotta say that's not a direct representation in the book.
All right, you're right.
So that skin map is on point. That skin map is a predictor of what skin tone should be like based off ultraviolet radiation of what skin tone should naturally be like.
That's what I said.
No, Gozy.
That's what I said. He's Uncle saying that reflects. He said that reflects a time period.
Don't tell him, Gozy.
Okay.
What does the map represent? Can you please tell me?
Well,
because you know what this map is.
Yeah, the map is telling you what the skin tone range is. Like when he showed the thing with the hand is showing you the idea of what the predictor of what the population skin tone would be like based off ultraviolet radiation. So for example, the further south you go into Upper Egypt, most of the population tend to be darker. The further north they get lighter. Here's an example right here I want to bring up that he showed. So if we take out the Eurasian component and just deal with the ancient North African, this child right here is called the Bocha child from North Africa 108,000 years ago. It was found in Morocco. Look at his skin tone. It wouldn't make sense that the ancient North African 108,000 years ago to be as dark as a Nilo-Saharan person based off the ultraviolet radiation. So if he show his skin map again, it gives you an idea what skin tone should be like. This man is an early ancient North African based off the reconstruction. I'll show you another one of what Tyrian looked like. So the further you go north, those North Africans would have been a bit lighter than population south. So skin tone range from Upper Egypt to Lower Egypt. But also we have to deal with recent adaptations, recent developmental factors of adaptations, genetic
gene flow,
and also admixture also change. Because if you get a nigga that look like this, who mixed with a person that back migrate, like those early humans that back migrated who were more closer to Cro-Magnon people phenotypically, which looked like the Vedas people of India. They were dark with straight hair. And then later on, the Neolithic farmers come in from Anatolia, crossing through the Mediterranean, who was extremely fair-skinned, who brought that SLC2485 mutation in. It would create an even lighter person the further north you go. And even to this day, when you go into Egypt and you go south of Luxor, the people tend to be darker. It doesn't stop the morphological features, which some people still play this game of the Caucasoid phenotype, but they tend to be darker than the population north. But we cannot denounce the alteration that occurred with back migrations a long period ago, and they create a unique cluster that belongs to the ancient North Africans today. But if we deal with the ancient North Africans from 108,000 years ago to 30,000 years ago, before they become the Ibero-Maurutians, this child is an example of what they look like, an ancient North African. And I'll show you another one. You guys can build.
Yeah.
Where you at? Yeah, you ain't answered the question, Gozy.
Go ahead. Answer it, brother. What you talking about, the skin map?
Yeah. I said the skin map represents skin color of indigenous people at 2,500 BCE.
Yes. That makes sense. Yes, 4,500 years ago. Yeah, that's what the skin tone they would have ranged from light in the north to mid in the center and darker. Absolutely, 2,500 BC is on point. Nina Jablonski said that. Yes.
Right. I'm trying to say why Melvin and Wishmacombs acting like that ain't what it is. Like I done lost my mind or something.
No, that's
damn. I thought Melvin knew this. Melvin, you was there with us, Melvin.
Yeah, that skin
map. Be fucking with me, Melvin.
Yeah, that skin
Melvin
map
got to be fucking with me.
That skin map is definitely from 2,500 years ago. But that skin map is still in line with. You can see that range today. If you put back up that skin map, brother Unc, that skin tap map still shows, like I showed those pictures, a lot of those people range in that color. You've seen a brown skinned person from Upper Egypt, you see the person that's light, and as you go further north, they got the extremely typical feature that you see in those borders today. But that skin
Yeah,
map is on point.
yeah, and so them Egyptians wouldn't have looked like West Africans. They would look like Somali and all that type. Am I right or wrong on my trip?
Well, yeah.
See, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I agree right there.
But
That's
guys,
exactly what I'm saying.
So the Ethio-Somali look, the Ethio-Somali look was inserted to the population in that area because when the Ethio-Somali component, what they're labeling as Cushitic, inserted, because you remember their paternal mark is EB32, which comes out of EM78, which came from Upper Egypt. And when those North African Libertine populations went south and mixed with those hunter-gatherers in Horner area, that was like Multiboy that you brought up, Unc. Multiboy mallet on his face was much slender. It was oval shaped. It was just like what they found in Gamble's cave that Sway Kiata was talking about, who would have been classified.
Mm-hmm.
So when you combine that situation, you can still see that Caucasoid, and I don't like saying that because a lot of those terms are outdated. It would have been very similar because the population that was even in the Horn of Africa that was isolated, even though they were dark. Let me give you an example, and I'll let Unc go on. And I asked the panel this before, but people didn't catch it. I'm gonna give you an example. Go ahead, brother Unc.
No, okay. All right, here you go. Here you go. Let me play. Can y'all hit? Hold on, let me do this.
Kiata again?
No. So you still need me to prove that was what that was, right?
No, I understood everything Kiata said. I'm not confused about what he said.
No, I'm talking about the map, the representation of the map, though.
Representation of the map is not time period basis, based on UVA rays, period.
All right.
Or better yet, if that one's for 2400 BC, show me one from 2000. And show me that it's
But the study wasn't, but that's, all right, I'm going to play this. Y'all can hear it? Let me know if y'all can hear this.
Yeah, that's where I'm getting confused. Is the skin map different then?
No, it's not different. No, same. The map is an indication of UVA rays. That's what a husband work deals with, UVA rays. So it's that she's making a prediction based on the indigenous population.
No, but we was talking about the ancient Egyptians. So I got to take you back to a time period when the ancient Egyptians existed to see what their skin color would have been. That's all I was doing.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to explain to you, Unc, is that map is still relevant today. So, but it can't account for what I was saying before: mixture, gene flow.
I'm just saying what the map represents, though, dog.
Yeah, but you have to look at what
you can't get mad at me.
No, I understand.
You want to know what the range would be for the day study? They did a study estimating the skin color of people at 2,500 BCE, which is enough time for their skin to change back and forth. So, I'm playing this thing right here.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Or you want to say something?
Yeah, because I see what she was talking about.
Now for a look at the science of skin color. Whatever your skin color, and even if you think your family has been that color for a long, long time, NPR science correspondent Robert Krowich has some news for you.
According to Penn State anthropologist Nina Jablonski, it now appears that most humans on our planet come from families that, if you go back not that many generations,
almost all of us were in a different place and we had a different color.
You may be as white as milk today or as black as deep chocolate, and yet your direct ancestors, and not because of intermarriage, as recently as 100 generations ago, and that's not far back.
No, it's not far. Really, it isn't far at all.
Your direct ancestors could have had a very different color than you.
Our original estimates were that this occurred perhaps at a more stately pace, but now we think that that process of change may have had to occur much more quickly.
And here's why. As everybody knows, says Nina,
humans started in Africa.
The part of Africa near the equator where it's intensely sunny with lots and lots of ultraviolet light, which was a problem because ultraviolet light not only can cause sunburn when you get too much of it.
Your connective tissues will break down and get very saggy and wrinkly, but perhaps even more importantly, the UV radiation will cause skin cancer.
And skin cancer can sometimes kill you. On the other hand, if a human is plopped down, say, in Norway, where the days can be very short and there's precious little ultraviolet light,
then you discover there's a benefit to UV light.
And that is that it helps to initiate the process of producing vitamin D in the skin. Vitamin D helps us absorb calcium, and we need calcium to build a skeleton, to maintain a strong immune system, and for a host of other important functions in the body.
So back when our earliest hominid ancestors were walking around Central Africa, in order to survive, we had to figure out a way to screen ultraviolet light so we didn't die of cancer. But when humans then start to move away from the equator, then we had to get enough UV to build bones, stay healthy.
This is where evolution absolutely is at its peak.
Because humans need skin that could adjust to changes in light, and so nature provided, says Nina.
An absolutely remarkable pigment called melanin.
Melanin is produced by genes.
To balance the need to have sunscreen built in versus the need to be able to still produce some vitamin D in the skin. So it's a really cool molecule.
And how does this molecule change skin color? Well, Darwin teaches that these things begin randomly. Somebody at some point had a baby, and that baby just by chance has a little change in its DNA, which makes the baby's skin, let's say, a little lighter. So now, when that baby moves north to Europe as a grown-up, her light skin is an advantage because it helps her stay stronger, gives her more vitamin D, and so, says Nina,
as they moved slowly northward, those generally that had the lighter pigmentation would have survived and reproduced preferentially.
Meaning lighter-skinned people start to produce more babies than dark-skinned people.
That's really the bottom line.
Producing more babies means you can survive as a group, and the further north you go, the better it is to have lighter skin.
Because by the time you get to Lapland, boy, there's precious little UV in the sunshine, and there's precious little sunshine during the whole year.
And that is why, as you approach the Arctic, you do find more and more light-skinned people.
And so this, in short, really creates the gradation of skin color that we see in modern humans today.
And I didn't know this, but there are also instances of lighter groups turning darker over time.
The people now living in southern parts of India are extremely darkly pigmented.
But once upon a time, those same people lived in Central Asia, and up north there, they were much lighter until they moved south, where new evidence suggests
they re-evolved dark pigment.
And they're not the only ones. Aboriginal Australians may have gone from light to dark. Pacific Islanders, the same.
There's probably been a re-darkening of several different groups of humans.
How would you know that? You don't have any photograph of their great-great-great-great-great-grandpas and grandmas.
Oh, but I have their genetic photograph.
Meaning scientists have now studied the genes, the DNA, of populations all over the world.
What we can do in modern humans is isolate the genes that are responsible for pigmentation in most groups, and then, knowing the position of these genes in the genome, look at the pieces of DNA that we have isolated from some ancient ancestors and see how they compare.
And by comparing DNA in ancient samples, they can very closely estimate when changes take place.
You can look backwards and see different generations of different colors. It's just phenomenal. But let's take that even farther.
If you assume that each generation lasts 25 years, say, give or take,
yes.
It turns out that if a group of people keeps moving north or south to find food or to avoid enemies, to keep moving, that group needs to keep changing color at a remarkable pace.
We might be thinking, let's say, 50 to 100 generations.
Wait. 50 to 100 generations? That's times 25. That's 2,500 years. You're saying that in 2,500 years, a lineage, a family group can go from being black to being white or back the other way? I mean, that is lightning fast. That's like ancient Greece to now. I mean, that's like...
Yes, it's remarkable.
But there is a caveat, she says.
We're talking about the rate of change during the earliest parts of human evolution, when we would not have had the nice togas or clothing that the man in Greece may have had.
Because once people put on clothes covering the skin, then the rate of change does slow down. So it's when we were naked and moving, that's when skin colors changed very quickly. But still, This means that this thing that we all notice when we think about race, skin color, it's not fixed at all. It is remarkably fluid.
We have now some fascinating genetic evidence of evolution acting on the skin, the intensity of natural selection. We think that process of change may have had to occur much more quickly.
Much, much, much more quickly. I'm Robert Krulwich, NPR News.
Yeah, I watched that some time ago. I'm familiar with that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So is that where the 2,500 years comes from? It's saying that the skin tone.
Yeah, because
that's the. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Because I mean, like I said, the map. Because you confused it, Brendan. The map is on UVA radiation, so it's not going to change. And what she's explaining, and if you listen to what she's talking about adaptation. Adaptation comes through natural selection, right? She's talking about adaptation. But adaptation and what she's showing is going to confuse people because that's not going to account for gene flow. You know what I'm saying? That's in a population, another population coming in and invading another population. That's where the genetics come in at. Because now you start tracing other populations from further north coming in and dominating other populations who can cause a shift in the population based on the origin and where they're coming from. So the map, that skin map is not going to represent that. The skin map is just an indigenous look and how skin changes through natural selection, and that which is adaptations.
Well, they actually did mention that as far as invading population, the fluctuation. They did say that, from what I heard.
Yeah, but it's not.
They threw that in as well. They said,
right.
Invading populations caused you to go fluctuate up and down.
Right, and that's
what I call it.
Right. And
no, they were saying without invading. She said they ain't got nothing to do with invading. She said your skin color can fluctuate without invasion.
Just natural. You could just that's why she said
that. Yeah, they said you could. They said you could naturally do it too, but they also said that invading, making you move up and down. They said that too.
Right, but that's the importance of tracing flow, though. But she was basically saying the Aboriginal may have started off lighter and became darker as they got into Australia.
Right.
I'm saying, yeah. But she's talking about natural selection, adaptations. That's just
that almost killed like them being African in some type of way through genetics. It's just just based on when she said that they just turned the Indians just turned black based on the UV rays. Some people say that they got that melanin through gene through us giving them
that's blackology. Blackology.
Yeah, I'm just saying that's all I was saying. I wasn't tripping on it. I was just saying that just kills that. Yeah. Which I ain't tripping anyway. Yeah. I mean, I don't necessarily think that all people outside of the continent. Now I use basically the hair thing to identify admixture. That's what I do. Because watch this. Because if you use
hair is natural.
You use the UV rays, you're going. Unc is right.
Hair is adaptation too.
Hello, you can go all the way to South Africa, and those people will be just as light as the people in North Africa. But the only thing that differentiates them is they don't have the same hair texture as the people in the North. They still they still retain the African hair texture as everybody else that we call in sub-Saharan African. I mean, if you just look at that. So the only way that they could have gotten that different type of hair texture is from that gene flow that you're talking about coming in from the Levant. You know what I'm saying? Even though they look African, that's the only thing that makes them different from the South African if you just use them.
That's what I'm saying. We need to do we got to do a show on skin and then do a show on hair and some of the adaptations that come with hair and why certain hair shows up.
Okay, but watch this. When you look, show me anything from sub-Saharan.
What's African hair though?
Watch this. Watch anything from sub-Saharan.
I'm just trying to put it so James Gunn. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, no. I'm just asking you a question. Just anywhere from sub-Saharan hair. Okay, watch this. Anywhere from sub-Saharan African, which we call us, with this hair texture, South all had the same hair texture. Then when you start to get off into like the desert region, that's when the hair texture change. Now, what I'm asking you to do, if you are going to do this, just show me the hair texture south of the Sahara that had the same hair texture as maybe Ethiopia, somewhere south of there. That's what I would need.
So you think there's one type of hair?
No, what I'm saying is once you get to sub-Saharan Africans, we all have the same hair texture. The hair texture starts to change from the admixture coming in from the Levant. So you can still have a person like an Ethiopian or Somalian mix, but they're going to have that different hair texture based on the genetic flow that they have in it, even though we still accept them as African. Their hair texture only comes from that admixture. The people in South Africa are just as light as them, but they retain the same hair texture because they don't have the admixture. So just look at that, pay attention. And then what I wanted, if you saying that anybody from sub-Saharan Africa has a hair texture of the people that I'm saying has the admixture, I just need you to show it. That's all I'm saying.
But okay, James, if at one point they are just Africans, right? Who?
No.
No, I'm saying no. Listen. I'm being for real. No, hold on. Listen.
You're meeting Neanderthals.
Hold on. At one point, it's just Africans, right? There's one point of just Africans. We're on the continent. We haven't even went out yet, right?
Okay, bam.
So who did the Africans mix with to get the hair?
They didn't mix with anybody. They left. Then when they left and they mutated, these hair textures and all this stuff happened outside of Africa.
So you're saying
notice everybody else on the rest of this planet. Hold on, everybody else on the rest of this planet has a different hair texture.
I heard you say. I'm trying to get your logic. You're saying that everybody, we walked out with afros, and then we made it with
hey, let me just say something. Let me say something before my phone die right quick. Let me just say something, right?
Yeah.
Our hair is sealed. Sub-Saharan hair is also later derived compared to early humans' hair. When we were in the forest as Australopithecus, the hair was jet black and straight, and we also were much lighter before we developed high levels of tyrosine, which extracted into eumelanin from melanocytes that extracted in open savanna. By the time we became Homo sapien, the hair was very similar to Australoids in Australia. As people stayed in open savanna, the hair got thicker and drier to release heat to keep the body cool. Let's get it out of the way. There's alleles or later derives that's responsible for our mutations. But let me ask y'all this right quick. And I'm gonna go because I'm gonna let this charge and get back on here if y'all on here. Hold on 1 second. And I really don't want this to go before is this lady right here? Is this lady right here Negroid?
Based on the classification that we use, I would say no.
Nope.
She's a sub-Saharan African, South.
Thank you. Thank you.
And she's not Negroid. So what I'm saying is that diversity of Africa must be accepted, and some mutations that we even have is later derived. But when it comes to the early humans coming from Australopithecines to Homo habilis to Homo erectus to Homo ancestor to Homo bodhi, which formed into different three groups of human subspecies: Homo sapien, Homo neanderthalis outside of Africa, and also Homo denisovans, we have to understand that a lot of mutations that Homo sapiens have is later derived. So a lot of the early hair is not a determining factor of a true African as well, if we truly understand mutations and what's derived and what's not, because there are more T alleles than C alleles, which shows that early humans' hair wasn't as thick and dry as tropical populations in the Andaman Islands or Homo sapiens that stayed in open savanna with the same climatic selective pressure similarity. That's all I want to say.
So James, you think there's like African has one set where that's really
no.
Racism,
what I'm saying is what I'm asking for is a personal observation.
No, I'm saying that's racism. That's the racism. Where they say we had big lips. No, listen, they say we had big lips and peppercorn hair. That was the racism. Because that's not true. You feel me, right? There's depending on what part of the continent your tribe was for time periods, right? You know, Africans got big lips, but then some Africans got narrow lips.
Yeah, I know.
Within a family,
different phenotypes. I got that. I'm
right,
just talking
and different
about
hair types.
What we're talking
different
about
hair.
the hair when we get to talking about the hair and what we see today, and I'm just telling you, just do an observation.
You just got an explanation of how the hair, that our hair is a later mutation. It started out
but
straight.
hold up though, Cedric. What we talking about is right now. We ain't talking about when we had hair all over our damn body.
I was trying to say it. I was trying to say it. I was just trying to make the point that the same way we got different shaped lips, we got on your head right now. You got different types of hair, bro. You don't got one set type of hair on your head. I hope you know that. I hope you think about it, yo. And so Africans have different types of hair. There is no peppercorn hair. The Khoisan got the real peppercorn hair. And they among some of the lightest people in Africa. So some Africans got curls, like it's about curvature. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like, come on, yo, like I thought you knew that. That's racism. They said everybody.
And James, when that human migrates into that hot extreme climate, you know, your nervous system, your that in the back of your neck, that's the core, your nervous system and shit like that, right? So you don't want all that heat on the back of your neck. You feel me? It heats your brain. You feel me? So the peppercorn hair is more of a release. So your hair is not making that little core system right there hot. The nose widened, right, for the same reason. So you can inhale more air to keep that brain cooler. That's where the big nose comes in. But all that shit comes over time through adaptation, bro.
Right, but I'm talking about where we at right now. I ain't even talking about something we can't see. Now, I don't know if y'all just paying attention or if y'all think that every time we have a conversation about things that we observing, it has to be demonized like it's bad if we just say some shit. But what
are you observing though?
Well, if you pay attention, we looking at the continent from what we are now calling sub-Saharan African, which these people look different.
Ngozi just explain you we are West Sub-Saharan African. We are mean that I have to agree with it. East Sub-Saharan African. Whether you agree with it or not, that's just a fact. And you sound very racist in determining what is an African. As you just said, those people with the different type of hair, they like we West Sub-Saharan African are the definition of of what an African is, and we exist in a small pool, and that's the running theme that I hear in all of these conversations. There is a gradient of color. There was admixture from these people all the time. They were intermingling. There is no one set color that defines an Egyptian. We can even say they have all pretty much the same Caucasoid features, but their skin tones are pretty much all different. Corey did a whole presentation on how no matter how black the Sudanese are, they are genetically distinct from us. Now, I keep understanding that people don't have a real understanding of how diverse the continent is, and that's why this argument is getting messed up. But what surprises me is we over here gonna watch the full spectrum of black, from hair tone, from nose type, from skin tone, right up to almost the whitest Mariah Carey, and recognize them as black. But somehow the Egyptians only have a fixed color that defines them as Egyptian, when to themselves, just based on their geography, there's going to be a color range. So when a Pianki who was intermingling on that level, and it's probably generations going back and forth, and people can't distinguish each other than culture. When he takes over the throne, all of a sudden he's not an Egyptian. He turns an Egyptian once he embraces the culture and the language. That argument is over. These people didn't look at each other and say, based on how you look, you're not an Egyptian. They could not have made those distinctions. because of their constant intermingling. So this whole argument is completely redundant. I think I did it under 5 minutes.
Right.
Yeah, Steve. He said right.
See, man, this is what I'm saying. See, now back to what I was saying. See, I'm not we start. It's crazy. We African Americans.
This is where you
demonize
this is what we was in the
ourselves
middle
for
of.
talking about certain things that's controversial. I mean, it's crazy.
We try to work James out of his blackology, man. That's what
it's not.
We're trying to show him
that's
that
just demonizing us being able to have a real conversation. Quit being scared.
No, we
still you see what I'm saying?
We still have the conversation.
When I asked you to do something, you ain't even did anything to disprove what I said.
Because you make a claim. You make a claim that's not right. You said, show me. You make a claim.
No, what I'm saying is, let me say it again. Everything from sub-Saharan African has pretty much the same hair type that we all have. I don't care what. When you look at it right now, I mean,
that's already.
Just look at it right now.
No, we don't.
That's already.
No, we
don't understand what I'm saying.
No, we don't. Chad, Ethiopia.
And that's what I'm talking about. Once you get into North Africa, that's when
they're not North African. They're
I'm talking about, but that's when you in this present day you have a chance of admixture because Arabs are in North Africa. So of course
no, that is their genetic makeup because of the relationship in the region. An Ethiopian probably never met an Arab, but because of admixture happening in generation, it is just their genetic makeup. They are just as much African as an West African. And this distinction you're making is very racist and also very arrogant.
I never said
you are going to go on the continent. I just said watch an Ethiopian and tell him he's not an African. So you're going to go on the continent. You're going to go on the continent, go to an Ethiopian, watch him, watch his hair texture, watch his light skin, and tell him he's not a real African.
I didn't say that.
Huh?
That's not what I said. I said that we accept them in the African family, but the only difference is what makes their hair texture different is because they have admixture with the Arabs.
Which group of Africans is the we you're talking about?
Can y'all see the screen?
Yeah.
Well, let's look at Variation's hair, man. You tell me.
All African.
Yo, you out of control. You need to cut this out.
No, I'm showing you. I'm trying to show you that. I'm trying to show you that the shit we got is racism. Yeah, we actually.
You don't see the different hair textures by the different people that you're showing.
Yeah, but you know those other races are mutated Africans. You do realize that, right?
Yeah, look, I'm trying to just I'm showing you different variations of hair, and specifically pay attention to the black people hair, right? And for the life of me, I didn't know that black people had one kind of hair, right?
It's crazy.
This is preposterous, bro.
And to tell one people that they ain't Africans based on the hair we accepted them, which we are you talking about? Sub-Saharan West Africans are the definition of what an African is? Huh?
I think Samantha Kiata.
She's mixed. She has a mixture of hair right there. You can look at her. She's gonna have a more curl to her hair because she has an admixture. Ain't nothing wrong with it. I'm not mad at her.
James, listen, James.
James, you can't tell that, James. James, listen, James. You know
her natural hair, bro.
What?
Man, the point is, man, you do know that I actually did a show, and there's actually a website, and you try to guess who the person is, and everybody on the show got people wrong. Y'all remember that?
Yeah, you can't do that just like that.
It's a study to go around. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, look, like who?
Yeah,
she ain't got no permanent hair.
Yeah, James said that's mixed, bro. That's mixed. She mixes.
Yeah, James, like that's crazy. James.
Yeah, African
I wish they had where these people was from.
He's saying an African can't get no hair like that unless it's mixture. That's
once you come to America, you have a chance of having admixture just by being on this continent. We're talking about continental Africans and the root of why our hair is like it is.
James, I did show some continental Africans.
Yeah, we can need you to step into the world of science with us, man.
Dude, you know how much different cultures and time zone and temperature variations have? People have different phenotypes with different textures. They all
Look at this head.
African.
Is he mixed? Is he mixed though? Is this kid mixed?
No. I mean, he probably has some admixture in him, but he's more on the African side of the what you call it. But watch this: if he had a child with the European or something, that hair texture is gonna change.
Look, how about him? So I'm telling you, this kid right here doesn't have to be mixed.
Yeah, James, have you ever seen the people in the Solomon Islands?
Yeah, he's right.
The blonde hair,
watch this.
Straight hair.
Where is the Solomon Islands?
Here you go. Look, hey, look, here you go, James. James thinks that all Africans look like this. Is his picture of the African right here.
Yeah,
no,
he thinks
she has the hair
African.
texture. Everybody on this panel probably has that hair texture.
No, we don't.
That's actually racism, bro. I just showed you different.
Racist, man.
You said no, we don't. So what kind of hair you got? Go on and pop it on the screen, Cedric. Let me see what your hair look like. You went bald or something?
Cedric ain't no damn. He ain't got no damn. Yeah, he ain't got no damn.
I ain't got no hair.
But what kind of hair you had before you lost it?
I ain't had it. Yeah, that's the racism though, yo, with the big lips and the peppercorn hair. You do know that though, right?
Man, y'all.
Yeah, my hair.
No, you got to
let my hair grow out. It hangs.
I'm trying to help you out. I be actually trying to help you out, James. And you make me look bad, James.
Wow.
You make
okay,
me
who
look
was them
bad,
people
James.
right there? Who is that?
Let me see. That must be Gozy. Hey, look at that head.
Yeah, keep going to the left. See, who was that lady right there?
So you saying the first?
Now, who was the lady with the stringy hair right there? Pull her up. And then it looked like an Indian lady after her. But just check this out. If y'all paying attention to what I'm saying, everybody outside of Levant has this same hair all over the rest of the world.
Outside of Levant?
Yeah. They all have nobody has the hair texture exactly that we have. See,
how about the Adam and Eve?
This is not nothing I'm making up. You just got to pay attention.
You guys make how about the Adam and Eve's island? What kind of hair texture they got? Yeah, they not
where they at? Where is that at?
On the Adam and Eve's island.
Yeah, it's like an Asia.
I know what Madagascar is.
It's in Asia. It's in Asia.
With water butter and India and shit.
Right, and see, they're gonna have an afro type of hair, but it's still gonna have a different texture than what we're talking about. So
where do you get that from, though, James?
That just comes from observation and study. Y'all don't think that people study like y'all do, but I've been doing this probably about 12 years. Just
you making yourself the expert, ain't you, James?
No, I'm not saying I'm an expert. This is just an observation that maybe y'all have overlooked.
Observation by who?
Just, you know what I'm saying?
Observation made by who? Can I ask?
This is the observation that I made personally.
right.
But what I'm asking y'all to do is just observe it and just see if I'm right. If you look at it, everybody outside of the continent of Africa don't have this hair below the Sahara.
Yeah, you can't conversation. You can't conversation. You can't conversation.
Yeah, you made that. Jane, you know what? This is why I gotta fight so hard because you.
I'm about to show real quick, Gullah.
Yeah, that's what I want to see.
I'm about to show it, Gullah.
It's gonna have a curve, but it's gonna be an afro.
What's Gullah at? Hey, Gullah, what Gullah at?
I'm about to show it, Gullah. Let me show it.
I just seen it. They got blonde hair. It's kind of kinky, but it's still, you could tell that it comes from some kind of ad.
I'm saying that ain't. But what I'm saying is that's not admixture, bro. That's called convergent evolution. They developed that blonde hair separately.
I'm not talking about the blondness of their hair. I'm talking about the
texture. Yeah, that's their shit. That's their shit.
They like African Americans, yo.
Right. somebody dropped their mouth.
Drop the ball, didn't
he? That's what
my hair the same color. Yo, look, my hair the same color.
And look at him, the one way dark skin one to the left, and how they range and hair type. You know what I'm saying?
That's same hair. Yeah, that's my whole family hair, just like that.
Yeah. Conversion,
right? Maybe you come from over there, huh?
That's my family too. if I put
Yeah,
pictures
yeah,
of
I'm gonna put them
brothers
in the
and
family
sisters,
though, regardless of what they
the
heard.
same
Like that's
curly
family.
wavy hair.
Yeah, but you're saying the hair type is some shit they got went off there and mixed with.
Yeah, yeah, because they, you know,
That's not
just,
true
just
though.
imagine. Okay, but we saying the Africans left the continent and came out, but we all know when they came out, they mixed with the Vincevins and the Neanderthals. Everybody. So you think see if that was the case, if Africans populated the world, it'd be Africans in Mexico right now.
No, bro. The people in Mexico.
They mixed with somebody.
Listen, the people in Mexico are mutated Africans. That's what they are. Like we're not gonna walk around the goddamn globe.
No, what I'm saying is they mixed with people that they came out of Africa. The Homo sapiens sapiens. It was already
James, are you serious right now?
Very serious. If you're doing the chronology, okay, watch this.
No.
The first migration, the first migration was nobody outside of Africa, from what they say. So then that was the first. But we left, or what they saying, the Africans left out, but they mutated. They saying that it's two different type of mutations: the Denisovin species and the Neanderthal species. So they're already outside of Africa.
You tearing this shit up.
They're already outside of Africa procreating and making that particular species. So when Homo sapiens comes out, who do they meet?
It's like you need to hear the story. Like you fucked up so bad, bro. Like
who do Homo sapiens meet when they coming out of Africa?
Our killers got some cleaning up to do.
Yeah.
Who were the Homo sapiens meet that procreated?
There were some Neanderthals out there, and there was some Denisovans out there, but we wiped them out. We would
no, they procreated with them. Their DNA is still off in the people that's outside.
Yeah, to some degree, but it wasn't like it wasn't.
No,
like
you procreated with those people. Their DNA is still off in those people.
Oh my! Go ahead. Go ahead. Explain. Go ahead.
Melvin, help me out, Melvin. Come on, Melvin. Help me out, Melvin. Come on.
Nah, he got his mind made up. Ain't nothing I can say.
Man,
I'm saying we gotta do it. We need to do a show on skin color.
So do y'all realize?
Let's do it tomorrow. We can bring up the book.
All right, let's do it tomorrow.
I sent you a copy of the book, Sosa. You can read it.
Yeah.
Live. And we'll go over it, and she breaks it down beautifully.
Yeah, and then we touch on hair too. We got to touch on that hair.
Hold on for a minute.
It touches on hair.
Hold on for a minute. This is what I would like to say. I'd be caught in between shit. Like, I hear what James is saying, right? I hear what this person is saying. I hear what Melvin is saying. I hear what Gozi is saying. And I'd be like caught in between somewhere. It's hard, James. You done fucked up evolution completely. You got the 1800 shit going on with you. That was the scientific racism. All jokes aside, like it's not a cookie cutter, right? And so to stand there and make the Egyptians one way is crazy. Like just because a person got features that you don't think is African, don't mean they're not. If the Egyptians had people eat, but I'm saying they had Egyptians. Original Egypt. See, let's just say this: they had Egyptians with blue eyes. What's wrong with that? You thinking blue eyes, white people? That's not what that was.
Can I say this real quick? I got to give him some respect for willing to go look and do that research on the Badarians. I just think we got to teach. I just think that's just an opportunity to teach and have him go back and do some research and prove us wrong.
Yeah, but without the emotion and without the black college, just observe the information and the data for what it is. And I think everybody needs to do that. I was never confused. I was never confused about the Egyptians not being us. What the question for me was it in Africa? Yes or no? Okay, good. Now, understanding the range of phenotypes on the East African aspect, I can pretty much understand, okay, the full spectrum from almost Arab to almost that lady, that last picture that Ngozi put up. That for me is the full spectrum of what an Egyptian could have been, and all the variations in between because of the constant mixing at a marrying, intermarrying of the people. So when we say Egyptians, I never have a fixed color in my head. I have a fixed, a kind of phenotype, Caucasoid type, East African looking people. But the range of color to determine that, oh no, he's not Egyptian because he's too dark, that argument can't hold water. It is cultural based. At a certain point, there is a distinction that happens because the cultures are just too far apart. And then you get that the isolation of the people, the phenotypes change based on their division, their proximity to the equator. I understand all these things, but we can't sit over here and say, who is an African? That's never going to happen. The African is based on his geographic location on the continent. We fail to understand that the whole of the United States fits alone in North Africa. We're not talking the Sahara and Sub-Sahara. So we need to take the totality of geography into account when we're having these conversations. It's no longer a dispute for me. Even the genetic arguments that people are having, we can't have them. You take two people, two genetically distinct people, and they have 6 children. Each child is going to look different. You cannot watch those children and then put them in genetic branches. This one is white, that one is black, that one is mixed. You can't do that. These arguments are like
Hey, Cedric. Wait, Sosa. Where you at, Sosa?
Yeah.
Is that me? Do Cedric just really? Hey, Cedric, we gotta do something for you, yo. We gotta get you like your own segment, yo. Yeah, you need your own segment, yo, where you can just rock. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out you funny as shit, Cedric.
I sitting back listening and
you know
just
I watch
shaking
your
my
show.
head like,
You know I watch your damn show, right? You know I watch your show, right? You be killing me on your show. Said you need 5 minutes. Cedric really need. You said you went 5 minutes and ain't say the same shit.
no, I'm not gonna do it. Like I listen.
You gotta let him rock, yo. You gotta let him rock, yo. Cedric ain't playing, yo.
James,
I listen. I really listen, and I want to learn.
Funny.
So I sit back and then I read. Then I read, and I like, guys, gotta slow this conversation down.
Yeah, but James looking at it with his eyes. James looking at
it. James, he gotta stop, James. I'm
like
on James' side.
Nigga, you only live to be 100 years old, nigga. Like you can't even fathom 1,000 years.
James gotta stop.
2,000
James, I'm on James' side because James, I'm on James' side, yo. But James is brutal. If you ain't got peppercorn hair and jet black, you're not an Egyptian, yo.
He said we accept them. We accept them as Africans, but they mix. Oh, what the hell? Their geographical location over a 30,000 year period determine what they are. That's it.
Well, hold up, I didn't do this. The Egyptians differentiated between them and the Nubians. I didn't do that. Well, how did they do that? How did they differentiate themselves from the Nubians? What made them different?
Because of their cultural practices.
So they didn't use skin color.
No.
That's crazy. So why did they
That's
paint
what I'm telling you about.
That's what I'm telling you about. Y'all in denial.
James, that's why I was telling you.
In denial.
No, James, that's why I was
realizing y'all in denial about people in ancient times recognizing race.
The painting on the wall that differentiates them is showcasing cultural phenomena, and when you look at like their attire and whatnot, it's based on their cultural attire. It's not based on color, and that's the thing.
Okay, but hold up. So they
could identify. They could identify the darker Nubians.
So they didn't paint the Nubians darker than they painted themselves. That's what
yes,
they did that, but they didn't do that because here's how you identify a Nubian. It's because they're super dark. No, that's actually ignorant. They identified them by their attire. Look at what they painted. Look at what they
Boy,
wore.
y'all crazy.
Look
Yeah,
at
that's
what
why I
they
was
wore.
telling you, you gotta get into the
Y'all
lifestyle,
scared
man.
of.
You gotta get into the lifestyle of farmers versus pastoralists versus hunter gatherers versus
Exactly.
semi-nomadic.
Bam,
You see
look
something.
at it.
Hey James.
So now what's the difference?
Great deal.
What's the difference between the Egyptian and the Asiatic? It definitely isn't color. It's just that they have different practices.
You see the screen?
Period.
Clothing,
Yeah,
the culture, the clothing, the culture. You see?
Yeah, all of that's different, but that's still
No, James, listen. Look. All right. Look at what they wearing, right?
They wearing
You see
leopard skins.
Okay, so they be the Nubians, right? But look at the different complexions. Now look at the Egyptians.
But that's a priest, right?
But hold up, y'all act like I didn't.
No, I'm trying to show you. No, James, just listen to what I'm saying. You see this figure in between the two dark-skinned dudes?
Yeah, he's Egyptian.
Yeah, okay.
You can tell by the dress.
I know, but look at the dudes right there standing in the grass. They
So
got
now
the
you
same
look at the
complexion.
dress now. So when it comes to the
Yeah, look at
Nubians,
that now.
No, I know. Hold up, but I'm black
James, I'm
myself.
trying to.
James, he's saying, James, slow down.
James.
He's saying, look at the dress of the people behind him.
Yeah, I know. Though they all Nubians based on the leopard.
Look at the color.
But look at the color of their skin. They not as dark, and they looking like the Egyptian skin color. So you can't make the Egyptians one, like the Nubians wasn't one color. That's the most crazy shit.
Okay, yes. I thank you for that correction.
That's all I'm trying to prove. That's all I'm
okay, I
trying to say,
appreciate that. But hold up. Hold up though. But we do know that these people on this panel.
Is that all it took?
I agree with you. I agree with you. I'm right there with you, baby. But check this out. The people on this panel associate the Nubians as being no darker than the people in Egypt. That's a fact.
No, I know by capita because of where they located at.
Right,
of course they would be darker. They're gonna need more, you know what I'm saying? They're gonna need more protection from the UVA and UVB rays.
Yeah, but I know our people come in a multitude of colors, all the way from Khoisan, all the way to Dinka, dark.
But that don't mean they're not African though. Right, so what I'm trying to say is, I don't like the original African shit, the original Egyptian. Wait a minute, yo. You mean it's the start of the culture? If there's no evidence that type of that Melvin and Gozy be talking about, there's no evidence that type wasn't there at the origin. That's great. It was there, right? And any mixing that took place in Africa. So these genes they talking about really is the genes. It took place in Africa, the mixing with the indigenous people. So I don't have a problem with that. My problem be when you make the Egyptians one way on either side. They either all jet black or either all super light. That's not what it was. That's all I'm saying. And they African and put the period on the shit.
Yeah, I ain't doing that. If that's what was
but that's what it goes with.
What I'm saying, once you get outside of these two spectrums and go lighter, then I'm gonna have a problem.
Oh God, see what I'm saying?
Oh my!
And it's based on the art. It's based on what they say. The people in the continent.
Yeah, but if you got people. But if you got people coming from Mesopotamia, they're gonna be definitely like, yo, and they're gonna live there, and they're gonna have children there. Everybody don't leave. That's okay though. Like America is okay.
Some mix, some stay together.
This is my favorite. Anybody get this magazine? This is my favorite. Hey Melvin, y'all got this? This is my favorite. My favorite magazine.
I remember that though.
That issue is serious. Yeah, they twins. That's crazy from the same mother and father. Yeah, man. So look, man, I don't know. Like, what I do know is, yo, the Egyptian shit gets crazy.
That Egyptian shit had niggas losing their mind.
And then you was fucking with me today, yo. You know I don't fuck with that nigga like that, yo. You saying
I didn't bring him on. I keep telling you that.
I know
At
you
the
did.
same time, I get the pushback.
That's a Corey move. That's a Corey. That's a chef move. Throw him up on that. I already know that chef did that shit. You know, damn well I'm not talking to that nigga, man. Talk to him. Why? Come on, yo. Man, if he say, yo, you know what? I recognize what I did. That was wrong. He ain't even gotta do it live. Then we could walk towards some shit, but to just sit around and think that shit cool, Come on, yo. Nah. That's all I'm saying. So you might think it's cool, yo. Yeah, I don't think it's cool, yo.
I mean, I'm not really. I'm just saying, like, my whole thing is like, I don't, like I said, I don't understand YouTube politics, so I don't really, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you do, Melvin. Understand
I just see
it?
shit.
Hey, Melvin.
I see shit on street level. I see shit like on street level shit. That is how
That is YouTube though, but this is YouTube though, right?
Like there's
Like
niggas
you
I don't
said.
fuck with, and you know I see them out. We ain't tripping. I don't fuck with them.
Oh yeah, I got you. Right, you're right.
I
You're
don't
right.
talk about them.
Right, correct.
Yeah, me not.
Hey Melvin.
Hey,
Hey Melvin. Where Melvin at? Melvin. So when y'all came up on the panel, what did I immediately do? I talked about the shit we went through, right? We worked it out, didn't we? Didn't we work it out?
Yeah, we did.
I said Melvin ain't even fuck with me. What I didn't do was sit up here and act like everything was giggles and cream and never address that man. Like a man do. Men address each other. And we good. But if I'd have not said nothing, yeah, you know, I was kind of wrong right there, Melvin, because you ain't really fuck with me. If I ain't tell Melvin that, he'd be still sitting up on this panel saying, Uncle, wild ass nigga. But at least he know, yo, in front of the world, I told him, yo, this is a mistake I made with you. You never acted like that towards me. He can respect that and he can have a conversation with me, dog. But if I just left that right, he'd be thinking in his head, man, I don't know. And any minute, the little conversation we had earlier, that shit would have kicked right back. Yeah, because we never addressed it. So now we can have a little friction in the conversation, right? And I know how to make sure I ain't doing too much. He know how to make sure he ain't doing too much. And we good because we talk like men. But that dude don't care like a man. Yeah, he's still acting like he ain't do what he did. And I can never be comfortable with that. No. Even now, I can recognize, matter of fact, I said it. I said, yeah, yo, right? I said, of course, I could have sent you your money, nigga, but the shit never sold. And that's why I put a picture on Facebook to show you that, dude, I still got your shit. And no, was I ever going to pay you for something that wasn't sold? Because I didn't want to sell the shit anyway, but I'm helping you out. And I post the picture on Facebook. There ain't no way in the world we're going to sit and act like I can't retrieve that picture on Facebook showing that I still had some of them ringing. I say, bro, I only sold 5 of them. I'm going to pay you for the ones I sold and send this shit back. The wild ass coon say, don't worry about it. So when a man tell me don't worry about it, right? That's cool. I'm going to send you $50 anyway and still send your shit back. But when you say I actually stole something from you, now I got to take it. I'm not paying you shit now.
Yeah.
And we ain't never getting through that. How we gonna get past that?
But you know, like I know, he's a cloud chaser. So any opportunity he has to be around, people that are doing things that he's not, he's gonna take advantage of it until, either he could tear it down or he could be a part of it. So.
Yeah, that's facts, yo.
Yeah, I remember how y'all shit even spiraled to where it was. Because I remember, I think back to the show we was on about the Christian shit, and motherfucker was talking about that gospel music. That's still one of the goddamn funniest shows we had back there. I was on drugs. And he was talking about that.
Shit,
yeah, it was hilarious, man.
Yeah, it was hilarious.
So that never would have made it and shit. I love that song, man. That's so helping. I was on drugs. That shit was crazy.
Hey, but look, I do give it. I'm saying, I think from this point on, like, out of respect, just don't even have him in the panel, period. And I
like I said, I didn't.
saying,
we had it the last time. Like I said, I didn't. That's why I didn't let him on. When I came back, that's why I was like, damn. I said, I just got back and shit is going crazy because I left for an hour and then came back.
But look, sometimes I get your part too, because you always been like that, where it was like you never took internet shit too serious. So I do get both sides, but I think it's all about respect. I think it's just the principle of it.
Yeah, because listen, low key, it's some people that come through. I don't fuck with them on real shit because I feel like that, but I don't say shit. I just keep it a G. I just keep it G. You feel me? But
Yeah.
you know, you and Chief shit cross different boundaries. So you know, you take it different. But I just be like, I just cut that shit. Nigga be like, so something slap you. I be like, all right, that's what it is. Then. I ain't finna even, you know what I'm saying? I ain't even finna interchange with you after that. Like,
yeah, like sorry, that's a bridge too far, partner. Because in my world, just to be honest, I never want to go there because I never initiated that conversation. But in my world, with the moment you see me, you got to do it.
Yeah, that's facts.
The moment you see me in my world, in reality, the moment you see me, you got to do it. The offers don't come already. Like, yo, sending me ticket, leave him reach. We gonna pick him up on the airport. Like, I ain't about that in these streets. I am here as a thinker. I want to learn and grow. But in my reality, so that never could get right again. From now on, you are clone. I gonna clone you every time you make an ass of yourself and show that you don't have no comprehension skills. I gonna never make a statement like that. But in reality, that bridge bond partner, when you see me, you make sure that you lift up your hand. Because if you don't, the consequences on you. Because regardless, you don't cross that bridge. You don't cross that bridge. Like, I ain't talking because I ain't about that life. But the moment you see me, don't ever think you could smile and pretend. No, you say you're going to do what? On your who? Make sure she there too. Because when I'm done with you, I might just take care of her too because you bring her in the equation, not me. That's how I read like that.
You know what the fuck?
What did he just say?
I know. He don't went too far. He done tagging with me. And you can drop me off at the little. I was in the car with you said you can drop me off at the little corner store right here.
Yeah, what did he say?
I'm gonna
catch me an Uber.
I didn't bring. I would never entertain my mama in no conversation that I having with a grown man because I don't need her backing. I don't need to use my mama to establish my manhood. So if you're gonna slap me in front of your mama, make sure she there. I don't talk like that, but when you talk like that to me, make sure that you got the balls enough to back it up. I mean, the offers came, yo, send him the money, leave him come. We gonna pick him up on the airport. He ain't going back though. Like, yo, dude, and I like, yo, you understand that this is about Egypt and Dogons and that nonsense, right? You really think I can entertain that? My brothers and everybody start to laugh because, of course, you gotta be a real clown to decide you want to slap a man for the Dogons. You check? So we don't understand you're clowning because in reality, no man over some nonsense talk like that. So that even make you more of a clown.
See how that shit play out on other shit, huh? Niggas talk about pulling up, like, oh, so you feel me? Like, I be like,
yeah,
that. Like, I be like, that's YouTube. Like, they ain't finna.
Yeah, YouTube, like, really,
you know
dude.
Like, they ain't finna pull up. Come on, man. Like,
and listen, Sosa. Big headlines like my position in the society. That gonna be front page news. Cedric slapped because of the Dogons.
You gonna pull up and you gonna say it live on YouTube.
For the Dogons. Like really for the Dogons, dude? Like for what? Like really? Like come on, like you know. So when you talk them kind of talks, even in these YouTube streets, a certain decorum, a certain level of respect. So I don't entertain certain people because I understand where they have the potential to go. So I don't mention them, I don't refer to them. And if they come on our panel, I do two things. I stay off or I disappear. But I when certain people lay out the way they're gonna behave, I don't need to entertain that. Now, American Dream, I love every minute we get in a clash. He heats up the temperature. He has a unique way of raising the bar. You know what I mean? Make us go all left, right. And he feels good that he controls the hell out of us. But it never goes to a place where, you know, where it reached to the point that it's too low or too disrespectful or there's no coming back from it. You know what I mean? There's that distinction. That's just when you reach a certain age and you live a certain life, there's just codes you live by. There's unspoken man codes that nobody need to talk about. So I get certain positions people take, as I take them too.
Yeah. Niggas will fight over information.
Like, really? Nah, I don't need to talk to you ever again. That's done. Like, no. I want to have a good, healthy debate. Let us argue. Let us fight to the bone, like we do for weeks on a subject. But nobody start to talk
can't let
about
them get it, man. I'm supposed to have you outside your body, man. Like, you know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
like
Taking penitentiary chances because a motherfucker done said some shit.
Yeah, like
on YouTube. Shit, nigga.
On you, like really?
Like, yeah, nah.
That's a testament to your maturity. I keep saying it's a testament to maturity. It's a testament to not having been in an environment where you're forced to like Reggie say it all the time, and it's something that I don't have it as a holy grail, but it's fundamental in your development that you have to take critique from someone older than you. It's part of martial arts. It's part of academia. It's part of sports. You take instructions. Your coach is gonna chew you out, and the most you can say is yes, sir, and continue. It develops character, by which it means you can actually deal with real life criticism. Your father looks at you and says, "Man, what the fuck?" And he goes in, and what are you gonna do? Fight your dad? No, you learn to take it, deal with it. When you see people who can't deal with criticism and resort to violence or to these petty type behavior, you realize that they lacked coaching in their development along the way. The autodidacts amongst us.
Yeah. Hey, you know what's the craziest part too? It's like even with the other situation, in this situation, it's like they fuck with you though, or they wouldn't fuck with you. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
They want to repair shit, but don't know how to go about it, and they're doing some fucked up shit to make it worse on the road to repair.
Right.
Like, which is crazy, because like if I don't fuck with a nigga, I'm not finna show up. You see what I'm saying? Like,
right. Why am I show up?
If I did, it's because nigga, I'm mad at you, nigga. Why you ain't? You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you know what it is, man. Come on, man. You know what it is. You feel me? Just like that, you know, that jealous girlfriend that show up. Like, oh, I thought we broke up. Yes, I'm whipping. You know what I'm saying? Like, nigga, why you around me though? Nigga, like, why'd you do me like that?
But it's Ank's fault.
I thought you loved me.
When Ank say Black African power, it takes on a whole different meaning to some people. It automatically means whatever's Africa to Ank's gonna be good, even if it's.
That ain't what I'm talking about. I'm talking about just when I see shit play out, I just see like a lot of people, they end up at odds and just don't know how to dial a shit back. Like they don't got the training and the discipline to work themselves. You know what I'm saying? And they take the most horrible route. Like certain shit could have played out way differently if they would have did things differently, but they keep going. They just take it further and further and further, all on the way to what they think is mending the relationship, but they just building up even bigger gap. You know what I'm saying? That's
just I know your feeling. Admit when you got, like JJ got me last time, had me fuming by the neck. I cursed the man's mama out. I had to come back on live TV and apologize to JJ. Like, okay, you got me, brother. Like, I ain't got no problem admitting, yo, you got me.
Yeah, I already know it was gonna be a matter of time for you get to go suck your mother. I'm like, oh shit, it's coming. It's coming.
Yeah. You know,
that's normal like, island talk. It's gonna come. Like, yep.
Yeah.
The most disrespectful way to go is go suck your mother.
Like, I reached to that point, so now I know I got to humble to JJ 7000. You know how that feels? And apologize on YouTube. God damn it.
And setting all outside his body.
Yeah, he had me fuming by the neck, boy. I'm like, what the hell? Yeah, I lost it. Okay, now I'm gonna be a man. I'm gonna apologize to JJ, and we're gonna keep it moving. He's not gonna catch me again, but I'm not gonna continue that and go in and continue being mad. And every time JJ comes on, when I know in my gut I went to a place that no, we ain't going there. You wrong, dude. Don't care what he said. That's you cross the line, so you gotta apologize. And if I maintain a position and continue the hostility, that just shows my immaturity. Like, I ain't about that.
Hey, shit. I'm gonna either make you the host or we about to wrap it up. We still got 72, but shit. It's 2 o'clock.
Damn. You know, I was trying to find this shit, man.
What?
Picture my story, yo. You know, I was trying to find this shit.
Oh, the shit where you did that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I couldn't find it. Yeah, yo, come on, yo.
I remember when you did that. I remember when you did that. I remember when you
Right,
snapped
yo.
the whole shit like, I did. Now I'm taking. I remember that. I remember that part. I remember that part. You know what I'm saying?
You gonna give me a charge for taking something I ain't even
Nah, I
did.
took the shit, nigga. Yeah. I remember this.
Right, come on, yo.
I think you did it on
Why
the
it gotta be
street.
that way?
Yeah, you might have did it on Garfield Street or something. Yeah.
Yeah, why it gotta be that way, yo? Come on, man. Shit ain't fun, man. I'm thinking I like a good healthy argument. I like our arguments, so I'd rather be that way. Come on, man. Like you right, fuck around, get in trouble. Yeah.
Yeah. Be like, what y'all niggas even know? Yeah, you know, what's up? Well,
Yeah.
Moringa.
Fuck around, throw my shoulder out, trying to hit that nigga. Throw my shoulder out.
Moringa? Yeah, I had sold like about 5 Moringa, right? Yeah. RBG shoes. What the fuck?
Hyped up. Going crazy, nigga. We going crazy.
Oh, shit.
Nigga, no, we can't stand each other. Yo, why you trying to be peace, yo? Because of the conversation.
Yeah, you know why, man. You know why.
You know it, yo. You know something, but you know it, yo. I tried.
What's crazy to me is how, Facebook talking about the negative effects of moringa, that it's a sham, it's fake, doesn't do anything. And I'm like, hold up. Wasn't you selling that shit not too long ago?
No, he ain't. They got his face on it. Yeah, nigga did not do that, yo.
Yes.
No, stop it. Did he?
Yes.
Y'all lying, yo. Come on.
I know that shit. I don't be on Facebook.
Oh, where is that, yo? Where is that? I know it ain't, yo. Nigga, I really don't owe you shit, nigga. You sold me some shit that's gonna kill niggas. Give me my money back. You pay
Anybody want moringa, just ask me. I'll go outside, pick some, put it in a box, and send to you for free. Don't worry.
Yo, got
that stuff, man. It grows here in the trees.
Yeah, I don't be on that. Like I said, I don't be on Facebook. None of that shit, really. Instagram. That shit just for family, so they can locate me if they need me. I'll pop and look at some photos, and I'm out. I don't even comment on nigga shit.
Oh, you don't even fuck with the Facebook shit.
Hell no, I ain't got time.
Facebook be going crazy, yo. Yeah, it be going crazy. Niggas be beefing.
Yeah, I want to see. I see y'all show it to me. You be like, yeah.
Oh man. All right, man. We can get up out of here. I can't find that shit, man. I'll be up all night trying to find this shit.
Yeah,
What
but
that
shit
doing?
like that.
Peace, y'all.
You gotta do that show, man. Skin color and hair, man, so we can help James out some more, man. And
Yeah,
James,
you want to do it? Want to do it? Well, it's already today, but yeah.
I got it. I found. Let me share my screen, yo. Hold on. Let me share.
Yeah, we can do it for goddamn School Killer Sunday. We could actually show video with them on.
Hold on.
No, I was just say we can read the book, but if you want to show video, it's different.
Oh, both. You know what I mean? Both. You know, we do both. Everything.
Video. We did the video for Sunday. Here you go. Y'all see the screen? Damn it. Y'all see it? Y'all see that, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that was 2020, 2 years ago.
Right, nigga. I had moringa. I mean, you get my point though, yo.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying.
Yo, but that was like 3 years later. I still got the shit. It wasn't like nigga, it wasn't selling. What you doing? Right? So my point was, nigga, whatever's gone, I'm gonna send you your bread, right? And send you the rest of the shit back. That's how we do it in Baltimore. Don't worry about it. Next thing I know, he made a golf field. He started talking about, I ain't paying for them ring. What? Nigga, okay. I'm a broke nigga and I ain't paying for, okay, nigga, I'm a broke nigga. Now I ain't paying you shit. I took that. See? Told you. There you go. Now you saying that nigga, with it. And nigga got his face on it. He the only nigga got wear a t-shirt with his face on his t-shirt. Man, let me get away from these niggas, man. Yeah, come on, yo. So there you have it, yo. Right. There you go. That's it. Got him. Wild ass niggas, yo. Yep. And I'll fuck around and get you and act crazy. You right in trouble, yo. Yeah, you right, yo. That's why that's my point, yo. I gotta stay away from him, yo. You get it? Yo, I'm telling you, I could literally hype myself up when I see this nigga. I'm telling you I could do that. I forget it all transpired on. I'm telling you, yo. See, you gotta know yourself though, yo. And I ain't never been a tough nigga at all, yo. But I know myself, yo. Yo, I try that nigga. Yeah. And I know it, yo. The more interactions I have with this nigga, the more it's gonna happen, yo. I'm telling you, bro. Yeah. Yeah, man. You got the thing, man. Knock this shit out, man. People still in the chat room. This motherfucker is just us.
Oh yeah. We was at it's 66 now. Till last night at that motherfucker at 3:30, there was over 100 people watching. I was like, yo, I can't. It was 3:30. It's still 100 deep. I was like, yo.
Oh yeah, you got the night shift. You take the night shift, yo.
Yeah, I'll be LA. I'm gonna be tripping.
Yeah, you keep the night shift, yo. Yeah, we gotta pray some of that Jimmy Nebraska video. All right, man. Let me know what y'all gonna do. Yo. That's what we doing, yo. Appreciate everybody stopping through, man. I apologize for acting ugly, yo. But I just can't be in the space with certain niggas, yo. I can't. Yeah, I ain't built like that. Nope, I'm not up. Yeah.
For sure. Any last word, Melvin?
Nah, man. Peace.
Yeah, man. Thank everybody for coming through, man. Sula Killers on deck. Another fire ass show. And we're gonna keep rocking, man.